The Extinction Unit. Island of Domination. By David J Rowbotham. Part 1. The Museum. Somewhere in a sewer. Love is a many blended thing. "But, Dad," said Ella, "why?" "Because he's not like us, Poppet," said Dad. "What do you mean?" quizzed Ella. "Well, he's white and we're brown." "Bits of him are brown," said Ella stubbornly. "Which bits?" "The cute bits," she replied cheekily. "Very funny," said Dad with a sarcastic nod. "It's just not right. Look, he's got 4 toes on his front feet and 5 on the back, just like us." "But he's not like us, is he?" said Dad. He's... What, Dad? What is he?" Ella twitched her nose with indignation. Dad turned to Mother. "Please help," he said. "Well, love," said Mother softly, "he's posh." "Posh?" Ella exclaimed sarcastically. "No, he isn't." "Yes, he is. He's one of those—" Mother lowered her voice and looked side to side, just in case any of the colony was eavesdropping. "Posh rats." "A fancy rat, Mom," said Ella despairingly. "He's a fancy rat, and I think I love him." "Huh," huffed Dad. "What?" snapped Ella. "Is that too hard for you to believe?" "What do you know of love?" said Dad as he looked wistfully down the sewer for dramatic effect. "You'll only understand love properly when you've raised as many children as me and your mother have." Ella looked at Mother, who looked back and shrugged. "Months and months I've spent with your mother," he continued. "Do you know how hard it is to be faithful to one rat when everyone looks the same? I nearly gave Charlie a little ear nibble the other day. You have no idea how much Charlie looks like your mother from behind." "It's not right," he continued as he shook his head slowly and began to wander down the sewer, mumbling to himself. "I have to go foraging with Charlie every day. I bet he's told everyone, too. I mean, it's an easy mistake to make. He's a good-looking fella from behind." "So, Mom, can Arthur come for dinner, please?" "Okay, love," said Mother with a gentle smile. "I'll speak with your dad." "Oh, thanks, Mom. I'll go and get him now." Ella turned and scampered down the sewer. As she ran, she shouted to her mom, "Oh, just one more thing. Arthur's a vegan." There was a collective gasp from the colony, followed by a low murmur, as the rats who knew what a vegan was explained it to those who did not. A secondary gasp followed soon after. Just great. Arthur and Ella ran as fast as they could. Luckily, the sewer water was low, so they could use the relatively dry brick either side of the small stream which ran along the bottom part of the curved tunnel. Arthur chanced a running glance to the rear and saw the pursuing colony of brown rats, snarling and squealing about 3 meters behind them. He could smell the sewer water as it sprayed up. Ella turned to Arthur and yelled, "Don't look back! Just run!" "Why do they hate me?" he screamed. "Follow me!" hollered Ella. "I know these tunnels better than any of them." She changed direction in a flash and zipped down a narrow side tunnel. The dry brick was gone, so they had to plunge into the grim water. "Yeah, have you?" spat Arthur. "I've got some in my mouth." "Quick, through here," said Ella, and she whizzed up and through a small grating. He was just about to ask a question when she put a finger to her lips and pointed down with her other hand. "Look," she whispered. Arthur followed the direction of her finger and saw brown rat after brown rat rush by below them. "For once in your life, will you just shut up?" Arthur nodded and lay against the grate, panting as quietly as he could. They lay there listening to nothing but their own beating heart until they were certain the horde had dispersed. The silence was eventually broken by Ella. "When you said you'd done a little research so you had something to speak with my family about, I didn't expect you to say that." "I thought I'd start with my most interesting rat fact," said Arthur proudly. "So, Mother Brown," said Ella, mimicking Arthur's sarcastic delivery style, "is it true that when food sources become scarce, the brown rat will eat its young?" "It sounds worse when you say it like that," said Arthur defensively. "Oh, sorry. Is there a good way to say that sentence?" said Ella. Arthur's eyes rolled upwards and to the left as he thought for a moment. Ella knew he was saying the sentence in his head in as many styles as he could, trying to find one that didn't sound like an accusation of infanticide and cannibalism. "I bought you a present," he said eventually. "Do you know how long it took my mom and dad to forage for vegan food, just for you?" "Is the answer not very long?" begged Arthur. The museum cellar. There's no time like the present. "So," said Ella as she followed Arthur through the little grid at the back of the incinerator, "I finally get to see where you live, do I?" "Wait here," he said. "I just need to check that no one's about." "Why, who lives here?" Ella whispered. "No one," he said as he cautiously peered around the incinerator. One tiny cellar window allowed in just enough light to illuminate a small room with shelves on one side and a long table on the other. "Oh," said Ella excitedly as she crept forward to peer over Arthur's shoulder. "When I said wait there, what did you hear?" he snapped. "And when I said, try not to say anything stupid when you meet my family and friends, what did you hear?" she retorted. "It is an interesting fact," said Arthur. "I thought it might have sparked a stimulating discourse about the place of the modern rat in an ever-changing world." Ella rested her head on Arthur's shoulder and sighed. "So," she said, squinting, "what is this place?" "It's the cellar of a museum," he answered. "This is where they put all the old stuff, stuff that needs fixing or burning." He gestured with his head towards the humming incinerator. "Oh," said Ella with a gulp. "So that's what this is. What do they burn?" "Rubbish, junk," shrugged Arthur. Things they have no use for anymore. Anyway, do you want to see your present?" "Yes, please," she giggled. "Follow me." Arthur ran behind some dusty old crates underneath the long table, and Ella followed. They stopped at a little plank resting on two small wooden crates. All around lay ripped open jiffy bags and cardboard boxes. "Welcome to my office," said Arthur. "Why do you need an office?" asked Ella. "It's where I do my work," he said with dismay. "Everyone needs an office." "And what work exactly do you do?" "I'll tell you later," said Arthur excitedly. "Now, where's your present?" Arthur dove into a collection of postage boxes and started to mumble. "Aha!" he exclaimed. "Here it is." He stuck his arm into a jiffy bag and pulled out a tiny black harness. "Look," he said. "What is it?" she asked, as she tentatively took it from him. "It is a military-grade GPS tracker and communication device," he said proudly. "Oh," said Ella, feigning disappointment. "I've already got one." "Not like this one you haven't," said Arthur as he ran to his desk and pushed the on button of his smartphone. "This is one of only two of its kind in the world." He paused for a second and then turned. "You were being sarcastic, weren't you?" Ella nodded. "So what exactly is a military-grade GPS tracker comedy device?" she struggled to ask. "I'll show you. Come and sit here." Arthur pointed to a small bench in front of the smartphone. Ella took the seat and stared at the screen. "What am I looking at?" she asked. "Give me a second while I get this thing on," he said as he held up the harness and expertly slung it over his back like a rucksack. He clipped the webbing at the front and pulled up the integral headset microphone. "Right," he said. "All I have to do now is push this button on the left shoulder strap and—" Ella squealed with shock when the back of her head appeared on the screen in front of her. She shot Arthur a glance and then looked back at the screen just in time to see the back of her head again. "If you think that's good," said Arthur smugly, Watch this." Ella watched as he pulled at a tiny telescopic pole secreted in the front of the harness and fiddled with the gooseneck until the tiny camera pointed at his face. "Look at the screen," he said, and smiled. Ella turned back and saw a 2D Arthur grinning at her from the screen. "Amazing," she said, open-mouthed. Arthur turned and ran to the other end of the room and ducked behind a shelf. "And it works anywhere because it's patched into the deep black communications satellite, which doesn't even exist. Officially." Ella looked back at the screen and saw Arthur mouthing the last few words of the sentence. "How's the sound quality?" he asked through the smartphone. Said Ella, still trying to process everything she was seeing. "It sounds like you, but you if you were trapped in a tin can." "Ah, that's the speaker on the phone," said Arthur. "I could upgrade it, but it's good enough for what we need it for." "And what," paused Ella, "do we need it for?" "It's for you," said Arthur as he ran back. "Well, us, we've got one each." He plunged his arm into another jiffy bag, pulled out a second harness, and waited with anticipation for her reaction. "These are so—" she breathed heavily. "Cool. Quick, help me put it on." Arthur grinned happily and grabbed a webbing loop so she could slide her arm in. "I got it so we can stay in touch at all times," he said as he helped her with the front clasp. "Well, duh," she mocked. "I thought you got it so we could both go our separate ways and never see one another again." "You're so sarcastic," smirked Arthur. "I really like that about you." "Let's try them out," said Ella. Done, and she scurried up the back of a shelf and jumped into an old box of newspapers. Arthur strolled over to his desk and tapped the smartphone screen. "Too easy," he said. "The GPS tracker can pinpoint your position within 10 centimeters. "I have no idea what a centimeter is," replied Ella over the phone speaker. "But it sounds delicious." Why doesn't Earth have a restore point? The most exciting thing Ella could remember doing before Arthur had given her this wonderful harness was when she'd found an old 9-volt battery near the sluice gates and licked both terminals at the same time. That had given her a little tingle in the tip of her nose. This? Well, this was a whole new feeling, and after half an hour of hide-and-seek, they were both exhausted. They lay panting on top of a large box on the long table. "Wow, that was fun," said Ella as she stared up at the old whitewashed and cobwebby wooden beams searching for bugs. "Ooh, there's a big one." "That's Cyril," said Arthur as he looked at the spider Ella had just pointed out. "You can't eat him. He's a widow and has 3 bad legs." "Evening, Cyril," shouted Arthur. "How are the legs?" "Oh, answered Cyril. "Can't complain, old boy. Like I always say, I've got 5 spares, eh?" "That's the spirit," said Arthur. "Keep your pedipalps up." Cyril wiggled his pedipalps and hobbled into a hole in the beam. "Pedipalps?" whispered Ella. "What are they?" "Pedipalps are what spiders touch with," said Arthur expertly. "A bit like their version of antennae." "Smarty pants," said Ella, secretly impressed. She nudged him and pointed out a juicy woodlouse nibbling on a bit of decaying shelf. "What about that one?" "That's Wanda. She has 25 children and a husband who never helps out." "Poor her. Sounds like being eaten alive would be a blessing," said Ella, genuinely feeling for her female companion. "Perhaps," said Arthur, slightly distracted by Wanda waving at him. "Hi, Wanda. How are the kids?" 16 are fine, 5 are missing, 3 are dead, and Sally has one of her headaches." "And how's Norman?" ventured Arthur delicately. "Oh, don't get me started," mumbled Wanda as she turned and walked towards a lovely, damp bit of wood. "Lazy. No good. Bone-idle waste of an exoskeleton." Said Arthur, "you could be right. She doesn't seem very happy, does she?" "I'm just saying that I'm here for her if she needs me," said Ella kindly. "So how does a fancy rat living in the basement of a museum get all this cool gear?" All you need is money and the right contacts, said Arthur. I've heard of money, said Ella, quite proud of herself. Dad says it's what humans swap for other things. Your dad is absolutely right, said Arthur. Out of the 1 billion or so known species on planet Earth, most of them have become too squeamish to do it. So they give other humans money to do it for them? Asked Ella. Precisely, said Arthur. But how come not all humans are too squeamish to kill animals? Because humans like money, and there are some out there who will do anything for it, said Arthur. Oh, and it's never the rich ones who do the dirty work. They get the poor to do it. So why don't the poor just say no? Asked Ella, becoming more and more dumbfounded by how complicated humans made things. Because to survive in a world which requires money, the poor need. Money? Said Ella with realization. Hey, that's actually quite clever, isn't it? It's brilliant if you're rich, said Arthur. Not so good if you're poor. The poor people, said Ella sadly. I know, said Arthur. It's sad, isn't it? And as soon as people get a little money, they don't just want food. They want other things, too. You mean like the military GPS communion thingies we're wearing? Interjected Ella. Exactly, said Arthur. To humans, everything has become stuff to be bought and sold. Wow, said Ella. Yes, and I mean everything, said Arthur. They are using the planet's resources like we have a spare when it all runs out. Do we? Quizzed Ella. What? Have a spare planet? Asked Arthur. Yeah. Not unless they're keeping very quiet about it, he said glumly. But if they're using up the planet's resources and we don't have a spare, it won't just kill them. It'll kill everything else as well. Correct, confirmed Arthur. But don't forget, to them everything else is a commodity to be used, mined, killed, and sold. They even consider some humans to be a usable commodity. How rude of them, blasted Ella. So if only humans need money, why do you need it? Ah, my sweet little brown beauty. 'Cause without money I couldn't have stuff, and Arthur sighed a happy but slightly guilty sigh. I love stuff. So how do you get money? She asked, as she quietly reached out an arm and grabbed a little money spider, who had wandered onto the box to see what all the commotion was about. Ah, said Arthur. Don't eat the money spider. Don't tell me, tutted Ella. He's an only child, orphaned when his mummy and daddy were tragically killed during a web-spinning incident. No, that's Kay. She's a money spider. Arthur smirked, and then snorted slightly with laughter as he concluded with, She's my bank manager. Oh, dear, groaned Ella. Ha, I made a joke, he said. She's my bank manager, I said, 'cause she's a money spider. Ella watched in dismay as Arthur giggled to himself. It's funny, he said, looking at Ella in disbelief. If you say so, said Ella, with the gentle beginnings of a smirk forming on her face. Do you always laugh at your own jokes? A lot of the time, yeah, said Arthur with a nod. That's good to know, said Ella. So what? Asked Arthur. So how is it, she asked again, that you, a little fancy rat who lives in the basement of a museum, has some money? Oh, I don't have some money, said Arthur with wide eyes. I have loads and loads and loads of money. A rat in sheep's clothing. Arthur sat down next to Ella and touched the screen. There, he said, and he pointed to a series of complex graphs which had just appeared on the screen. Oh, said Ella, squinting at the screen. Now I understand. Really? Marveled Arthur. I thought I'd have to explain it. Ella sighed and waited for Arthur to catch up with her sarcasm. Sarcasm again. Right, nodded Arthur. He looked at Ella and saw her doing that cute, twitchy thing with her nose. Humans, he continued, have businesses which make and sell stuff. Yes, said Ella slowly. Well, some of the businesses do well, and others do not so well. You mean like a rat colony? Kind of, yes, I suppose. 'Cause ours does really well, and we have lots of members, but the one down the other end of the sewer is only small. Ah, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's badly run. They could just be unlucky. Location is very important. Ah, said Ella. They're near the old abandoned farm. Well, suppose they moved to the sewer under the retail park. Oh, they'd do really well there. The bins are always full. There's food and trash everywhere. So they'd probably get more members, wouldn't they, said Arthur. Or they might make a deal with your colony and join forces, so they become bigger. Oh, we'd never join forces with Norbert and the Rat Mayhem lot, shuddered Ella. Who? Asked Arthur. The Rat Mayhem. All colonies have pack names, said Ella matter-of-factly. And their leader is Norbert. He's horrible. Okay, but just suppose your leader made a pact with Norbert and merged the two colonies. Our leader, Crusher, or as I like to call her, Mum, would never join the Free Riders with the Rat Mayhem. Your colony is called the Free Riders? Inquired Arthur, until he realized what Ella had just said. Hang on. Your mum is the leader of your colony? Yep, said Ella proudly. Don't let her sheepish demeanor fool you. If anyone threatened a single brown hair of one of the Free Riders, she'd rip their throat out in the blink of an eye. Okay, said Arthur, slightly shocked. That's good to know. But suppose they did merge, thought Ella out loud. Which they wouldn't, she confirmed. But if they did, they'd be massive. Yes, they'd be bigger. But that doesn't always mean better, said Arthur. Large conglomerates can be hard to control, even with your mum in charge. So how does knowing all this make you loads and loads and loads of money? Asked Ella. I play what's called the stock market. It's like guessing which businesses will do well and which won't. But how do you know which is which? Asked Ella. I have no idea, answered Arthur. I just seem to have a knack for it. A couple of months ago, one of the humans lost his smartphone down here, and I found it. It had fallen down the back of the long table and settled in a dusty old box. I discovered it when his alarm went off, telling him to pick up dog food for Benji on his way home. He'd been playing the markets before he lost it and left it logged in. I thought it was a game at first, and assumed he was really bad at it, 'cause he owed thousands of pounds. I figured I couldn't do any worse, so I had to go. Within about 10 minutes, I'd made enough money to get him out of debt, so I carried on and made so much money I had to open my own account. My portfolio is now quite extensive, and my online advisor has started contacting me for advice. That's amazing, said Ella in dismay. In it? Responded Arthur. So what do you spend all this money on? I'll show you, said Arthur mysteriously. Follow me. It's showtime. At the back of the bottom shelf at the far end of the room, just opposite the incinerator, was an item which was very out of place. Surrounded by dirty old plastic tubs and dusty, slightly damp cardboard boxes, it lay there like a beacon of modernity. Arthur led Ella by the hand as they maneuvered between the long-forgotten museum detritus and into the darkness beyond. He squoze her hand and stopped. I can't see anything, she said, straining her eyes to see what Arthur was trying to show her. With your left hand, he whispered for effect, tap the button on the right strap of your harness. Ella fumbled, and there was a click. A bright torch came on and illuminated a large, shiny aluminum case. Whoa, she gasped. What is it? That, my dear, is an indestructible, fully lockable, hermetically sealed, self-contained, off-grid flight case. Cool, she gasped, with the drawl of a surfer dude. It took me ages to get it down here and set it up, he said. Do you want to see inside? Yeah, snapped Ella eagerly. Arthur walked to the handle and pulled down a small panel to reveal a number pad and fingerprint reader. "Turn off your torch and watch this," he said. Ella switched off her torch and the panel automatically illuminated. Arthur placed the middle two fingers of his left hand onto the fingerprint reader and stepped back. There was a hiss, followed by a click. A soft blue light emanated from the interior as the lid raised slowly. Arthur walked back to Ella, held her hand, and they watched together as the case revealed its contents. "You're the coolest boyfriend in the world," she said without looking at him. "You never called me your boyfriend before," he said with a grin. Secure living with all the luxury money can buy. Ella stared in awe at the sight before her. Attached to the inside of the lid was a large monitor screen with built-in Bluetooth speakers. Below the speakers hung tiny headsets, cameras, and a variety of cables, all with their shape cut precisely out of the foam wall. Another smartphone was attached to the back wall of the main case, with a small keyboard below it. Rechargeable lithium batteries filled the wall either side of the screen. The left side wall had an oxygen tank and an air conditioner, while the right side was fitted with an expandable satellite dish and maps. The front wall had a hammock swung across it, with built-in storage drawers for food and other necessities below. The middle of the case was bare apart from a small metal box with a handle on the top. Ella jumped in and started to look around eagerly. "Where did you get all this stuff?" she asked, as she pulled out drawers and studied maps. "I have a contact called Sergei," said Arthur. "He can get me anything, and if he can't get it, he can get it built." "Where did you meet him?" "On the internet. I was trying to patch into the deep black satellite when he caught me." "Did he report you?" "No." "Why?" asked Ella, so giddy by how her day was panning out that she could barely contain her excitement. "Because he was trying to break into it, too," smiled Arthur. "We became friends once he realized I could pay for equipment and information. I set up an account with him, and he gets everything I need delivered, at a time of my choosing, to the disused coal chute next to the cellar door." "He sounds dodgy to me," said Ella. "Oh, he definitely is," agreed Arthur. "But so long as he's on my side, I don't mind. Can I ask a question?" "Of course," answered Arthur. "What does that mysterious handle in the middle of the case do?" "Ah," said Arthur excitedly. "Pull it up, and you'll find out." Ella tentatively pulled the handle and jumped back nervously as it hissed and whirred. She watched in awe as something slowly assembled itself before her eyes. "It's a—" Ella gasped disappointedly. "Toy wheel." "Hey, don't knock it till you try it," said Arthur. "It's great exercise. Gives me something to do while I watch movies, and here is the best bit. It recharges everything in here in 10 minutes. Much better for the environment. Jump on and have a go." "Nah," said Ella sheepishly. "I don't want to, do I?" "Of course you do. It takes a bit of getting used to, but you'll be running like a child before you know it." Ella climbed gingerly onto the wheel and gripped onto the mesh as it rocked back and forth to a slow stop. "Do you want to push?" asked Arthur. "Not unless you want to punch," replied Ella as she slowly set off. As she picked up pace, a series of little red lights blinked in front of her. "Now you're charging the batteries," said Arthur as he switched on the smartphone. "Try to make them all green." "Really good fun." "All right," said Ella. "I stand corrected. That was a lot of fun." "Told you," said Arthur. "This must all have cost loads of money, so that would mean you still have loads and loads left. What are you going to do with it all?" "I try to do good," said Arthur. "I find good causes that need money and donate to them. Human beings are killing the planet, but unfortunately they are the only ones who can fix it too. They're not all bad, and the good ones need help. Is that why you're a vegan?" I don't like animals being hurt, said Arthur. Any animals. Is that why I'm not allowed to snack on Cyril or Wanda or Kay? That, and they're my friends too, said Arthur. You wouldn't like it if I ate your friends, would you? I'd like to see you try, said Ella. A fair point, nodded Arthur. Any more questions, or would you like to watch a movie? Just one, said Ella. Did Benji ever get fed? The Self-Preservation Society. Well, what do you think? Asked Arthur as the credits of the movie rolled. So how do they get the gold from the back of the coach? Quizzed Ella. Ah, you see. That's why it's a great movie. It ends with a literal and a figurative cliffhanger. I liked the bit in the sewers. I thought you would. Arthur stopped suddenly and put a finger to his lips. Did you hear that? No, what was it? Whispered Ella. The top step of the stairs that lead down here creaks, and I just heard it. Arthur hit a button on the wall of the case, and the lid closed quickly. He tapped a key on the keyboard, and the monitor split into 6 sections, all showing camera images of different parts of the cellar. He concentrated on the image of the door. Is there enough air in here for us? Whispered Ella nervously. Oh, yes, said Arthur at full volume. There's enough air supply for over a week. Oh, and it's fully soundproofed, so you don't have to whisper anymore. Arthur turned up the audio feed as they watched the screen. In the distance, they could hear voices. Never underestimate a fancy rat. There was a grunt, then a groan, then an expletive, followed by the jangle of keys. I don't know why you insist on keeping it locked, said the custodian. It's because of the incinerator, said the curator. Health and safety. I reckon it's to keep the rat you lost down here out of the museum, said the custodian with a sly smile. Do they know about that? No, said the curator. And there's no need to tell anyone either. Arthur will be long gone by now. Remind me again, and why did you let it out of its cage? He looks sad, said the curator. I just wanted a little bit of company while I was working down here. It's a bit grim spending all day repairing exhibits on your own, you know? Yeah, but a rat is a rat, mate. He was a fancy rat, said the curator. It's not like he was carrying bubonic plague. He seemed really tame. How was I to know it was all a ruse to escape? I opened the little cage door, thinking he'd sit there all cute and take food from my hand, but he just legged it, off behind the incinerator, never to be seen again. I wonder where he is now. The sewer rats will have ripped him apart and eaten him by now, said the custodian. A little fluffy, fancy rat like that wouldn't last 5 minutes in the wild. Yeah, you're probably right, said the curator ruefully. Right, said the custodian. Should we get them downstairs and into the incinerator? I guess so, said the curator. It's such a shame. I've tried so hard to keep them in good condition, but I fear time has taken its toll. Well, we got plenty of others upstairs, said the custodian. You can't save them all, eh? I suppose not. Some of them are over 100 years old, you know? Big things don't go into little holes. Arthur and Ella watched from the safety of the case as the 2 humans struggled down the stairs with various objects. There were 2 square boxes, which were placed on top of the long table, and 3 odd-shaped, heavily bubble-wrapped items, the last of which was so heavy that it slipped from the grasp of the 2 exhausted humans and landed onto the stone floor with an almighty crack. Careful, said the curator. It doesn't matter, does it? Said the custodian. It's going in the incinerator anyway. Arthur and Ella watched as the 2 humans stared at the large items and then at the incinerator. They're not going to fit in, are they? Said the curator. The little ones will, said the custodian. But there's no way we're getting the big ones in. I'll have to chop them up. Do you have an axe? Nope, but I've got a chainsaw at home. Really good one, too. I've been waiting for a reason to use it," said the custodian with a strange glee. "I'll bring it in tomorrow and do it then. It'll have to be in the afternoon, though, 'cause I don't start until 12 o'clock. Is that okay?" "Yes," said the curator. "No rush. They're not going anywhere, are they?" On your marks. Arthur waited until he heard the creaky top step before pushing the open button. "Right," he said excitedly. "Shall we go and see what they brought down?" "I'll race you to the first bubbly one," said Ella, and she set off without warning. "Hey," complained Arthur. "That's not fair." He quickly realized that she didn't care if it were fair, and he leapt out of the case, dodged the dusty boxes, weaved through the plastic tubs, and raced up the bubble wrap where he saw Ella waiting proudly. "You took your time," she said smugly. "Have you ever heard of Ready, Set, Go?" said Arthur. "No," she said with complete honesty. "What is this stuff?" "Bubble wrap," said Arthur. "It's two things, essentially. It's a really good packing material, but most of all, it's best for this." Arthur held up the first finger on each hand, flicked his little claws, and began to pop. "Oh, my," said Ella. "Let's pop them all." "Okay," said Arthur. "Ready, set, G." "Oh!" Ella had started on the R of ready, and was popping with all 18 of her claws as if her life depended on it. "That girl," said Arthur to himself as he joined in, "has no concept of fairness. The poppin' ain't stoppin'." The noise of all the little air pockets being burst brought everyone out. Cyril limped from his web to see what all the commotion was. Kay stopped halfway down a single strand of web to watch. Wanda and her surviving kids came out for a look. There was no sign of Norman, but Arthur was sure he heard Wanda trying to explain the scene to him. "It's Arthur, and some girl jumping around and popping a big square plastic bubble. What do you mean, what do I mean? I'm just telling you what I can see." "Well, why don't you get up off your big fat pliant and come and look for yourself?" He saw Mike the Beetle with his wife Sandra, Susan, the long-bodied cellar spider with yet another new fella, and there were lots of new faces, too. He was just enjoying the wonderment of his little community when Cyril showed that he still had plenty of life left in his remaining 5 good legs by scurrying to the edge of his web and devouring a small fly who nobody knew. Arthur, favoring the traditional one bubble at a time method, was diligently working away at the bubble wrap at the top, while Ella, who preferred a more violent approach, ripped through the side bits with a satisfying pop, 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 pop sound. She knew she was missing a few, but it was lots of fun and had the added bonus of revealing what was inside much more quickly. "Oh, there!" Ella exclaimed, and he ran to her side and looked down. All he could see was her bottom sticking out of a shredded mess of bubble wrap. "What is it?" "What can you see?" "I don't know." "It looks like a big dish filled with leather." "Let me look," he said as he climbed down. Ella tore through more layers of bubble wrap, and Arthur, albeit upside down, peered in. "From this angle," he said, the blood rushing to his head, "it looks like a massive turtle." "What do you suppose would look like a massive turtle?" asked Ella. "Ooh, ooh, ooh," said Arthur excitedly. "It's the Pinta Island giant tortoise from the taxidermy collection. Oh, I used to like looking at her. I suppose she is a little bit scruffy, though. It's a shame they can't repair her. There aren't many of these things left, you know. Do you know that they only exist on the Galapagos Islands, and the ones on Pinta Island evolved shells raised at the front so their necks could reach higher for the particular flora of the island?" "How do you know all this?" asked Ella. "From the displays upstairs and the Internet. You can research anything on the Internet." "Yes, I remember," said Ella, thinking back to Arthur's first meeting with her colony. "What? Wait. You go upstairs and look around the museum?" "All the time," answered Arthur. "Only at night, obviously, but it's really interesting. I thought the humans lock the door to stop you going up there?" quizzed Ella. "We're rats, Ella," said Arthur. "Doors stop humans, not rats." "Oh, yeah, good point," said Ella. "Hey, I can see something stuffed under the shell." "Really?" said Arthur. "Let me look." He turned the right way up and scrabbled past the bubble wrap. Sure enough, there was something really small wedged high into a crack inside the shell. "I think it's he strained as he reached up. "I think it's a bit of folded paper." He flicked at it gently until it came loose and fell to the floor. "I'll get it," said Ella. "Okay, bring it to my office, will you?" Arthur climbed down and ran to his office, where he cleared the desk so they could unfold the paper. Ella placed it, still folded, on the desk. "This is exciting," she said. "Unless it's someone's shopping list," said Arthur. "I hope it's not more food for Benji," laughed Ella. "That dog'll get fat." Arthur opened a small drawer in one of the wooden crates that supported his desk and took out some tweezers. "Is there anything you don't have?" asked Ella. "A good sense of humor," joked Arthur, without looking up. "It must be very old. The paper's really dry." Arthur took great care unfolding each crease until, lay before them, was a very old stained note in a language he didn't recognize. "Look," he said, pointing at a number on the bottom of the page. "It says 1895. "Wow," said Ella, not entirely sure what it meant, but not wanting to ruin the moment. "I need to type this into a translator to see what language it is and what it says," said Arthur, who had suddenly become very serious. "Could you do me a favor and go back to the case?" "Sure," said Ella. "What do you need?" "In the far left drawer, under the hammock, is a small black pouch. Could you get it for me, please?" "Sure can," said Ella, and she darted away excitedly. Arthur typed into the translator as carefully as he could. "Querido lector, mi nombre es Quiero y tengo la tarea de preservar esta magnífica criatura para las generaciones futuras. La humanidad ha destruido su hábitat y los está destruyendo. Su futuro, nuestro futuro, está condenado, a menos que los humanos elijamos un camino más solidario. Mis creencias espirituales requieren que incluya un hechizo de regeneración con todas mis preservaciones, con la esperanza de que traerá vida, una vez más, y permitir a que la criatura comunique sus pensamientos y deseos a los representantes más puros y virtuosos de la humanidad. Lea el encantamiento nativo, a continuación para convocar a los espíritus del Renacimiento y el honor. Quero Hernández, 8 de abril de 1895. Respire nan van an respire lavi pran, men yon lam muvre epi-lavi abretunen dirige fos o, ame maun oren men yo epi-yopral respire anko po yo ka communique akon orabnan mon lan. Ella returned with the black pouch and put it on the desk. "What is it?" she asked eagerly. "Sunflower seeds," said Arthur. "I'm starving." He opened the pouch, took out a seed, and popped it into his mouth. As he chewed, he saw Ella staring back at him in disbelief. "Sorry," he said. "Do you want one? You want me to eat a sunflower seed? You really know how to show a girl a good time, don't you?" "Stop moaning and try one," he mumbled with a full mouth. "Who knows, you might like it." He took out another and offered it to her. "They're full of vitamins, high in protein, rich in healthy fats, and full of antioxidants that can lower your risk of developing serious conditions." "Blimey, good sales pitch." "Do you have shares in them?" said Ella, proudly displaying her newfound knowledge. "Nice comeback," said Arthur, still holding out the sunflower seed. "This is the only food you're going to offer me, isn't it?" she said disappointedly. "It sure is," he replied with no irony. "Well," she said as she nibbled the seed, "what does the letter say?" "I don't know. I was waiting for you before I pushed the translate button." He looked at her. "How's the sunflower seed?" Yes, conceded Ella. It's very nice. Just push the button." Arthur clicked the Enter key and began to read. Dear reader, my name is Kero, and I am tasked with preserving this magnificent creature for future generations. Humanity has destroyed their habitat and is destroying them. Their future, our future, is doomed unless we humans choose a more supportive path. My spiritual beliefs require that I include a regeneration spell with all my preservations, in the hope that it will bring life, once again, and allow the creature to communicate its thoughts and wishes to the purest and most virtuous representatives of humanity. Read the native incantation below to summon the spirits of rebirth and honor. Caro Hernandez. April 8th, 1895. Breathe in the wind. Breathe life. Take the hand of a true love, and life will return. Direct your strength towards your loved ones, and they will breathe again, that they may communicate with the honorable of the world. Well, that was weird, said Arthur. And it didn't work, either. Well, that's not entirely true, said Ella. It said you should take the hand of a true love. Ella held out her hand. This is silly, said Arthur. Are you scared? Scared, he scoffed. Me? Give me that hand. Oh, you romantic fool, you, joked Ella. Arthur looked down at the incantation on the paper. Ready? He asked. Ready? Breathe in the wind, said Arthur. Breathe life. Take the hand of a true love, and life will return. Direct your strength towards your loved ones, and they will breathe again, that they may communicate with the honorable of the world. They squoezed their hands tightly and looked at each other. Nothing happening, said Arthur, with a touch of relief. I feel something, said Ella. Don't be daft, said Arthur. Stop messing about. I'm not. Can you feel a breeze? I was hoping I was imagining it. I feel funny, said Ella. Me too, said Arthur, as the breeze turned into a wind. A swirling wind. The torn bubble wrap began to flap. The boxes on the table began to vibrate slowly. The swirling wind got more swirly until it swirled up a pile of old papers into its vortex. The tiny cellar window cracked, and dust began to fall from the old flaky roof. What's happening, Arthur? asked Ella. I don't know. He looked up and saw Cyril running on his good legs for the safety of a hole in the beam. Everybody, shouted Arthur to his little friends. Run for your lives! Still holding Ella's hand tightly, he pulled her as he ran. We need to get to the case, he said. Now! The two rats ran with all their might. Into the shaking bottom shelf, past the rumbling, dirty plastic tubs, around the flapping, dusty old boxes, and into the case. Arthur pushed the fast close button and held Ella as close as he could. There goes another leg. Still nothing, said Arthur as he looked at the static feed from the 6 cameras he had hidden around the room. I hope Cyril made it okay, said Ella. And Kay. And Wanda and the kids. See, said Arthur. Once you know their names and meet them, they don't look so tasty, do they? I suppose not, said Ella, reflecting on the fact that she really didn't want to eat Cyril, even though he was very plump and would have made a delicious snack up until the moment she met him. I'd still eat Norman, though. Yeah, said Arthur. I think even I'd make an exception in Norman's case. I bet he tastes really bitter, mused Ella. Bitter by nature, bitter by flavor, eh? Nodded Arthur. Hey, look at that. I think camera 5 is coming back on. The screen flickered and came on to reveal a close-up of Cyril waving his pedipalps furiously. Arthur, he yelled. Come in, Arthur, old chap. It's me, Cyril. It's safe to come out now. Oh, Cyril. It's so good to see you, said Arthur. Is everyone okay? More or less, said Cyril. Norman was leaning over to see the center of the vortex and fell in. Well, that's what Wanda is telling everyone, but I think she may have kicked him in the plan. Who would blame her, said Ella from the back of the case. Well, precisely, agreed Cyril. Other than that, we all seem to have made it through. Oh, I forgot. One of my legs blew off. Oh, no, exclaimed Arthur. No, it's fine. It was one of my bad ones. I can actually walk so much better now that I'm thinking of ripping off the other two. You see the good in everything, don't you, Cyril? Said Arthur warmly. I tried to, smiled Cyril. So what was that, Arthur? What happened? I've no idea. We'll come out. Can you gather the residents for a meeting at my desk, please? Will do, old boy, said Cyril. The Residents Association's extraordinary general meeting is called to order. Kay, as his quarter's nominated chairperson, has the floor, announced Arthur. Hello, everyone, squeaked the tiny voice of the little money spider. Firstly, can I thank you all for your nominations? It is a great honor to represent you at this, our first ever, extraordinary general meeting. I would like to start with the list of attendees, continued Kay. I notice that we are all present, apart from Norman. Wanda, is everything okay? Norman won't be attending, said Wanda in a sweet, delicate voice. Ever again, he, fell. Oh, well, said Kay. Never mind. None of us liked him anyway. All those in favor of agreeing that Wanda is better off without Norman, say aye. There was a chorus of ayes. Motion passed, said Kay. Time to get on with enjoying life, Wanda. Now, she went on, let us discuss this swirly, whirly, windy thing. Any ideas? I think it was Arthur, farting, snickered a slug from a damp corner. It could be a sign from the gods that I should leave my new boyfriend, said Susan. Fuamigico, said an ethereal voice in a Spanish accent. Itysmaic. Kay stood perfectly still and then trembled ever so slightly. Who said that? She quivered. It seemed to come from everywhere, pointed out Ella. Ah! Screeched the little money spider, as the little bugs scattered to their safe havens. I resign. Meeting adjourned forever. Have a heart. Well, that was weird, said Ella with wide eyes. What, the voice? Asked Arthur. No, the meeting. Do they happen often? Usually on an annual basis. I hope she wasn't serious about stopping them. We got a lot of things sorted out with those meetings. Okay, said Ella tentatively, unsure if Arthur was being serious. Are you thinking what I'm thinking about the voice? That depends, said Arthur. Are you thinking that a Spanish moth has joined the association without going through the correct procedures and checks? No, said a desperate Ella. I'm thinking that the incantation worked. Where were you looking when you said it? At the paper, said Arthur. I was reading it, wasn't I? Why, where were you looking? I was looking at the bubble wrap. Oh. Arthur furrowed his brow as he thought. Nah, that couldn't have worked. Could it? They both ran to the top of the tortoise and pulled back the bubble wrap to reveal the hard, leathery body. Check to see if it has a heartbeat, said Ella. Right, said Arthur. What? Asked Ella. Where's a tortoise's heart? How should I know? I don't even know where my heart is. Let's both check. Ella and Arthur ran to different parts of the tortoise's body and placed their ear to the cold, leathery skin. They both heard a snuffle and froze. Went the noise. What was that? Asked Arthur. It sounded like someone who was about to... Jump! Sammy! Yelled Ella, as both she and Arthur were projected high into the sky. G'day, said a voice, as they were thrust up past the long table and above the cardboard boxes the custodian had placed there earlier. The two rats reached the peak of their ascent and began to fall back down. As they fell, they saw a small owl following the path of their descent. Are you two okay? It said in a New Zealand accent. As they landed back on the belly of the tortoise with a bounce, the little owl peered down at them over the side of the desk. "Bonza, mate," he said. "Do it again." Tana. Ella lay on the tortoise's belly and panted. This time it was with fear rather than joy. She stared not at the ceiling looking for food, but at the owl hoping she wasn't food. Arthur leapt up with the fearlessness of a fancy rat with no predators and looked at the owl. "Who are you?" he said innocently. "I'm Tam," said the owl. "Who are you?" "I'm Arthur." "Arthur?" giggled Tane. "As in Arthur Rat?" Arthur looked perplexed, having never considered his name as anything other than his name. It's just Arthur," he said, pronouncing the TH as clearly as he could. "Fair enough, mate," shrugged Tane as he looked around the dark, damp room, the only light being from a street lamp outside the cellar window. Bits of paper and cardboard were strewn on the floor. "Where am I, Arthur?" "Ah!" said the noise again. "Watch out, mate," chortled Tane. "She's gonna blow." Arthur leapt onto the table just before the "Chow!" "There she goes," yelled Tane as he followed Ella's path again. This time she flew at a 40-degree angle and slapped into the only remaining intact box. "Ow," she mumbled as she fell backwards, and landed on the tabletop with a thud. "Is that your Sheila?" howled Tane. "My what?" said Arthur, wondering if he would ever fully understand this strange little Antipodean. "Your girlfriend?" "Oh, yes," said Arthur. "This is Ella." "She flies well, eh?" chuckled Tane. "You got to keep her there." Ella scurried up to Arthur and peered over his shoulder. "Are you going to eat me?" she said nervously. "I don't think so," answered Tane. "Now what are we going to do with her?" "Who?" asked Arthur. "Old Sneezy down there." "How do you know it's a her?" asked Ella. "She's got a flat plastron," said Tane. "If she was a bloke, it'd be concave. Geesh, but she's a whopper, eh?" "What's a plastron, Tane?" asked Arthur, always eager to learn a new fact. "It's her belly. You know, the thing you two keep bouncing up and down on." "We didn't have much choice, did we?" said Ella. "True that," giggled Tane. "She's got a good pair of lungs on her, I'll give her that." "Where did you come from, Tane?" asked Ella. "New Zealand, love." "I think she means tonight," clarified Arthur. "Oh, when my eyes opened, I was in that box. Then it got really windy and ripped the thing apart, it did. I was lucky. Could have killed me." "That is seeming more and more unlikely," said Arthur, pointing at a small platform with a perch on it. "Is that your display?" "Display? What's one of them?" quizzed Tane. "It's the thing I was standing on when the cardboard got ripped away, if that's what you mean." "What is it, Arthur?" asked Ella. "There's a brass plaque on the bottom. It might tell us what he is." Excuse me," said Tane. "I'm right here. I know what I am." "What are you, then?" asked Ella. "I'm a bird." "Brilliant," exclaimed Ella. "We're in the presence of greatness here, Arthur." "Cut him some slack, Ella," said Arthur. "He's been dead a long time." "Dead?" said Tane to himself. "What do you mean, dead?" "I don't know why I don't recognize him," mumbled Arthur, completely ignoring the protestation of Tane as he looked for the plaque. Perhaps he was one of the displays that was high up and at the back of the cabinet. Ah, here it is. Arthur read from the plaque. "The laughing owl, Ninox albifacies, also known as wakau, or the white-faced owl, was an endemic owl of New Zealand. Plentiful when European settlers arrived, it was largely or completely extinct by 1914. "So you're a laughing owl," said Ella cheerfully. "Extinct," gasped Tane sadly. "What do you mean, extinct?" "Woo-hoo," came a muffled sound from the other box. Percy. "It's very dark in here," shouted the contents of the box. "Hang on," said Arthur. "We'll get you out." "It's quite tight as well. I can't even flap my wings." "Hey," said Tane hopefully. "It's another bird." Perhaps it's another laughing owl. We can't be extinct if there's two of us, eh? Tane fluttered to the top of the box, grabbed a cardboard flap with his talons, and pulled with all his might. The box flaps flung open, and the little owl whizzed backwards and hit the wall. "Not so funny when it happens to you, is it?" laughed Ella, who quickly softened to Tane when she saw him lying on his back, guffawing loudly, with his feet in the air. "That was hilarious," he whooped. "Is it safe to come out?" asked the box voice. "I can hear laughing." "It's just Ella and Tane being silly," said Arthur. "Come on out and introduce yourself." They heard flapping, but no bird appeared. "It's safe, mate, honest," said Tane. "I'm trying, but I can't seem to let go of the branch I'm perched upon." "I'll go and help him," said Arthur. "You two go and see how the tortoise is doing." He scrambled up the side of the box and looked down at the sad, beady eyes of a pigeon. "I'm stuck," said the pigeon. "And I'm Arthur. Nice to meet you." "No, I mean I'm stuck. I'm Percy, but I'm stuck." "Sorry, Perce. I'm just trying to lighten the mood. Let me take a look at those claws." He dropped down into the box and switched on his harness torch. "Yes," he mumbled, "I see the problem." "Oh, good," said Percy. "What is it?" "Your claws are stuck." "No," mocked Percy. Okay, said Arthur. "Give me a moment." Arthur got his fingernail under a claw and flicked it up. "That'll work," he said. 7 to go. I hope it doesn't hurt." "I can't feel a thing," said Percy. "Thanks for this, old chap." Arthur flicked the last claw and watched as Percy wiggled them all and fluttered up and out of the box. He leaped from the box and joined Percy at the side of the table. They both watched as Ella and Tane jumped up and down on the tortoise's belly. "That's not very nice of you," said Arthur. Ella and Tane stopped what they were doing and looked up. "We think she's asleep," said Ella. "So we're trying to wake her up," finished Tane. "Who's this, then?" "Everyone, this is Percy," said Arthur. "Percy, this is Ella and Tane." "Hello," flapped Percy. "Nice to meet you both. What are you standing on?" 400 pounds of snoring tortoise, mate. Got any ideas?" "Perhaps I can help," said a 5-foot-tall bundle of bubble wrap. Princess Kirana. Slowly, and with more grace and style than any of the watching crowd would have thought possible, the creature before them disrobed herself of bubble wrap to reveal a magnificent orangutan. "Hello," she said with a soft and warm voice. "My name is Princess Kirana. Should I try to turn our tortoise friend over?" "Well," chuckled Danny, "I was going to do it, but if you insist." "Very amusing," said Princess Kirana. "And what is your name?" Tane, Your Majesty," said the owl, a little awestruck at meeting royalty for the first time. "I will try to make her more comfortable. If she gets any more comfortable, she'll be in a coma," joked Tane. "Now that is not very nice, is it?" said Princess Kirana, as she discarded the final attachments of bubble wrap and moved forward. "No, Your Majesty," said Tane with his head bowed. "You do not have to bow," said Princess Kirana. "You just have to be nice. Now, little Tane, please introduce me to everyone." Yes, Your Maj," said Tane, immensely proud to be the owl tasked with such a privilege. "This is Percy. He's a pigeon." "Hello, Percy," said Princess Kirana. "It is very nice to meet you." "How do you do, Your Majesty?" said Percy in his poshest English accent. "And this is Ella. She's a rat." "Yes, thank you, Tane. I am able to identify species," said Princess Kirana. "Hello, Ella. How lovely to meet you." "Hello, Princess," said Ella. "You're beautiful." "Well, thank you very much. So are you." "And who is this?" said Princess Kirana, looking at Arthur. "This is Arthur," said Tane. "He's well, you know." "Hello, Arthur," said the princess. "I adore your brown patches. Very debonair." Arthur, who had never been called debonair before, grinned from ear to ear. "Keep your hands off him, Your Maj," said Tane. "He's taken. Ella's already got her claws into him." "You lucky girl," said Princess Kirana to Ella. "Well," said Ella with a smirk, "that has yet to be established, but I'm hopeful." "Well, it is wonderful to meet you all. Now, should I see if I can turn our friend the correct way up?" Princess Kirana leant down, cupped her huge hands under the tortoiseshell, and flipped her over with ease. As she removed the remaining bubble wrap from the shell, she noticed that it was badly cracked from when the curator and custodian had dropped her. "Oh, dear," winced Princess Kirana. "That looks quite nasty. Who would do such a thing to such an exquisite animal?" "The humans who brought her down dropped her on the floor," said Ella. "Well, that was not very nice of them, was it?" "No," mumbled Arthur under his breath, "but they don't care. They just hope you'll all incinerate." Just as Arthur was finishing his sentence, the tortoise yawned a huge yawn and opened her eyes. "Did someone say dinner date?" she said in a strong Spanish accent. The tortoise with no name. "No, I said inciner." Ella nudged him in the ribs, and he turned to her. "What?" "Perhaps this isn't the best time for that piece of information," she whispered. "I am Princess Kirana. How are you feeling, my dear?" "Cansada," said the yawning tortoise. "Por qué?" "So sorry. I will speak English. I am tired. Why?" "Because you've got a huge crack down your shell," said Tane with all the subtlety of a flying hammer. "I'm Tan, by the way. And I'm Ella, and this is my fella, Arthur." Arthur waved and looked awkwardly at Ella, not quite used to being introduced as her feller. "Hello, I'm Percy. What's your name?" "I do not have a name," said the tortoise. "What?" said Tane. "Everybody's got a name." "No, not we giant tortoises," she said. "We all look so different that no one has ever seen the need, really." "Huh?" said Arthur in bewilderment. "Well, I think you should have a name," said Ella. "How about Michelle?" chortled Tane. "Do you get it?" "Michelle." "Yes, very good, old chap," said Percy. "Or Snoozanne." "Shut up, Tane," said Ella. "Or Slowfee." "Please stop it, little Tan," said Princess Kirana softly. "Konnichiwa," bellowed a voice from the last lump of bubble wrap. Yosuke. "Bless you," said Tane. "Who?" asked Percy. "Whoever sneezed." "It was the bubble wrap," pointed out Ella. "Bubble wrap can't sneeze," said Tane, getting a little confused. "No," said the tortoise, "but the contents of the bubble wrap can." Everyone looked at the remaining lump of bubble wrap, which fidgeted slightly. "Am I the only one who didn't see that?" said Tane in astonishment. "Oh, you poor thing," said Princess Kirana, as she began to remove the bubble wrap from the item they had all seemingly forgotten. "Well, I thought it was a name suggestion," said Arthur. "Konnichiwa. I like it." "What do you think, old girl?" asked Percy, directing the question to the huge, unnamed tortoise sitting in the middle of the room. "She doesn't look like a Connie to me," said Ella. "Look at this proud beast, everybody," said the princess, as she removed the last of the bubble wrap to reveal a 300-pound sea lion. "Arigato," said the sea lion with a bow. "That's more like it," said Tane. "I agree," said Ella. "What are you two talking about?" inquired Percy. "Harry Gardo," said Tane. "That should be her name." "Harry's a boy's name," said Arthur. "Oh, Arthur," groaned Ella. "Don't be so gender-specific." "I knew a girl called Harry once," said Percy. "It was short for Harriet." "I do like that," said the tortoise slowly. "Harriet tortoise." "Harriet it is, then," said Ella. "Welcome, Harriet." "Hello, everyone," said the newly named tortoise. "And thank you to our new sea lion friend," continued Princess Kirana, "for his wonderful suggestion. What is your name, please?" "I am Yosuke," he barked with a rather confused bow as he tried to work out how his saying thank you in his native language had resulted in a huge tortoise from the Galapagos Islands with a Spanish accent being named Harriet. "I'm at your service." There was a chorus of hellos and one good day. I have been listening intently, said Yosuke. Please allow me to see if I can remember all of your names. Princess Kirana, my savior. Newly named tortoise Harriet, the owl Taney, comedian. The British pigeon with the strong grip, Percy. The beautiful Ella, and finally Ella's feller? Yosuke paused. Arthur! Shouted Arthur in disgust. Right, this has to stop here, and now. I am not Ella's feller. He looked at Ella's frown and continued. Sorry, I am Ella's feller, but can you all please stop introducing me that way? Please forgive me, little Arthur. I meant no offense. It was my childish attempt at humor. I shall, in future, leave the jokes to Little Owl. Hey, don't knock it, big guy, said Taney. You're a natural. I thought it was Bonza. Princess Kirana returned to the group, and they all watched as Yosuke dragged himself along behind her. I appear to have no movement in my rear flippers, he said. What, nothing, old boy? Asked Percy. Let's take a look, said Arthur, and he and Ella leaped down from the table and ran to Yosuke's flippers. Can you feel that? Asked Arthur as he jabbed one of his nails into one of Yosuke's front flippers. Hi, answered Yosuke. I'm going to guess that hi means yes, said Arthur. Please accept apologies, said Yosuke. Yes, it does. Ella had taken position at his rear flippers, and she prodded once with her nail, then again. She used all 4 fingers and jabbed at his skin quite hard. Can you feel this? She asked. I am afraid not, said Yosuke. It looks like you got a numb bum, mate, said Tane. I wonder if the incantation didn't work fully because he was too far away, suggested Ella. But Yosuke was closer to us than Harriet when I read the spell, said Arthur. True, said Ella. I'll keep prodding and then move up your body so we can see where your feeling begins. Of course, little one, said Yosuke. Thank you for your efforts. Ella prodded and moved until Yosuke yelled, Ow! You are stronger than you look, little Ella. Sorry, Yosuke. I got a little carried away, apologized Ella. I'll mark it with a little scratch so we can check again later. Thank you, said Yosuke. Hey, interrupted Tane. I've got a question. Go ahead, old chap, cooed Percy. What's going on? In what sense, little owl? Said Princess Kirana. Well, I mean, what are we doing here? Heaven sent. Perhaps I-to-a S-M-A-G-I-C, said the ethereal voice from earlier. Everyone looked at the newly named tortoise. "'Kay," she said as she attempted to express surprise without eyebrows. That's what the mysterious voice said during the meeting, said Arthur. It must have been Harriet. It may have been me, said Harriet. I thought I was dreaming. What did you mean it was magic? Asked Ella. You know, I am not too sure, she said. I come from a land of mystery, where magic has been practiced for many years. Where is this place? Yes, I've been wondering that too, said Percy. It does not seem like my jungle, said Princess Kirana. Or the blue ocean, said Yosuke. Hang on, said Tane confidently. I think I know where we are. This is Naharangi, isn't it? Where? Asked Percy. Naharangi. The 10th Maori Haven. It's the residence of the supreme gods, and is presided over by the god Rehua. It's a bit musty, said Arthur, as he looked around the room. Is your god working to a budget? So you're saying we're in good old heaven? Said Percy, ignoring Arthur. Arthur said I was extinct, said Tane. That means dead, right? So if I'm dead, I must be in heaven. Tane does make an interesting point, said Princess Kirana. However, I have not heard of this Naharangi. This must be Svarga, the temporary home for the souls of the righteous who have not yet achieved the state of moksha or freedom from the cycle of death and rebirth when the soul becomes one with the divine. Seriously? Mocked Arthur. Look around, guys. Have a sniff. Does this look like heaven? Arthur, whispered Ella, be nice. They are confused and obviously have deep religious ideas. Guys, announced Arthur, We need to talk. Pleasant zombies. With the help of Princess Kirana's opposable thumbs, the aluminium case was finally in position in the middle of the long table. Arthur opened a panel on the back and pulled out an electrical plug on a small reel. It unraveled as he ran to the power socket on the wall and plugged it in. He looked at Ella as he ran back. "Why use up my batteries, eh?" he shrugged. He hopped into the case and powered up his smartphone. With the push of a button, it linked itself to the big screen in the lid so everyone could see. "That's an impressive, whatever it is," said Percy. "Now, what I'm going to say and show you might be a bit upsetting, but it is all true, so we just have to deal with it, okay?" stated Arthur. "I think we've just discovered why Arthur was fired from his job with the diplomatic corps," joked Tane. "Geesh, say it like it is, mate, eh? Let me just type in the URL. "Ooh," interjected Percy. "I had an uncle who was an earl." "It's not that kind of earl, Percy," said Arthur patiently. "It's a uniform resource locator, URL. "Oh, one of those," nodded Percy slowly, as he looked at the others with a shrug. "Do you know what's really weird, Arthur, mate?" said Tane. "I actually did have an uncle uniform resource locator. On my mum's side, I think." Arthur tapped enter, and the museum website appeared on the screen. "This is where you are," he said as he looked over his shoulder at the odd collection of animals behind him. "It's very small, Arthur," said Harriet. "What?" said Arthur. "Yes," continued Princess Kirana. "I do not quite understand how we can all be there when we are here." "She's right, Arthur, Yadungi." They all looked at Tane. "What?" "I do not like that kind of language, Tane," said Princess Kirana. "But you don't even know what it means." "Is it a rude word?" asked the princess. "Yes," said Tane with his head lowered. "Then I do not like that kind of language, Tane," she repeated. "What do you say to little Arthur?" "Sorry, Arthur." "That's okay, Tane," said Arthur. "We're all a bit stressed, eh? Anyway, that's a picture of the building where you are." "It's a museum," interjected Ella. "A museum?" said Percy. "That's where humans put old things for other humans to see, isn't it?" "That's right," said Arthur. "Why are we in a museum?" asked Yosuke. "Because, you're all—" paused Ella. "Dead," concluded Arthur. "How can I be dead?" "When I can feel my heart beating," said Percy as he put his wing to his chest and tried to feel for a heartbeat. He moved his wing to the other side of his chest, but still felt nothing. That is very odd." "Hang on," said Tane. "I know, for a fact, that I can turn my head 270 degrees, 1 degree more, and I pass out." "How do you know that, Tane?" asked Harriet. Stalled Tane. "You tried it once, didn't you?" said Arthur. "No," snapped Tane. "I've tried it lots of times. It was a trick I used to do." Tane turned his head so he was looking backwards. "Okay, that's it. 270 degrees, he said. 1 more degree and I pass out. Ready?" "Go for it," said Arthur. "Get ready to catch me," said Tane. And he turned his head as far as he could, but nothing happened. "Hang on, that's weird. I should be waking up with everybody laughing at me." "I hate to say it, but Arthur's telling the truth," said Ella. "That's why Princess Kirana has bald patches all over her body. It's why Harriet's shell is split and Yosuke's back flippers don't work. It's why Percy couldn't loosen his grip and why Tane's sense of humor is so bad, although I'm only guessing with the last one." "You're all stuffed displays in a museum," said Arthur, as he tapped furiously on the keyboard. "Look." He opened the taxidermy exhibit page on the website, and they all strained to look at the screen. In the center, surrounded by many smaller pictures, was a large image of a Pinta Island tortoise. "Is that me?" said Harriet timidly. Ella rested a hand on Harriet's foot. "What does the writing say, please, Arthur?" "Are you sure you want him to read it, Harriet?" asked Ella gently. "Say." Arthur glanced at Ella and then began to read. How to get stuffed. Our Pinta Island tortoise was donated to the museum by the National Museum of Ecuador in 1977. She was believed to have died in 1895 and was one of the first preservations by the great Galapagos taxidermist, Quiro Hernandez. Although the Galapagos Islands were once thought to be home to at least 250,000 tortoises, only about 15,000 remain in the wild today. The Pinta Island tortoise, unique due to its flared shell, became extinct in 2012 when efforts to mate Lonesome George, the last Pinta Island tortoise, failed, and he died aged 112. "Well," said Harriet, "that is thoroughly depressing." "Do me, old boy," said Percy excitedly. "Are you sure?" said Arthur. "I don't think there are going to be any happy stories in here, you know." "I think it is for the best if we all learn of our fate," said Princess Kirana. Arthur scanned the faces behind him. "Okay, Perk next," said Arthur as he clicked on his picture. "Here we go." The passenger pigeon was a species of pigeon endemic to North America. Estimates put their numbers in the billions before European settlement. Passenger pigeons were hunted by Native Americans, but hunting intensified after the arrival of Europeans. Their meat was commercialized, and they were hunted on a massive scale. There were other factors which contributed to their decline, such as widespread deforestation and destruction of breeding grounds. The last wild passenger pigeon was believed to have been shot in 1901, and the last captive bird, Martha, died in Cincinnati Zoo in 1914. Our exhibit is one of 350 birds brought to Britain by naturalist John James Audubon in 1830. "Hey, Perk," said Tane with glee. "My lot went extinct in 1914, too." "A bad year for birds," said Ella. "I guess that explains why you've got a British accent, Perk," said Arthur. "Is there anything else about me?" said Tane, bouncing up and down. Arthur scanned the page, found Tane's picture, and clicked on it. A native of New Zealand. Laughing owls generally occupied rocky, low-rainfall areas and also were found in forest districts in the North Island. Laughing owls were apparently ground feeders, chasing prey on foot, in preference to hunting on the wing. Not much is known about our owl, as it was donated to the museum by a private collector. "Not much is known?" questioned Tane in a disgruntled tone. "I know everything about me. My dad was called Hehu, and my mum was called Aputa." Everyone looked at him in silence. He opened his beak and paused. "And I had a sister called Hahana. I called her Hahana as a joke. We used to play together." Princess Kirana rested her giant hand on Tang's little head. "I will go next, please, Arthur," she said. "Okay, Princess," said Arthur as he clicked the picture of the orangutan. A native of the small island of Artamus, our orangutan is one of our youngest exhibits. She was found by farmers after being shot trying to escape hunters. Local farmers took her to a veterinarian who tried to save her, but couldn't. Her body, as it was in such good condition, apart from the fatal bullet wound on her left side, was donated to the local museum where she was taxidermied. She was donated to us when the local museum, where she was housed, had to close for financial reasons. "Bullet wound?" quizzed Ella. Princess Kirana lifted her left arm and revealed a small wound. "My poor Princess Denka," said Hyosuke with a bowed head. "Do you remember it happening?" asked Arthur. "A little. It is very cloudy," she said. "Perhaps it will come back to me at a later time." Arthur shot Ella a glance. He knew he had to deliver the other bad news as soon as possible. "Hyosuke," said Arthur, "are you ready?" "Hi," answered Yosuke, like a proud Japanese warrior. Arthur clicked the picture entitled Japanese Sea Lion and began to read. The Japanese sea lion, Xalophus japonicus, inhabited the Sea of Japan and the Korean peninsula. Their meat was said to be not tasty, so it was used to render oil for lamps. Its skin was used for leather goods, and its internal organs were used to make expensive medicine. Even the whiskers were used as pipe cleaners. Our Japanese sea lion has such a sad story. Caught up in fishing nets in 1958, he was beaten by fishermen to make it easier to throw him overboard when the captain of the boat stepped in. He headed to the port where he dismissed the fishermen immediately for cruel behavior and sought help for the sea lion. A vet diagnosed that the sea lion's back had been broken during the beating and that it would be best if it were put to sleep, as it would never survive in the wild. The captain, an honorable man, took the body to the local museum for preservation in the hope that the animal spirit could find some peace. Ella ran up Yosuke's body and gave his neck the largest hug her little arms could manage. Princess Kirana held his left flipper gently. "Now we know why your back flippers don't work, old man," said Percy. "Don't worry, mate," said Tane with an unfamiliar melancholy. "We'll sort something, won't we, Arthur?" Arthur stared at the screen. "Arthur," demanded Tane, "we'll sort something to help the big guy get around, won't we?" "I have more bad news," said Arthur somberly. "More?" said Harriet. "Worse news that we're all dead and most of us are extinct," exclaimed Tane. "Geesh, you're on form today, mate." "I'm afraid so," said Arthur. "Does anybody know what an incinerator is?" Never be rude to a 400-pound orangutan. Unless you want a telling off. "What do you mean the museum doesn't want us anymore?" said Percy. "What's wrong with us?" asked Tane. "We have probably outlived our usefulness," stated Princess Kirana. "So they are going to chop us into little pieces and throw us into a fire?" said Harriet. "Sorry," said Arthur. "They said you just can't be repaired anymore." "This is crazy, Arthur," said Ella. "Look at them. They're alive." "Are they?" wondered Arthur. "Do they have heartbeats? Do they feel pain?" "Of course we do," blasted Tane as he ran into a wall. "Ow! See, that really hurt." "Did it though, really?" said Arthur. "No. Well, not as much as it should have. But so what? What about the big guy when Ella scratched his skin?" They all looked at Yosuke. "I may have overreacted," said Yosuke with shame. "I felt it, but my ow was perhaps a touch exaggerated." "Well, I don't care," stormed Tane. "I'm here now, and they're not going to take me without a fight. Who's with me?" "I am," blurted Percy. "Me too," said Harriet. "Hi." "Princess," pleaded Tane. "Violence is not the way," she said calmly. "But if they do try to chop me, or any of my new friends, into little pieces, they will get a stern telling off." "I wish we hadn't said that stupid incantation now," stormed Arthur. Ella ran up Princess Kirana's body and sat on her shoulder. "Well, I'm glad we did," she demanded. "And I'm going to fight with them." I know," said Arthur. "I'm not going to let anything happen to you, and we're not going to get into a fight with a chainsaw-wielding custodian and a 63-year-old museum curator." He looked up at them all from his case and pushed the close button. "Leave it with me. I need some time to think," he said as the lid shut with a click. Yes, Shimada is a rude word. When Arthur finally reappeared, he had two things: a really good plan and a sense of foreboding as he realized that he had rudely shut the case not only on his new friends, who were still standing exactly where he had left them, but also on his girlfriend, who rather ominously wasn't. "Well," said Percy, "have you come up with a plan to save us?" "Where's Ella?" asked Arthur. "She left," said Tane. "Well, have you?" Was she upset? Said Arthur. What do you think, little one? Said Harriet. You closed the lid on all of us. Now do you have a plan? Perhaps I should apologize, mused Arthur. You were very rude, said Princess Kirana. And if you do not apologize, I will be very upset with you. Okay, I will. Shimada, barked Yosuke. Please tell us what you have been doing in there. Okay, calmed Arthur. You only had to ask. Struth, mate, strained Tenny. It's a good job I don't need to eat, because I'm thinking some pretty nasty, rat-flavored thoughts at the moment. Yes, I have a plan, said Arthur, absent-mindedly, thinking more about the telling off he was going to get from Ella than saving the lives of 5 deadish museum exhibits. What is it? Asked Percy. What's what? Said Arthur. I'm very sorry to do this, little Arthur, apologized Princess Kirana. But we can wait no longer. A large orangutan hand swept Arthur up by the tail and dangled him in midair. Do you have a plan to save us? She said, staring directly into his beady little eyes. Yes, swayed Arthur. Sorry. I've sent a message to the museum saying that I'm a collector of stuffed animals, and I want to buy you all for a lot of money. So we are saved, said Yosuke. Well, considering their options are to chop you up and burn you, or accept an enormous amount of money, I think we can safely say, yes, you're saved. Oh, clever Arthur, said Harriet. Thank you so much. Now I think you should go and apologize to your girlfriend. Back in the sewer. What is the French word for baguette? Arthur tiptoed down the sewer as quietly as possible. If there was one thing he was good at, whenever humans came down to the cellar, it was staying quiet and not being seen. He crept towards the exit of the tunnel where Ella's colony began, and carefully snuck a peek. There was no one around. About 2 meters away, he could see the little hole in the wall where Ella's family lived. He wondered what his best strategy would be. Should he sneak up and hope he wasn't seen, or make a run for it and hope Ella would call off the rest of the colony as they chased him? What are you going to do now? Whispered a gruff voice behind him. I haven't decided yet, answered Arthur without thinking. What would you do? I think I'd turn around and explain to the person I was speaking with what I was doing sneaking up on the free riders, said the voice. Arthur turned around and saw a huge brown rat with scars on his face looking back at him. You're trying to gulp in fear at the moment, aren't you? Said the rat. Arthur nodded. But your mouth is too dry, isn't it? He continued. Arthur nodded again. My name is Charlie, but my nom de guerre is Charlie the Enforcer. Hi, Charlie. I'm Arthur, he said weakly. I know who you are, said Charlie. You're the vegan boyfriend of young Ella, aren't you? Yes, said Arthur. Are you going to eat me, Charlie? Eat you? What kind of a monster do you think I am? A big, scary one, with scars all over your face, and a nom de guerre, said Arthur. I don't even have a nom de plume. Ah, you understand a bit of French, do you, son? Un petit, said Arthur. My first wife was French. Came over on an overcraft, she did. She said it was the smoothest ride she'd ever had. Where is she now? Inquired Arthur nervously, not certain he wanted to know the answer. She ran off with one of those rat mayhem bunch, said Charlie. So I killed 'em both. And you know, even though she was French, her last words were in English. Funny that, eh? What did she say? Asked Arthur, attempting to make the conversation as polite as possible. Ouch, said Charlie. Unless the French word for ouch is ouch. I think it's aye, said Arthur. Huh? Exactly. Are you trying to be a wise guy? Said Charlie. No, honestly, I never would, stuttered Arthur. It's just that I think the French word for ouch is aïe, and aïe sounds like the English word eh. Charlie thought for a moment. So what's it like being vegan? Sorry is the hardest word, but otorhinolaryngologist runs it close. Ella looked down the tunnel and saw what appeared to be Charlie the Enforcer walking arm in arm with Arthur the soft and fluffy fancy rat. She looked away and then back. So she could just about make out Charlie in the echoey distance. If I were you, I'd just say you're sorry. It's up to her if she accepts it. You seem like a genuine enough chap to me, and I don't think you'd mess her about. You better not, anyway, or I'll have you, you little scamp, said Charlie as he playfully grabbed Arthur and pretended to strangle him. Thanks for the advice, Chuck, said Arthur as they reached Ella. You're a wise man. And thank you for that information on veganism, said Charlie. You know, I think I'm going to give it a try. Hello, Ella, love, you got a good one here. Keep hold of him. Cheerio. Cheerio, stammered Ella. Did big, scary Charlie the Enforcer just say cheerio? He's a nice feller, said Arthur, and he loves your family. He'd do anything for you and your mom and dad. He's particularly fond of your dad for some reason. Ella stood open-mouthed. Who is it, Ella? Shouted Mother Crusher Brown. E-arm. No one, Mum, shouted back Ella. It's me, Mrs. Brown, said Arthur. I've come to apologize to you, Mr. Brown, and especially Ella. Mother Brown walked up to Arthur and looked directly into his eyes with an evil glint one only recognizes when you have recently discovered that someone's fighting name is Crusher. Go on then, love, she said, both sweetly and terrifyingly at the same time. Ella Brown, he pronounced. And Mom and Dad, please accept my most humble apology. People say that sorry is the hardest word. But I find it easy because I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I'm sorry. Ella looked at her mom, who had a little tear in her eye, which was, homophonically, right next to a little tear in her skin. Well, said Mother Crusher Brown, turning to Ella, hug the boy. And she turned and walked away, sobbing and mumbling. That was the most beautiful thing I think I've ever heard. What a lovely young man. Smooth talker, said Ella. The last time I saw my mum cry like that was when she had to kill Uncle Harry the Destroyer for defecting to the Rat Mayhem. I'll bet that made Christmas a bit awkward for a while, joked Arthur. All right, smiled Ella. You're forgiven, but in future don't leave me out of things. All those in favor of a name change say aye. Arthur and Ella sauntered back to the museum cellar. Is it just me? Said Arthur, breaking a silence Ella had been using to ponder the difference, flavor-wise, between a sunflower seed and a plump little spider. Or was it more fun when we were being pursued by a horde of ravenous sewer rats? You could always ask your new best mate, Chuck, to round up the gang and chase you, said Ella sarcastically. Oh, do you think he would? Asked Arthur hopefully. I'm sure he would, said Ella. If, of course, he's got the strength now you've turned him vegan. Do you know he's put forward a motion to change the colony name from the Free Riders to the Vicious Vegan Eviscerators? Well, I like it, said Arthur, with a nod of approval. Did you know that studies have shown that a well-thought-out vegan diet has no detrimental effect on the body? I told Chuck I'd put together a meal plan for him. I've heard it all now, said Ella. I fear for his life if he tells the rest of his crew. Oh, said Arthur cheerily. He's already told them. Mad Mike, Sid the Ripper, and Berserker Bill are on board, and Simon the Slammer already is vegan. Has been for 3 months. He said he was too scared to tell anyone for fear that they'd have eaten him. Ella stopped walking and stared at her boyfriend. Peer pressure, eh? He tutted up with a shake of his head. Has everyone gone mad, or are you just very persuasive? I don't think I'm very persuasive, said Arthur. No, perhaps you're not, said Ella, realizing too late that she had just been persuaded. Anyway, shrugged Arthur, do you want to hear my plan, or what? Back in the museum cellar, what's the difference between a plan and an observation? So, asked Arthur excitedly, as the 2 rats arrived at the grate behind the incinerator. What do you think? You bought them. Yep, smiled Arthur happily. I am now a collector of taxidermy. And what are you going to do with them? I thought I'd buy a house for us all to live in, said Arthur, as he jumped through the grate and offered his hand to help Ella through. No, seriously, gasped Ella as she clasped her 4 little fingers around his. What are you going to do with them? I thought I'd buy a house for us all to live in, repeated Arthur slowly, not quite sure which part of the sentence Ella was struggling with. Oh, said Ella. I thought you were being sarcastic. Arthur pulled Ella toward the grating and then stopped suddenly. Shh, he whispered, as Ella dangled with her feet just above the floor. Humans. He slowly lifted her through, and they both peered into the room beyond. At the end of the room, near the door, were 2 humans. One was holding a small pad and pen. The other was holding a chainsaw. What time is it? Asked Arthur in a hushed but confused tone. Monday, said Ella quietly. Eh? Said Arthur. I asked what time it is, not what day. I know, but I only know days, said Ella. Remember, I'm a sewer rat. It's always dark down there, so we don't really do mornings, afternoons, evenings, and nights. Ah, said Arthur. I see your point. He leant out a little more so he could see the clock on the wall and saw his new friends all standing perfectly still. Pressaste, he whispered loudly. He saw Tan wink, and Harriet nod a slow, indistinguishable nah. Please help, mouthed Princess Kirana. Don't move. I've got a plan. He whispered at volume, and he ducked back behind the incinerator and looked at Ella. You're so clever, she said. What's your plan? Well, said Arthur, still whispering loudly, it's only 9 o'clock, and the custodian said he wasn't coming in until 12. That's an observation, Arthur, pointed out Ella. You told them you had a plan. I do, he said awkwardly. What is it? It's to buy them from the museum and move us all into a big house, he said. Well, I think you need a new one, said Ella, because if you don't do something quickly, you won't need a big house. You'll need a dustpan and brush. What would win between a Baskin Z100 and a Drex 5000? Just look at this beauty, said the custodian to the young lad who was into his 2nd week of work experience. I've been looking for a reason to give it a test run. What are you going to, do with it? Said the boy. I'm going to chop these old stuffed animals into little pieces, and then you're going to pick them up and throw them into the incinerator, said the custodian with a glint in his eye. I came in early because I couldn't wait to use it. Cool, said the boy. Can I, have a go? Can you have a go? Said the custodian in horror. Of course you can't have a go. This is dangerous machinery, my lad. Oh, said the boy. That's harsh. It's not harsh, said the custodian with a tut. You've only been here a week. You can't go from helping Mavis in the cafe last week to chainsaw operation this week. Besides, it's mine. So I've just got to, throw bits of old animal into a fire. You're here to learn about the museum, not to operate life-threatening appliances, said the custodian in despair. Mavis let me use the Baskin Z100 commercial conveyor toaster on the first day, said the boy. Well, that's up to Mavis, isn't it? Said the custodian. But I'd like to see you chop off your arm with a toaster. Hey, it was, dangerous. I got burned on the... He paused and thought. Arm? Asked the custodian. No, said the boy, thinking hard. On the Wednesday. Well, my boy, there'll be no chainsawing for you. Hang on. The custodian paused. Has someone been down here? Dunno, said the boy. Why? Because I'm sure all these animals were in boxes and bubble wrap when I left. And where did that metal case come from? This one, said the boy as he fiddled with the locks of a large aluminium flight case. There was a small hissing sound, followed by 2 thuds. How to whisper loudly while yelling softly, quietly at volume. "Did you hear that?" said Arthur from his hiding place behind the incinerator. "What?" answered Ella in a soft tone. "I thought I heard 2 thuds." Well, never mind," he continued. "I've got a plan, but I need to connect to my phone. Are you wearing your harness?" No," said Ella quietly, knowing she was going to be told off. "It was itchy." "Itchy?" said Arthur. "It's made from military-grade neoprene." "Well, it's itchy." "I told you to wear it all the time. How am I supposed to contact you if you're in trouble?" he asked, in the manner of a schoolteacher. "And if you were wearing it, we could hook up to my phone via Bluetooth." Ella, noticing a flaw in Arthur's frustration, made a suggestion. "Why don't you use yours?" "ERM. Mine is being cleaned at the moment," he stuttered. "But how am I supposed to reach you if I'm in trouble?" she mimicked, with gleeful satisfaction. "Okay," said Arthur with resignation. "I'll order the breathable neoprene from Sergei. It's a bit more expensive, but worth it." "If it doesn't itch, I'll wear it," said Ella quietly and calmly. "But that doesn't help me now," said Arthur. "I need to get to my phone." I could cause a distraction by running up to the top shelf and knocking something off," suggested Ella. "Perfect," shouted Arthur softly. "That should give me time to run to my desk." "Or you could just walk, mate," said an Antipodean voice from behind them. "Geesh, Arthur, could you be any louder?" Arthur and Ella turned around and saw Tane staring back at them, with his head cocked over so far that his ear almost touched his shoulder. "Tane," whispered Arthur, still quite loudly. "Quick! Get behind the incinerator, or they'll see you." "No worries, mate," said Tane calmly. "They're zonked out." "Zonked out?" said Ella. A large, red, hairy head appeared behind Tane. "The young boy was doing something to Arthur's metal box," said the large ape, "when smoke came out. It seems to have incapacitated them." "Ah, yes," said Arthur with a knowing nod. "I'm glad Sergei convinced me to go for the anti-tamper device." "I hope they are not dead," said Princess Kirana. "Nah," said Arthur, "but they'll be out for a while." "I hope there will be no lasting damage done to them," said Princess Kirana. "They'll have one heck of a headache, but they'll be okay," said Arthur. "That'll teach them to mess with things that don't belong to them, huh?" "You mean like ancient revival spells," said Ella with one raised eyebrow. "Yeah," said Arthur with a tut. "Just like that. Okay, I know what to do." Check your emails, Part 1. "Hello, Whiteacre Museum. My name is Brenda. How may I help you?" "Oh, hello, Brenda," squeaked Arthur. "I sent an email last night offering to purchase your unwanted stuffed animals. Can you please tell me if you have received said email?" "Hello," said Brenda. "Is anyone there?" "What's wrong?" asked Ella. "I'm not sure," said Arthur. "I don't think she can understand what I'm saying." "Well, you are a rat," said Tane. "Hello, I think we have a bad connection," continued Brenda. "All I can hear is squeaking and hissing noises." "Okay," said Arthur as he hung up the phone. "It's time for Plan B." "What's Plan B?" asked Ella. "I don't know," said Arthur. "I need to think of one, and quickly." "So are you saying that human beings can't understand us?" asked Percy. "It looks that way," said Arthur. "At least we don't have to whisper when they are nearby anymore." "Yeah," said Ella, "but that doesn't help us now, does it?" "No," said Arthur, "it doesn't." "Can we help?" asked Harriet. "I don't think so," said Arthur, "unless you know how to translate rat into human." "We could all try and speak with the lady," suggested Princess Kirana. "Perhaps it is just you that she cannot understand." "Okay, let's try that," said Arthur, and he dialed the number. "Hello, Whiteacre Museum. My name is Brenda. How may I help you?" Princess Kirana leant toward the phone and spoke. "Hello, my dear," she grumped. "Who is this?" said Brenda. "I just hear noises." "G'day, Branlove," hooted Tane. "Can you understand me? That sounds like an owl." "Hello?" wheezed Harriet. "Can you hear me, old girl?" cooed Percy. "Is this a prank call?" said Brenda. "I'm going to hang up. If this is my Derek playing a trick on me, I'll be very upset." Arthur pushed the end call button. "No, I'm pretty sure it's all of us," he said. "So what you need is a way to make yourself understood," said Harriet. "Yes," said Arthur impatiently. "And we know that humans can understand your written word," continued the tortoise. "Correct," said Arthur. "That's right," said Ella, "because you email Sergei all the time." "Look, I know you're trying to help," said Arthur impatiently, "but I need to think." "So is there no way to convert what you write into the spoken word?" asked Harriet. Mused Arthur. "Maybe something in your clever little box," she suggested. "Oh, my," said Arthur. "What is it?" asked Ella. "She's a genius." Arthur grinned. "That tortoise is a genius." "Well, she's the cleverest giant Pinta Island tortoise I ever met," joked Tane. "AI," blurted out Arthur. "AI?" quizzed Tane. "An artificial intelligence text-to-speech app," mumbled Arthur out loud. "That's it." Everyone watched in wonderment as the little rat clicked and swiped away at his smartphone. "In honor of our wonderful Harriet," said Arthur in words broken up as he typed, "I'm going to choose the female voice option with a Spanish accent." Arthur continued to type and then pushed the Enter key. "Harriet, you are a genius," said the smartphone in a Spanish accent. Everyone looked at Harriet. "Now all I have to do is type something and call Brenda back," said the smartphone, as Arthur dialed the museum receptionist's number. "Check your emails, Part 2. "Hello, Whiteacre Museum. My name is Brenda. How may I help you?" "Hello, Brenda. Please check your emails," typed Arthur. "It is very important." "Who is this, please?" asked Brenda. "You must stop the destruction of the taxidermy exhibits. If you do not check your emails now, it will cost the museum £100,000. "Oh, my," said Brenda, who had just read the email Arthur had sent. "Please hold." Round the desk, through the office, along the corridor, into the exhibit of African phallic symbols, onto the cafe, quick chat with Mavis, open the cellar door, down the stairs, creaking the first step, and through the door, all in just under 1.5 minutes. "Stop!" yelled the gray-haired old lady as she burst through the door. "Oh, dear," she said when she saw 2 bodies slumped on the floor. Packing for moving day. Arthur finished packing the contents of his office into the aluminium case and hollered into the sky. "We'll be leaving soon," he said. "If any of you want to come with us, to start a new life away from the museum, you're very welcome. If you do, get your affairs in order, pack your belongings, and come and get into the case." "Arthur," whispered Ella, "they're little bugs. They don't need to start a new life. They don't have affairs to put into order, and they don't have belongings." "Here I am, Arthur, old boy," said Cyril. Ella watched as the little leg-deficient spider spun down from the ceiling and dangled just in front of her eyes. Hanging from his back, 2 legs, was a small pouch of web. "What ho! I'm up for a new adventure," he said. "I've left my collection of webs to Kay, and my rotten wood hole to Wanda and the kids." "What's in the pouch?" asked Ella. "I made myself a packed lunch, dear girl," said Cyril, as the pouch jiggled slightly. Said Ella. "I don't think I want to know what it is." "Welcome aboard, Cyril," said Arthur. "Find yourself a cozy corner, and don't bother spinning webs. The case is completely bug-free, apart from the sophisticated listening devices I have inserted in the walls. There are snacks in the tin and absorbent paper on the floor if you need to. You know. Go." "Go where, old boy?" asked Cyril innocently. "You know," said Arthur awkwardly. Cyril shrugged his remaining shoulders. "To see a man about a dog," said Arthur discreetly. Shake the dew from the lily, sprinkle your tinkle, squeeze one out, drop anchor, log out, log in, shed some ballast, say goodbye to an unlikely friend? What on earth are you talking about, old man? Said Cyril with a look of total bafflement. He means go to the toilet, explained Ella. Oh, groaned Cyril slowly. You mean spinning a wet web? Yes, sighed Arthur. Oh, I had a tactical wee before I spun down, and I've already done my daily dawn delivery. Nice alliteration, Cyril, shouted Kay from the beam above. Thank you, Kay, said Cyril. Bye, Cyril, squeaked Wanda. Take care of yourself. I shall miss you all, said Cyril as he disappeared into the case, waving both his pedipalps like someone leaving the dock on an ocean liner. Arthur heard the creak on the top step of the cellar stairs and pushed the close button on the case. That's the humans who are going to pack you and deliver you to your new home, he said. It's the same delivery people Sergei uses so we can trust them. They know what to do. Remember, you're all safe now. This is all very exciting, said Princess Kirana. It will be nice to get out of this cellar, said Yosuke. I hope there's somewhere I can fly, wished Tane out loud. Do we need to do anything, Arthur? Asked Percy. All you've got to do, said Arthur, is be dead. Will we see you both there? Asked Harriet. Yes, said Arthur as he held Ella's hand. We have some things we have to do first. Arthur and Ella dashed behind the incinerator just as the cellar door opened. Hi, everyone. My name is Simon the Slammer, and I'm a vegan. What about us, Arthur? Said Ella as she dropped through the grate and into the sewer. What do you mean? Said Arthur. Well, you're leaving, aren't you? What's going to happen to us? But I assumed you were coming too, said Arthur. I know you did. But what if I don't want to leave the colony? What about Mom and Dad? Well, I think your mom can take care of herself, he said with a grin. And the only person your dad needs to worry about is himself, and whether he can control his urge to nibble Charlie's ear. It's not funny, Arthur. It's a big decision. I know, said Arthur understandingly. That's why I've made it easy for you. What do you mean? Said Ella with a worried look. What have you done? I've rented us somewhere nearby. He smiled. You know the old abandoned farm near the sluice gate? Yeah. Well, it turns out it isn't abandoned. It just isn't a working farm anymore. There's loads of land available, and no one ever goes there. It's only 10 minutes away, so you can visit all the time. No one ever goes there except the rat mayhem, gasped Ella. How will I get there without being eaten? All sorted, said Arthur contentedly. I was asking for Chuck's advice on how to deal with passing through a rival colony's territory when Simon the Slammer mentioned he knew a secret way into the farmyard. Apparently he and other vegan rats have a weekly meeting in one of the outbuildings to discuss menus and new food ideas. He promised to take us there. Well, said Ella, you think you know a rat, eh? I know, said Arthur. You really have thought of everything, haven't you? Of course I have, said Arthur. I wouldn't just leave the woman I love, would I? You love me? Gawped Ella. It seems that way, doesn't it? Said Arthur, with a surprised look on his face. I mean, I didn't plan to say that. It just slipped out. I love you too, Arthur Rat. Back in the sewer. Gang leaders are scary, mums are too. Mums who are gang leaders should terrify you. After 10 minutes of running and scampering, climbing and falling, and scurrying and darting, they finally saw daylight ahead. There's the grid, said Simon the Slammer. I thought you said it was an easy journey, said Arthur, as he shook hard to remove the sewer water from his fur. It was easy, wasn't it, Ella? It was for us, Simon. But don't forget that Arthur's a fancy rat. What's that supposed to mean? Said Arthur. Don't be ratist. He's all right, Ella. He kept up with us. I could have done without the squeals every time a little bit of water got in his mouth, but he did okay. Who knows what's in that water, said Arthur. It's sewer water, said Simon. Use your imagination. It's really hard to be a true vegan, though, when you swallow so much sewer water. You, Simon, said Arthur. That's disgusting. Not as disgusting as some of the things I've seen dripping from the walls down here, said Simon, pulling a funny face. Right, said Arthur. I think we should bring this meeting of the most horrible things in a sewer to an end before I add vomit to the list. Suit yourself, said Simon. But the stories I could tell. Anyway, just pop through the grid and head for the nearest building. That's where we have our meetings. Cheers, Simon, said Ella. And remember, if you should meet some of the Rat Mayhem lot, don't mention the free riders, or they'll rip you apart. Just say you're lost, and then run like mad. I thought you said they never came up here, said Arthur, in shock. They don't, said Simon, but if they do, run. So you're not coming any further? Asked Arthur. Nope, sorry, said Simon the Slammer. I need to get back. If I'm not there for a roll call, Charlie will have me up before a crusher, and now don't be offended, Ella, love. Your mum is terrifying. You don't have to tell me, Simon, said Ella. You're lucky. At least you don't have to tidy your room every Sunday. Part 2, The Farm. The barn. His world's wide web. Omar was the biggest and juiciest bluebottle in the barn. For as long as he could remember, he'd been flying around this place like a king. He knew he was big because he always heard the thud when he flew into a window. Windows were complicated, and nearly always took him by surprise. They were just so hard to see, so much so that he had taken to flying with one arm out in front of him, in the manner of someone walking through a forest at night. Being big had advantages and disadvantages. One advantage was that he always got first dibs on any rotting matter. A disadvantage was that he was considered quite the catch, but not in a romantic way. He was aware that he was very high on the to-do list of many of his predators. It was a matter of great pride to him that he had mapped the location of all the spider webs, and he took great pleasure in occasionally passing close enough to be able to see the look of disappointment on a ravenous spider's face. Sometimes, when he was feeling particularly self-assured, he would kick out a leg as he flew by, sending vibrations up the web. It always made him laugh when the spider ran out from its lair to find nothing more than a trembling bit of thread, and a cocky blue bottle doing contemptuous loop-the-loops into the distance. Spiders were daft and lazy, he thought. And to be fair, most were. Spin a web, leave it. However, unknown to the blue bottle, a spider had recently moved in who, while being deficient in the leg department to the tune of 3, was the most cunning and experienced spider he would ever meet in his soon-to-be-shortened life. The Rat and the Goose. Arthur stuck his head up through the grid and looked around. "What are you looking for?" whispered Ella. "Rat mayhems." "Can you see any?" she asked. "I don't know," he answered. "I'm not exactly certain I know what they look like." "They look like brown sewer rats, Arthur." "So how am I supposed to know if I see one?" "Exactly," said Ella. "That's the thing about brown rats. They all look the same. Just ask my dad." "Yeah, but there's a difference between being goosed by your dad and having your throat ripped out by an angry mum," said Arthur. "Why don't you just assume that every brown rat you see here, other than me, is a member of the Rat Mayhem?" "Good idea," agreed Arthur. "I wonder if any of them are vegan." "If I were you, I'd assume they're not," said Ella. "And I wouldn't try to engage them in conversation about meatless recipes either." "Right," whispered Arthur. "If I see a brown rat, other than you, I run first and discuss menus second." "I think I'd use that as a general rule if I were you," smirked Ella. Arthur saw no brown rats other than Ella, so made a run for the nearest building. It was a small shed with a little porch situated next to a pond. He saw a hole in the bottom of the door and scurried through, Ella right behind him. At the back of the shed was a large double door. It looked heavy, but moved easily as Arthur and Ella pushed against it. It swung open to reveal that the shed was, in fact, a lean-to attached to a large two-story barn. They both gawped at the huge expanse before them. "It's perfect," whispered Arthur. A roll in the hay, and the sawdust, and the cobwebs. It seemed like forever before Arthur and Ella heard the rumble of a vehicle approaching. They had been investigating the barn. The hide-and-seek game had been brilliant fun back at the museum cellar, but it took on a whole new dimension when you had a huge area in which to play. There were nooks and crannies, old farm machinery and tools, boxes of memorabilia, old LP records, metal signs, musical instruments, newspapers, pinball machines, bicycles. There were holes in the walls which lead to new areas full of more wonderful things. By the time they heard human voices outside, they were exhausted and covered in sawdust and old cobwebs, and not in the least bit worried about it. "I didn't think it was possible," panted Ella, "but that was more fun than last time." Bales of hay stacked high against the wall made it possible for the two little rats to scamper to the upper floor where they settled in to watch the world's most discreet couriers earn their money. When you get what you pay for. It was like watching two artists at work, and when they were finished, Arthur was happy that he had received his money's worth. Even though he was unsure how much money it had cost, it didn't matter because his new friends were safe. He waited until he heard the delivery van drive away and then spoke. "They've gone," he said. "You can come out now." The Princess and the Stone. "Up here!" shouted Arthur from the hayloft, and everyone looked up to see him and Ella waving. "Welcome to your new home." "It's Bonza, mate," said Tane as he fluttered up and sat on a bale of hay. "Subarashi," said Yosuke, with his customary bow. "It means wonderful." "It's better than that hard old cellar," said Percy, who flew to join Tane. "Muy comoda," said Harriet, as she wriggled down into the hay beneath her. "Very comfortable. I could be very happy here." "It is a barn, yes?" asked Princess Kirana. "Yes," answered Arthur, as he and Ella scampered to join Tane and Percy on the hay bale. "But to whom does it belong? Are we safe here?" "Perfectly safe, Princess," said Ella. "Arthur's bought it." "So it is our home." "It sure is," said Arthur. "The only person for miles around is the little old lady in the farmhouse, and she never comes out." "Poor her," said Harriet. "I think it's by choice," said Arthur. "She's had high fences put up all around the perimeter, and gets her provisions delivered by the same couriers we use. That's how we found out about it." "But," queried Percy, "if the old girl wants to be left alone, how come she sold the barn to you?" "Sergei told them he had a customer who needed somewhere secure and secluded, so they suggested this place. They approached Mrs. Stone and told her it was only going to be used to store old museum exhibits. So she was not deceived because that is what we are," said Princess Kirana happily. "Exactly," said Arthur. "There is only one problem, though." "I don't like the sound of this," said Tane. "To sweeten the deal, I told Sergei to tell her that the buyer was royalty, a princess." Arthur looked at Princess Kirana and smiled slightly. "Unfortunately, she wants to meet her." "Oh, no," she said. "Why is everyone looking at me?" "'Cause you're the only princess here, your Maj," sniggered Tane. Easy peasy, gentle breezy. It was dusk when Princess Kirana finally opened the barn door and peered out. "Are you absolutely certain I have to do this, Arthur?" she said, estimating the distance to the farmhouse door to be 8 fully grown orangutans holding hands. "How am I supposed to pass as a human being? Even in this light, it will be obvious I am not." "Trust me, Princess," assured Arthur. "I would never put you in danger. Just speak with her through the door." She edged out into the dull evening light and gasped as she felt the wind on her face for the first time in as long as she could remember. "What's wrong, Princess?" asked Ella. "Are you all right?" "I am fine, little Ella," she said. "A beautiful breeze touched my face, and it took my breath away. Oh, how I have missed you, my old friend." She breathed in deeply and stepped out into the darkness. A royal meet and greet, with only one flaw. Said Tanny. "Has anyone else noticed the flaw in Arthur's plan?" "What do you mean, Tane?" asked Ella, who paused, then thought, and then spoke. "Oh, dear." "What's up?" asked Percy, who considered, then mulled, and then groaned. "Oh. Do you think we should stop Princess Denka?" "Why?" said Arthur. "What's up?" "She knocks on the door. The old woman shouts through the door. Simple." "Think about what you just said, Arthur," said Harriet. "What?" quizzed Arthur. "What's the problem? Apparently she hasn't been out in years. They even leave the deliveries on the doorstep for her. She'll be fine. They just have a little chat, and then—" "Oh." "That's right, Lightning," said Tane sarcastically. "Humans can't understand us." "We got to go and stop her," said Ella. "Nah," said Arthur. "She'll assume she's speaking a different language." Everybody moved to the barn doors and looked out just as Princess Kirana's knuckle reached the door. The farmhouse. The princess and the watering can. "Boom, boom, boom," it rapped loudly. "Who is it?" barked the door's owner. "It is I, Mrs. Stone, Princess Kirana." "Oh, you're here, are you? Are you a proper princess?" Back at the barn, everyone looked at each other with puzzlement. "I assure you, on my honor, that I am, madam. I am Princess Kirana of Artamus, daughter of Clono, king of Kiripin. We arrived earlier today. It's so nice of you to allow us to use the barn. It's not free, you know." "How come she understands her?" asked Percy. "I know, Mrs. Stone. My friend Arthur has agreed details with you, I believe." "I suppose you'd better come in," said Mrs. Stone, and the door flung open. "Oh, no," said Ella. "I thought you said she never opens the door." Princess Kirana froze with fear as she saw an old gray-haired lady before her. Slowly she raised a giant hand and waved it in front of her face. There was no change in expression. "Are you still there?" "Yes. Sorry, my friend. You really are too kind, my dear." "Why are you being so nice to me?" snapped Edith. "Why, because you have been so kind to my friends and I, and, well, you seem so nice." "Nice?" said the old woman with a start. "Well, I can be nice." She softened. "I have no doubt. Tell me, is there anything I can do for you before I leave? I am so sorry, but I do not know your first name." "It's Edith," said the old woman gently. "Edith. What a beautiful name. Would you mind if I call you Edith?" She paused, unaccustomed to polite conversation. "I would like that." "Excellent," said Princess Kirana happily. "Well, Edith, can I help you in any way?" She stammered, clearly perplexed by the generosity of her new neighbor. "It would be nice," she continued, "if you could water my plants. I find it quite hard to lift the watering can these days. They are my babies and my only company. You must think me mad, but I talk to them all the time. It would be my absolute pleasure to feed your friends. I think it is beautiful that you speak with them. I used to speak with my forest all the time. They understand and give so much back. Lead the way." Princess Kirana followed Edith into the farmhouse, and the door closed behind them. As Edith made her way slowly to the kitchen, she spoke. "You own a forest?" she quizzed, as she took the watering can from beneath the sink and began to fill it. "Own? Oh, goodness, no. One does not own the forest," said Princess Kirana. "The forest owns us. Without it, we die." "I don't know what I would do without my plants," said Edith, "but it is getting so hard to water them all." "In that case, my new friend, I shall make it my task to water them for you each day, if of course that is agreeable." Princess Kirana lifted the watering can from the sink with ease. "Oh, my dear, that would be so wonderful. It gets so lonely living on your own, you know. Imagine," she said with a gulp, "a princess watering my plants for me." "No one should be alone," said Princess Kirana. "And from now on we will all make sure you are well looked after." "All?" quizzed Edith. "Yes," answered Princess Kirana. "Me and my entourage." "Oh, yes, of course you'd have an entourage," agreed Edith. "Are you all staying in the barn?" "We would like to, Edith," she said. "Unless that is a problem, I am sure we could arrange to go elsewhere." "No!" snapped Edith, but this time with excitement. "I think I would like you to stay." "So that is decided then, my new friend," she said softly. "Now please tell me all about yourself while I feed these beautiful friends of yours." The barn. Tortoise ears 1, owl ears 0. "I'm confused," said Tane. "Why has she let her into the house?" "They looked like they were having a chat," said Percy. "I wonder why Mrs. Stone can understand the princess, but the receptionist at the museum didn't know what Arthur was saying," pondered Ella. "I don't know," said Arthur as he peered through a gap in the door. "Can you see her yet?" "No, mate," said Tane from his vantage point on a windowsill. "What can she be doing?" wondered Ella. "I hope she's okay." "Should I go out and try to find her?" offered Percy. "I think it's best if we stay here at the moment," said Arthur. "We don't know this place yet, and I don't want to lose another one of you." "Do you think Honorable Princess Kirana Denka is lost?" asked Yosuke. "No, I'm sure she's fine," said Arthur, in an attempt to convince himself as much as the others. "How long has she been gone?" asked Percy. "About an hour," said Arthur. "You shouldn't have sent her," snorted Ella. "It wasn't safe." "What if something has happened to her?" "What could happen?" said Arthur. "She walked 10 yards to introduce herself to a blind little old lady. What could happen?" "She could be in trouble, old boy," said Percy. "Hang on. What did you say?" "He said blind," grinned Tane. "Oh, you sneaky little rat." "Did you know she was blind all the time?" asked Ella. "I may have," smiled Arthur with a cocky shake of his head. "She's coming back," said Harriet, as eagerly as a tortoise can. "How can you tell?" asked Tane. "I can hear her." "Well, I can't, and I'm an owl," said Tane. "Owls have great hearing, and if a huge orangutan were on her way back, I think I'd know." Princess Kirana's head appeared from behind the barn door. "Oh, hello, your Madge," said a slightly startled Tane. "Geesh, Harriet, you got good ears for someone with no ears." "Just because I have no oracle does not mean I have poor hearing," she said with a slow nod. She turned to look at Princess Kirana. "Are you all right, my dear?" "I am more than all right, thank you, Harriet." "What's an oracle, Perk?" whispered Tiny, and Percy shrugged. "The oracle is the visible portion of the ear," said Harriet. "What happened over there?" asked Ella. "You were gone for ages." "I made a new friend," said Princess Kirana. "And Arthur—" "Yes, Princess. It would have been much easier if you had told me that Mrs. Stone is blind." "It wouldn't have been as much fun, though, would it?" sniggered Arthur. "No, I suppose not," smiled Princess Kirana. "I do wonder how it is that she understood me, though." soon he'll be legless. As everyone settled down for the night, Arthur pushed the open button on his aluminium case, and the lid raised slowly. "You in there, Cyril?" he asked. "Nearly all present and correct, Arthur," said Cyril as he climbed onto the side of the case. "Nearly?" quizzed Arthur. "Yes. I lost another good leg. Must have been sitting funny and it went dead. It just dropped off when I got up." Cyril wiggled his pedipalps in the air. "I smell blue bottle. Big fellow, too. Excuse me, old boy. I've got work to do." Cyril and his 4 remaining good legs scurried into the night with real purpose. "You haven't managed to turn Cyril into a vegan, then?" said Ella. "You can't win every battle, eh?" said Arthur with a shrug. The pond. 1, 2, tree, and go. He loved it when his leaves rustled at different times. It felt like a gyroscope and knocked him slightly off balance. Not off balance in a scary, "oh, I'm going to fall over" kind of a way, but rather in an all my branches and roots are jiggling about and it feels nice kind of a way. He looked across at her and hoped she hadn't seen him enjoying his leaves. He figured he always pulled a funny face when this happened, and didn't want to seem uncool while she was watching. If she was watching. He really fancied her, all big and brown and barky, but with the greenest leaves he'd ever seen. Leaves that rippled and swayed so delicately and gently that it was all he could do to not simply stare at parts of her all day. But that would have been weird. He wished he had the confidence to communicate with her, but he was just too shy. They were the only 2 trees on this side of the pond, and just imagine if she hated him. They'd be stuck there alone forever, so it was better to remain aloof. Besides, he wasn't even certain that she had noticed, or, for that matter, could notice him. Perhaps he was the only tree in the world who had thoughts like these. He often let his thoughts carry him away. Sometimes he wondered if his seed and her seed had made a huge effort to make it to this side of the pond, just so they could be alone together. But how would a seed do that? Perhaps by huddling together to make themselves look big and irresistible to a passing bird, and when they were gobbled up, they hurried through the bird's digestive tract, so they were ready to be deposited in this particular and strangely treeless spot. Perhaps he was the only tree who had these kinds of thoughts, and he would be alone forever, next to the tree he loved. He was just about to bend slightly in the breeze when he heard voices. He remembered happier times when the children would come and climb on him and then dive into the pond. Happy, giggling children. That had been so long ago. He had watched them from afar as they grew up, and became less interested in whimsical things like diving into ponds and more interested in human stuff. Metal boxes which pumped out smoke that made him cough, shouting at their parents, crying as their parents shouted at each other. All he had wanted to do was to reach out one of his branches and say, "Come and play again, like you used to. All of you. Be happier. Giggle again. Laugh again." But it was too late. The farm and all of its joy was long gone, and now dreary day followed dreary day. He listened carefully as the voices got louder. They seemed different somehow, innocent. Not the innocence of youth, but the innocence of goodness. "Okay. Before we push open the door," said one of them, "I want you all to put your hands, flippers, and wings over your eyes." That's an odd sentence, I thought the tree. Except for Harriet. Perhaps you could retract into your shell. The tree was intrigued and watched as the double doors to the shed appeared to magically open. Then he noticed 2 little rats at the bottom of each door, pushing as hard as they could. "Okay," said one of the rats. "You can look now." Will someone please be as excited as I am? It's got everything, said Arthur excitedly. A pond for Hyosuke, grassland for Harriet, a rocky cliff face for Tani, and trees for you and Percy. He turned to Princess Kirana to see if she was happy, but she had already set off around the water's edge, where she had noticed a handsome male tree and a very attractive female tree who appeared to be ignoring each other. "What about you guys?" said Arthur to Percy and Tani, but they were already flying to the top of the rocky cliff opposite. Hyosuke dragged himself to the pond and stared in silence at the water before him. "Hyosuke," pleaded Arthur, "you must be happy, surely." "Kawaii," he said with his head bowed somberly. "Does nobody like it?" said Arthur in exasperation. "Arthur, look," said Ella, and she placed a hand on his shoulder and nodded in the direction of Harriet, who was slowly turning in the long grass. After the third turn, she lay down and rested her head on her front legs. "Thank you, Arthur," she whispered, with a long, satisfied sigh. "Gracias." Up diddly up, down diddly down. "Watch this," yelled Percy from the top of the cliff. "On 3, Tane," he shouted. 1, 2, 3. Percy and Tane fell forward off the cliff edge and plummeted towards the floor. Seconds later, they whisked back up and flew as hard as they could, while all the time yelping and howling with laughter. "I've missed this," Tane shouted as Percy flew by his side. "Tally-ho," hollered Percy. "This feels great." Ella held Arthur's hand as they watched the two birds swoop and rise and dive and soar and play and giggle. "You're a good rat, you are, Arthur," she said, and she squoze a little harder. "Watch this," shouted Percy as he flew up high, banked left, and then nose-dived into a tailspin towards the pond. Even Tani, for a moment, thought it impossible for such a tiny bird to pull out of the dive, but Percy's timing was exquisite as he performed a perfect arc, causing the water to part slightly before powering back upwards. Up and up he went, joined eventually by Tana, who flew into him. They grappled and wrestled and laughed in mid-air. They tumbled as they played, and to a non-flyer, it must have looked as though they had lost all control. But they gathered themselves skillfully and glided in formation to a perfect landing on the tree above Arthur and Ella. "That looked like a lot of fun," said Ella. "It was! It was!" shrieked Tane excitedly. "I can't believe how good that felt," squealed Percy. Water horrible situation. Hyosuke continued to stare at the water. "What is it, Hyosuke? Are you all right?" asked Harriet. "What is kawaii?" "Scary," he said. "I feel scared of the water." "Why?" she asked calmly. "My disability," he said. "What if I cannot swim?" Harriet stood up slowly and walked to Hyosuke's side. "It's up to you," she whispered. "You will always be our brave warrior." "It's okay, big fella," said Tane from his branch. "No worries." "It's not important, Jay," said Ella. "But what is my reason if I cannot swim?" he asked. "To be our friend," said Harriet. "I know what will cheer him up," said Arthur. "How about some rat facts?" "Oh, no," groaned Ella. "Here we go." "Did you know," continued Arthur undeterred, "that rats can jump up to 3 feet high from a flat surface and more than 4 feet horizontally? Most rats," he continued, "can swim quite well. They can climb walls and trees, walk along telephone lines, and can fall from a height of 50 feet without getting hurt." "Prove it," challenged Tane. "Which one?" said Arthur, keen to take up the challenge. "See if you can jump as high as Hyosuke," said Ella, trying to involve the sea lion. "Okay," said Arthur, positioning himself in front of Hyosuke. He lowered himself onto his haunches and sprang up. Hyosuke gave a little smile as the fancy rat reached his eye level and then landed with ease. "I'll do the horizontal jump," said Ella excitedly. "See, you're interested now, aren't you?" grinned Arthur smugly. "See if you can jump over Harriet." "Un momento," said the giant tortoise. I need to prepare myself." They watched as she appeared to do absolutely nothing for 30 seconds. "Okay," she said. "I'm ready." Ella leaned back and then ran. As she reached Harriet's head, she leaped up and over and did a little forward roll when she landed. "Wow," she gasped. "I didn't know I could do that. What else did you say?" "Climb that tree," said Percy eagerly. Ella scurried up the tree with ease. "Watch me this time," she said as she ran back down in a corkscrew pattern. "The one I want to see is if I can drop Arthur from 50 feet without it hurting him," said Danny. And he grabbed Arthur's harness and swept him into the sky. "Tane!" shouted Ella. "Be careful!" "It'll be right, Ella," yelled Tane as he flew up. "I used to carry little rodents like this all the time." "Wee-ee!" yelped Arthur as he soared into the sky. "This is great!" "Arthur!" called out Ella. "Are you sure your harness is strong enough to hold you?" "Don't worry, it's military-grade, non-breathable neoprene." Tree meets tree. On the opposite side of the pond, Princess Kirana had reached the first of the 2 trees. She climbed halfway up, wrapped her arms around the trunk, and breathed in. "You are a handsome tree, my friend," she said. "But why do you ignore this beautiful woman by your side?" She then swung out on one hand, grabbed a branch on the female tree with the other, and hung between them. "Allow me to introduce you to each other," she said lovingly, as she watched a small, fancy rat fall into a pond from about 50 feet. Everything looks better underwater. "Don't panic," yelled Tane as he swooped around. "Remember, he said rats can swim." "Most!" screamed Arthur as he plunged towards the pond. "I said most rats can swim. There's one cannot." There was a small, distant splosh and a tiny splash as Arthur entered the water in the center of the pond. "Arthur!" cried out Ella as she ran to the water's edge. "I'm coming!" "No, little one," said a Japanese voice calmly. "Leave this to an expert." Yosuke struggled to the bank and then slithered into the water. Everyone held their breath as this brave animal faced his greatest fear. There was no need to worry. Just like Percy and Tane earlier, he swooped and glided through his natural habitat with nimble skill, harmoniously and instinctively knowing his boundaries. He was, to the relief of his friends, at one with his environment. Arthur, however, was not. "Help!" he gulped, as he struggled to keep his head above water. Percy fearlessly dove into the water and flicked Arthur out so he could fill his little lungs with air before going under again. Up bobbed the little fancy rat one more time as his flailing arms instinctively brought him, gasping, into the surface. Tane saw an opportunity and swooped to grab Arthur, but he was clearly out of practice and only knocked him back under. "No!" cursed Tane. "Sorry, buddy." All of a sudden, Arthur rose like a phoenix from the water, followed by the nose, head, body, and flippers of a sea lion. He spun Arthur into the air like a ball, and spray cascaded off his white and brown fur like a garden sprinkler. While Arthur was spinning in the air, Yosuke swooped around and caught the sodden rat safely on his back. He swam to the edge of the pond, and Arthur leapt off and plopped onto the grass, gasping for air. Everyone looked at him. "So, just to be clear then," said Percy, as he landed on Harriet's shell, "Arthur can't swim." Princess Kirana, who had made her way around to help, leaned forward and grabbed Yosuke's flippers. "Thank you, my princess," said the sea lion. "I am afraid that I will struggle to get out without your help." "You are so graceful," she said. "A magnificent warrior. I will always be here to help you, my friend." "Your harness," said Yosuke as he looked down at Arthur. "It is intact." "Is it?" gasped Arthur as he looked at Tane. "Well, I never," said Tane. "I guess I must have dropped you by accident. How clumsy of me." "Tomodakis," said Yosuke with a bow. What does that mean, Yosuke? Asked Harriet. Friends, he translated as a grin formed across his face. Thank you both. Do you mean you two did that on purpose to get Yosuke to save you? Exclaimed Ella. No, said the rat and owl in unison. Yosuke, said Ella. What's the Japanese word for idiot, please? Baka, said the sea lion. In that case, Arthur and Tane, growled Ella. You are a couple of bakas. I can't believe you did that. And look at you. What? Said Arthur, shaking off the last droplets of water. You look like a... Ella paused. Drowned rat, completed Yosuke with a broad smile. The barn. 1,900 hours at 60 minutes an hour equals 100 to 14,000 hours, doesn't it? That afternoon, a delivery arrived. While everyone was outside by the pond, the delivery gurus set it up as per instructions. It was the equipment Arthur had ordered from Sergei, and he simply could not wait to show it to his friends. He had asked that everyone reconvene in the barn at 1,900 hours, only to be greeted with blank looks, which remained until he said he would come and tell them when it was 1,900 hours. As Arthur prepared to flick the power switch, he heard from above the buzz of a blue bottle stop abruptly. Got you, said a tiny voice. Cyril, moaned Arthur. Did you have to? One has to eat, old boy, said Cyril. Apparently he was something of a tease. Well, the least you can do is share him with another spider, said Arthur. Then he'd be a tease for two, eh? Oh, I say, old boy, spluttered Cyril with a full mouth. You made me laugh so much that I spat out a little bit of blue bottle. You, Cyril, that's disgusting, said Arthur, as he marveled at the beauty of his new state-of-the-art laptop, linked to a 65-inch curved 4K OLED smart TV with fully immersive surround sound. He looked at the clock. It was only 4. Plenty of time to do some planning. The farmhouse. Woodlice, wobbling, whacking. Boom, 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 went Princess Kirana's fist on the old wooden door. What the? Said the little woodlouse, who had been minding his own business and happily chomping on a bit of rotten door. He waited a moment and then bit down on a new section. Boom, boom, boom. It rapped again, and he fell to the floor and landed on his back. As he lay there flailing in an effort to right himself, he questioned his life choices. Was door wood worth it? He thought to himself. It was risky due to the exposed nature of the task, but it was also delicious, all soggy and easy to chew. He looked up and saw a huge leathery hand heading his way. I am so sorry, said whatever was attached to the hand. You are the second creature I have had to turn over recently. A delicate finger flipped him over, and he scurried away. As he ran, he looked over his first lateral plate and saw the largest happy face he had ever seen looking down at him. He paused for a moment and wiggled an antenna by way of thanks. Never had he felt less threatened. He sat on his Europod and watched as the huge hairy red thing, with leathery bits, turned back to the delicious door and leaned into it. Edith! It shouted. This time the sound waves were too much, and the woodlouse vibrated slightly left into a small puddle of water. He instinctively rolled into a ball and held his breath. As he peered from a small gap between lateral plates 6 and 7, he saw the huge, hairy red thing with leathery bits and a very happy face turn and walk away. The barn. The beta test. Arthur was setting the resolution of his 2 screens when Princess Kirana hurriedly entered the barn. It is Edith, she said breathlessly. I think something is wrong. I need your help. Okay, said Arthur, secretly quite excited. He leaned into his new Qualitat Deus microphone, pushed the live button, and spoke. Emergency! Will you all please make your way to the barn? We have an emergency." Dust particles, which had laid unmoved for decades, suddenly shot into the air and fluttered around manically as the powerful surround sound speakers, located around the room for optimum performance, shook the barn to its core. Rotten old frames clung onto their window panes with all their might as they fought to grip the glass they had dedicated their lives to protect. Somewhere at the back of the room, an old, out-of-tune guitar resonated a weird, never-before-heard chord, while high above in the hayloft a spider with only 4 good legs bounced along his web and fell into a rival spider's lair. This didn't end as badly as you would think due to the spider's union, which protects the rights of any spider who should find himself in the web of a rival. The release fee of 1 leg was easy for Cyril because there was nowhere in the terms and conditions that stated the leg had to be a worker. Ella ran in first and skidded to a halt near Princess Kirana's feet. "What's up?" she said as Percy and Tane flew in through one of the hayloft windows. "It's Mrs. Stone," said Arthur. "Princess Kirana thinks something may have happened to her." "Is everything okay?" asked Harriet, who appeared at the door with Yosuke. "Edith did not answer her door," said an agitated Princess Kirana. "She asked me to visit at the exact same time as yesterday. But she did not answer. I fear the worst." The farmhouse. Really fast. "Let's go," said Harriet as she sped slowly out of the barn, followed by Princess Kirana. "You two go," said Arthur. "We'll catch up. I have something for Yosuke." He jumped down from his laptop and ran to a large cardboard box. "Help me open this, please," he said to Ella, and the 2 rats ripped at the cardboard to reveal a 2-wheeled device with straps. "What is it, mate?" asked Tang. "I think I know," said Percy. "It's for Yosuke, isn't it?" "Bang on, Perk," said Arthur, as he and Ella wheeled the contraption to Yosuke's rear flippers. "Right. If you 2 lift him up, we'll push it under." "You had to let the ape go, didn't you?" said Tane sarcastically. "She could have lifted him in a flash." "Stop complaining, Tane, and grab some flipper," said Percy. "The princess is worried about Mrs. Stone. We can do it." "I will lean forward," said Yosuke, desperate to help. Percy and Tang grabbed Yosuke's flippers with their talons and flapped as hard as they could. "Yeesh," strained Tang. "I thought Arthur was chunky. Wait until I tell everyone I lifted a sea lion." "What, everyone?" heaved Percy. 3/5 of everyone you know are right here, and the other 2/5 can still hear you complaining. Just lift." "I huff no puff Cyril as well," flapped Tang, as Arthur and Ella pushed the wheeled platform under Yosuke. "And a marvelous job you are doing too, Tane," shouted Cyril from the hayloft. "Good show, old bean." "Right, boys," said Ella. "You can put him down." The 2 birds gently lowered Yosuke's flippers onto the platform, and the 2 rats ran over and under him to secure the straps. "What do you think, Yosuke?" asked Arthur. "Arthur designed it himself," glowed Ella. "It is fantastic," he beamed as he sped off to catch up with Harriet and Princess Kirana. "Thank you again, Arthur-san." "Wow. Look at him go," said Percy happily. "Worth the hernia just to see his face," joked Tang. "Come on, let's go and save a pensioner." Kendor's duck. "Break the door down," shouted Tan excitedly. "You 3 are strong enough." "Perhaps it would be prudent to simply knock again," suggested Yosuke, as he flippered and squeaked up to Princess Kirana and Harriet. "Oh, Yosuke," exclaimed Princess Kirana when she saw his new appendage. "Your new wheels are splendid. Look, Harriet, our warrior is now as mobile on land as he is in the water." "Beautiful," said Harriet. "I am so pleased. I think Yosuke may be right. Edith could have simply not heard the door." "I shall try again," said Princess Kirana. But I did knock heavily. Her hand raised to the door as somewhere nearby a small woodlouse braced himself. "Boom! Boom! Boom!" They waited a moment, but there was still no answer. Perhaps we should break down the door, said Harriet. You, me, and Yosuke could try. The three of them pushed as hard as they could against the door. It's not budging, said Harriet. We need to find another way in. If you two guys check for open windows, shouted Arthur to Percy and Tane. Me and Ella will check for holes. Will do, said Percy eagerly. Come on, Ton. The two birds circumnavigated the house and flew back to Arthur. Most of the curtains are closed, Arthur, but there's a small upstairs window that's half open, said Tane. Could I fit through? Asked Arthur. Just, but I'd have to drop you in, and it's a long way to fall if I miss. Don't miss then, said Arthur. Besides, rats can fall for 50 feet without hurting themselves, apparently. I'll go and grab the window, said Percy. I may be able to open it some more. Tane picked Arthur up by the harness, and Percy flew to the window and hung from it. He began to flap furiously, and it opened a little bit more. Nice one, Percy, said Tane. He looked down at Arthur, dangling underneath him. Trust me, mate. I know what I'm doing. He aimed and dove at the window, and just as it seemed he would smash into it, he pulled up and released his cargo. Arthur slid down the inside of the angled window and plopped into the bathroom sink. Bo MBSAI, he heard Ton shout as he flew back to the others at the front door. Arthur jumped to the floor and started the search for the old woman. I hear voices in my head. They all stood at the front door waiting to hear from Arthur when Ella spoke. Okay, she said. Got it. The others looked at each other as though Ella was losing her mind. To whom are you speaking, little Ella? Asked Princess Kirana in the gentle way a nurse would ask an hallucinating patient. Arthur, she said. But Arthur's not here, my dear, pointed out Harriet. No, said Ella, pointing at her tiny earpiece. He's here in my head. What's he saying? Asked Tane from behind her, as he waved a wing at his head in the time-honored, She's mad, mime. He said he's found her. She's on the couch in the living room, and she isn't moving. How are you hearing this? Asked Yosuke. When we can hear nothing? Oh, said Ella, finally realizing that they didn't know what a Militaire Regrade headset mic was. It's something on my harness that Arthur rigged up. It's called a microphone, and it means we can keep in contact with each other from a distance. Nodded Yosuke, none the wiser. He said he's looked at the front door, and it's got too many bolts, but the back door seems to just have a latch. He thinks the two of us could lift it if you guys pushed. She turned to Tane. Do you think you could drop me into the window like you did with Arthur? No worries, Sheila, said Tane, and he took off and swooped back down to grab her. Arthur said to ask you to make your way to the back door. Place, called out Ella as she disappeared around the farmhouse. A large red ape and a two-wheeled sea lion walked patiently behind a giant tortoise as they made their way through Edith's overgrown garden to the back door. When they arrived, Tan and Percy were already waiting on a window ledge. They're going to climb up the door and hang off the latch when you're ready to push, said Percy. Very well, said Princess Kirana as she placed the palms of her hands against the white wooden door. Please allow me to push, said Yosuke, and he placed his shoulder to the door. They heard the sound of claws on wood and then a click as the two rats raised the latch. Now, shouted Ella. The door swung open, and Princess Kirana, headed for the living room, followed, as speedily as her 4 chunky legs would take her, by Harriet, entering without breaking. Edith, Edith, said Princess Kirana as she gently shook the old woman. Is she okay? Asked Harriet when she finally entered the room. I do not know. Oh, I hope so. Princess Kirana sat on the couch by Edith's side and held the old woman's hand. Oh, how awful it would be to lose her now, she said. Harriet came over and rested her head on the orangutan's lap. Look, she whispered, and she gestured toward Edith, whose eyes flickered. She is alive, beamed Princess Kirana. Who is it? Who's there? Blasted the old woman with her previous vitriol. It is me, my friend, Princess Kirana. Oh, hello, Princess, she softened. What's happened? Is everything okay? I am so sorry, but we have entered your house uninvited. I knocked on your door and you did not answer, so I became worried. My friends and I were so concerned about your welfare that we found a way in. I am so happy to find you safe and well. Oh, I must have overslept. I'll put the kettle on and make us all a cup of tea, said Edith, as though nothing had happened. Then I can meet your friends. She swung her legs off the couch, narrowly missing a giant tortoise, and made her way to the kitchen. Flap, flutter, brush, brush, squeak, flip, flop. 10 minutes later, Edith appeared at the living room door with a tray full of tea and biscuits. Who's for a cuppa, then? She said. Unfortunately, my entourage must go now, Edith, said Princess Kirana, but not before I introduce them all to you. Edith's head cocked as she heard what sounded like wings flapping. This handsome man is called Percy, she said as he flapped past Edith's head and out the door. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Stone, he said. And this is the magnificent Tane. G'day, Mrs. S., he said as he fluttered on her other side, making her gray hair bristle slightly. Said Edith in a questioning tone. This is Arthur. Yo, said Arthur as he brushed past her left leg. And Ella. Hi, Edith. Nice to meet you, she said, brushing past her right leg. And my faithful warrior, Yosuke. Konnichiwa, Mrs. Edith Stone. He is bowing to you, whispered Kirana into Edith's ear. Oh, my, said Edith, and she returned the bow, straining her ears in an attempt to place the squeaky flapping noise which sounded a lot like someone in flippers pushing a wheelbarrow. My friend Harriet and I will stay with you and keep you company if that is agreeable. Hola, Mrs. Stone, said Harriet. Oh, please call me Edith, she said as she mistook Harriet's shelf for a coffee table and placed her cup of tea on it. Do you know, she continued with the first smile Princess Kirana had seen on her face, I think we're all going to get on famously. The barn. A great, 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 great after-party slump. Wow, that was great, said Arthur, turning to Tane. Wasn't that great? You were great. The way you dropped me into that window was, well, great. I can't stop saying great. Someone else please say something that isn't the word great. It was fair dinkum, mate, said Tane. What does that mean, Tane? Asked Arthur. It means it was great, mate, sniggered Tane. Great, said Arthur. Arthur, calm down, said Ella. You're not telling me you didn't enjoy that, said Arthur, and he looked directly into Ella's eyes. It was great, she said giddily. When the door opened, and we were hanging off the back, it felt, great, suggested Arthur. But gentlemen, said Percy sadly, I didn't do anything. Nor did I, said Yosuke. Rubbish, slammed Arthur. We were all there. We worked as a team, said Ella. A squad, said Tane. I couldn't have done it without you helping me, Perk. You held open the window. And you pushed the door, Yosuke, said Ella. We were like a finely tuned unit. A unit of extinct animals, said Yosuke. An extinction unit, said Ella. Or the X-unit, declared Arthur. Oh, yes, I do like that, old man, said Percy. Me too, said Tane. We could be the airborne division, swift and deadly, able to deliver payload to the enemy and extract ourselves with skill and precision. Reconnaissance is speciality. 9, said Arthur. And Yosuke, you would be our Marine Corps, speed and stealth underwater, and able to impose a decisive attack on our enemies before they have recognized the threat. Yosuke bowed with pride. What about me? Asked Harriet, who had made her way back from tea, biscuits, and coffee table duty. With Edith. Well, after your app idea back at the museum, I think you should be the X-Unit's base operations expert, trained in all areas of the high-tech dark arts, adept in web research, covert internet systems, and communication strategies. Oh, that sounds more exciting, she droned sarcastically as she glanced at Yosuke and shrugged. Don't worry, said Arthur. It's easy. I'll train you up. Ah, buena, she responded, giggling kindly, because I didn't understand anything you just said. That leaves you, me, and Princess Kirana, said Ella. What have you got planned for us? We're the ground forces, the agents, the spies, the covert operators who use cunning and guile to outwit our foe, said Arthur. What do you think, everybody? Do you want to be the X-Unit? Yosuke put his flippers together and bowed. Percy and Taney took off and flew excitedly in close formation. Attack, attack, said Tane. Down with our enemies, yelled Percy. The X-Unit Airborne Division, go! Princess Kirana entered the barn and looked down at Harriet. And who exactly are our enemies, please? She asked quietly but firmly. We haven't quite decided that yet, answered Harriet softly. Anyone who hurts animals, blasted Arthur. Yeah, we can stop a lot of pain, agreed Tane. Arthur has shown me some of the awful things that humans do to animals, said Ella. We could at least try to help some of them, couldn't we? And what about anyone hurting our planet, suggested Yosuke. So all of humanity, then, said Princess Kirana. They're the ones doing the damage, aren't they, said Arthur, as he leaped onto a bale of hay and pretended to shoot at Percy. Are you going to tell them, or shall I? Whispered Harriet calmly. Let them tire themselves out first, she whispered back. They are young and have a lot of hatred and anger to use up. Shall we go outside, my dear? The princess and the tortoise slowly left for the quiet of the pond area, while the other members of the newly formed X-Unit played Kill the Humans. The after-party slump. I am so glad you two are finally speaking, said Princess Kirana as she hung between the two trees. You are so perfect for each other. She looked down and saw Harriet dozing in the long grass by the pond. Through the shed doors she could see the aftermath of her friend's excitement. They were exhausted. Yosuke was basking on the floor with a big smile on his face. Percy, his beak tucked into his wing, heaved on the sea lion's chest with each slumbering breath. Tane's head had sunk so deep into his body that there was no discernible difference between where his head ended and his body began. His ears twitched occasionally, as though not totally asleep and still on an audio version of looking for prey. Ella lay curled up on a bale of hay next to Arthur, who was stretched out on his back, legs akimbo, with his tongue lolling out of his mouth and a puddle of drool forming by his head. His back foot seemed to want to scratch something, but only fresh air felt the relief of any imagined itch. I could very easily learn to do all of that, you know, announced Harriet without moving a muscle. Do what, my dear? Said Princess Kirana. The job Arthur gave me, she said. The technical what's-it with the dark art skills. You are not seriously suggesting we should do it, are you? I don't mean the killing, said Harriet. That's just bravado. But imagine if we saved just one animal. It would be worth it, mi amor. Princess Kirana knew Harriet didn't require an answer, so she swung between two lovers and thought about what her version of the X-Unit would be like. A comedy of errors meets slapstick and farce. Arthur woke with a start and kicked out his leg, booting Ella in the face. Ow! She yelled, as Arthur slurped up a small droplet of drool, and then shook the rest off, which in turn sent some splattering into Tane's head. Oi! Said Tane. And Arthur leaped up, lost his balance, and fell off the bale of hay and onto Percy. Watch out! Said Percy, as Arthur slid down Yosuke's belly and landed face to face with the sea lion. "Do you always wake up like that, Arthur-san?" asked Yosuke. "Or was that a particularly odd moment?" "It's not as rare an occurrence as you would think," said Ella, still rubbing her head. "Sorry," said Arthur. "I was having a bad dream." He leaped back up onto the bale of hay. "I dreamt that you all died." "Oh," said Tane. "Sweet dreams, eh?" "It was awful," said Arthur. "But it does raise a question." "What's that, old boy?" said Percy. "Can revived, formerly stuffed, animals die?" he mused. "Again?" "I was thinking that earlier, as I pondered your X-Unit idea," said Princess Kirana, who had come in when she saw the people were waking up. "How will we find out until it's too late?" asked Ella. "Well," said Arthur, "and it gives me no pleasure to say this to you all, but—" The farmyard. "Dying tonight." "Okay," said Percy. "We need to find a way to see if we're alive. Or more to the point, are we dead?" "Eh?" asked Tane. "He means, can we be killed?" said Harriet. "Oh," chuckled Tane. "That's better, then." "Why did that make you laugh, Tane?" questioned Percy. "I'm a laughing owl, mate. It's not up to me when I laugh." "Righto. Anybody got any ideas?" asked Percy. "You mean other than the obvious?" gulped Tane. "Yes." He flapped into the air and circled around a few times, building up speed at each circuit. "Go on, Perk," yelled Tane. "You can do it." "You do know he is trying to kill himself," pointed out Princess Kiran. "Oh, yeah, sorry. I was just trying to encourage him." "I'm going to do it," said Percy. "Any moment, this time. Here I go. Next time, I promise." "This could take a while, your Maj," whispered Tane into Princess Kirana's ear. "I don't suppose you could give him a helping hand, could you?" As Percy flapped by on his fourth circuit, Princess Kirana reached her long, powerful arms into the air, grabbed him, and threw him against the window. There was a shatter of glass, followed by a thud on the other side. "Percy, mate!" shouted Tane. "Are you there?" "Oh, Percy. My poor dear Percy. Please forgive me," she pleaded. "I do not know what came over me." Percy appeared, with little splinters of glass in his feathers, and sat on the windowsill. "Como estas?" asked Harriet. "How are you?" "Marvelous, old girl," he said in disbelief as he flapped frantically in an attempt to clean himself. "Not a scratch on me." "Please allow me to help," said Princess Kirana as she began to carefully remove glass from his feathers. "It is the least I can do." "No," they all shouted. "Oh, Yosuke, we could have found another way," cried Princess Kirana. Yosuke's body fell to the floor, face down. "Is there any blood, Tane-san?" he said through clenched jaws. "Eh?" said Tane. "Oh, I can't see any." "Can you guys see any?" Harriet's neck extended to survey the area around Yosuke's body. "No blood, Yosuke. You're alive," she said. "Or dead," corrected Tane. "Or immortal," dared Percy. "I could make my way to the roof and throw myself off if it would help," offered Harriet. "It'd take you a week to get up there," guffawed Tane. "That is a wonderful offer, Harriet, but I think Yosuke's demonstration is enough," said Princess Kirana. "Arthur!" she shouted into the barn. "Yes, Your Majesty," he called back. "We all appear to be dead." "That's excellent news," he replied. "Now it's nearly 1900 hours, so would you all mind coming in here, please?" The barn. No rush. Everyone settled into their spot in the barn and stared, as per Arthur's instruction, at the big black shiny thing on the wall. "I want to introduce you to someone," he said, and put a picture of a human with long hair and a beard on the screen in front of them. "This is an online friend of mine called the Earth Dweller Feller. He's the reason I'm vegan." A wing raised and flapped for attention. "Yes, Tane," said Arthur. "I think I might be able to guess what your question is. What's a vegan, right?" I was actually going to ask if I could pop to the toilet, but I just realized I'm sitting on a bale of hay, so—" His eyes squinted ever so slightly until— "Okay, I'm done." "You, Tang," said Percy as he hopped slightly to the right. "I would like to know what a vegan is, please, Arthur," asked Princess Kirana. "Vegan is the word humans have given to someone who will not eat animals or use any animal products." "So me, then?" said Harriet proudly. "Yes, Harriet," said Arthur. "You are, by your very nature, an herbivore." "An herbivore?" misheard Tang. "What's one of them?" "An herbivore is an animal who eats no meat." "Oh, well done, Harriet," said Percy. "Go, girl," said Tang. "What about the rest of us?" "Oh, no," exclaimed Princess Kirana. "I used to eat insects. Does that make me a monster, Arthur?" "Me too," said Percy in horror. "Mostly berries and seeds, but I was partial to an occasional insect or worm." "You're not monsters, guys," comforted Arthur. "A couple of insects and worms are fine because it's your survival instinct. You ate what you needed when you could get it." "I'm a monster," said Tina. "I used to eat geckos and beetles. I even had the occasional—" Tane paused. "Mouse." "It's okay, Tane. I know what you used to eat," said Arthur. "Me too," said Ella. "That's why I hid behind Arthur when I first met you. We lost Cousin Sid to an owl strike last year." "Sorry, Ella," said Tane glumly. "It's not your fault," said Ella. "Like Arthur says, it's instinct, innit? Besides, we didn't really like him. He used to nick food from the winter stores." "Oh, well, I don't feel so bad now," said Tane with a smirk. "Anyway, I'll bet the big guy ate more meat in a day than I did in my whole life. I bet he used to swim about with his gob wide open." "I must confess that Honorable Little Tani is correct," said the sea lion. "We are not known for compassion when it comes to seafood. I am sorry, everyone." "No one has to apologize," said Arthur. "Some animals eat meat to survive. That's fact. I'd prefer it if it wasn't rat meat. But I do have a vested interest in that. The point is that humans don't just eat meat. They farm it. They cultivate it. They slaughter animals in awful ways just to satisfy a false need. The truth is that humans are what is known as anatomically herbivorous." "So they are like me," said Harriet. "They don't need meat." "Correct," said Arthur. "And that's what I learned from Earth Dweller, feller. Humans are not designed to eat meat. They don't have sharp claws or large canine teeth that are capable of tearing flesh. They also have to cook meat to make it even slightly digestible." "So why do they hurt animals when they kill them?" said Percy. "Because animals have become an industry, and they want as much as possible, as quickly as possible, to keep up with the demand." "Do they not care?" asked Princess Kirana. "Do they think animals can feel no pain?" "Some choose to believe that animals have been put on the planet for them to use," said Arthur. "And anyone who tells you they think animals feel no pain is either a liar or stupid." "But what can we do?" asked Harriet, shocked at what she was hearing. "Anything," said Arthur. "We have a limitless amount of human money and a team of unkillable superheroes. What can't we do?" "But we're just two little birds, a big ape, a slow tortoise, and a sea lion on wheels," said Tine. "And two rats," demanded Ella. "Oh, well, that pushes us from a useless bunch of stuffed animals to a useless bunch of stuffed animals, plus two rodents," said Tang. "My tiny owl friend may be a little blunt, but he is right," said Yosuke. "Do you really think we can make a difference, Arthur?" asked Percy. "Watch the screen and tell me how you feel when the program is over," said Arthur as he pushed the play button. "It's a video by Earth Dweller, feller. Look away now for 280 words if you don't want to know." The screen flickered, and a picture of a leopard appeared. A voice boomed through the surround sound cinema system. The Amur leopard, critically endangered. Numbers in the wild, 60. Poached for its beautiful fur. The picture changed. The gorilla, critically endangered. Poached for their bushmeat. The picture changed again. The hawksbill turtle. Numbers in the wild, unknown. The saola. Numbers in the wild, unknown. The pictures continued to change for each fact. The vaquita. Numbers in the wild, fewer than 60. Entangled and drowned by gillnets, set for other marine species such as totoaba, who itself has been declared endangered due to overfishing. The pangolin, the most trafficked mammal in the world. Its meat is considered a delicacy and its scales are used for medicines. The black, Javan, and Sumatran rhino, all critically endangered, poached for their horns. The Sumatran tiger, 400 to 500 in the wild. The South China tiger, extinct in the wild. Both hunted for their skin and bones. The Bornean and Sumatran orangutan, habitat destroyed for logging and palm oil plantations. In 1985, 58% of the island of Artamus was covered in natural forest. By 2009, that had shrunk to 29%. It took humans 24 years to destroy 50% of the island's natural forest. That is a destruction rate of 71,000 football fields a day, 300 in 1 hour. That equates to 50 orangutans every week being killed. At this rate, the orangutans remaining in the wild will be extinct in approximately 7 years. This video was taken recently on Artamus. It shows a male orangutan trying to fight a large digger which is ripping his home from the ground. "Panji!" yelled Princess Kirana. "What does Panji mean?" asked Harriet. "It is the name of my brother, the Prince of Cotopan. He is alive," she said. "You mean," said Tane, "that's him?" "Yes. He looks so sad." "Arthur, please stop the moving picture." Arthur pressed pause and the image hung on the wall. A beautiful animal trying to save its home against a human machine designed to destroy as efficiently as possible the forest that nature had grown over thousands of years. They all stared at the screen, transfixed with sadness. "Are you sure that's him?" said Arthur. "Arthur!" she cried. "I know my brother." "Yes, sorry," said Arthur. "Of course you do." Princess Kirana rose from the floor and walked outside. They all watched as she climbed the male tree and swung out her arm to the female. There she hung. "This is awful," said Ella. "We have got to do something about this," said Percy. "We don't even know when this was or if he's still alive," said Tyne. "I have to find out, though," said Arthur. "Just look at her. How sad she is." "Arthur, mi amor," said Harriet. "I think we may have just found the X-Unit's first mission." You are here. The mood had changed since Arthur had shown them Earth Dweller Feller's video, and everyone was looking to Arthur to come up with a plan to help Princess Kirana's brother. Arthur and Ella sat on the end of a small jetty and dangled their legs over the side. "Are you staying, or do you have to get back?" said Arthur. "I should go back, really," said Ella. "Mum will be worried. Besides, I know you need time to think." "When will you be back?" asked Arthur. "I'm not sure," said Ella. "Will you stay in touch, please?" said Arthur. "Of course," said Ella. "Please wear your harness," begged Arthur. "Just tap the earpiece and I'll be there." "Okay," said Ella. She walked up to him and touched her nose to his and wiggled it. "I've never done that with anyone before." "Neither have I," said Arthur. "But to be honest, I didn't know it was a thing." "Oh, get lost," she giggled. "Walk me to the grid?" After a nose wiggle like that, just try and stop me. Is Artamus an island? Or Samordnilap? Arthur watched the little blip caused by Ella's GPS on the big screen while everyone else dozed. When he saw it stop in Freerider territory, he relaxed and began to think about planning a mission. It wasn't going to be simple. He had to get a collection of dead friends and 2 live rats, one of whom he loved, halfway across the world safely. Not only that, but once there, he had to have a plan to find a member of a royal family who no one knew was even alive, and then stop the industrial destruction of the fauna and flora of an entire island, and then the region. But that wasn't enough. He wanted to stop humans completely on their path to destroying the only planet they had. His right eye twitched slightly as he realized he may have overloaded his brain with plans to take over the world. "One step at a time," he muttered to himself as he ran to his case and fired up the smartphone. He decided the place to start was to research the island of Artamus, but figured he needed some help. It was time to reveal what was in the large crate which had sat unnoticed by everyone in the corner of the barn. Pay attention, everybody. Everyone sat quietly and looked at the little fancy rat set on top of a crate they hadn't even known was there until a moment ago. "How very intriguing, old boy," said Percy eagerly. "What's inside it?" "It's something I had Sergei put together for me," said Arthur. "Is it a big rat wheel?" teased Tane. "No," answered Arthur. "It would have to be a very big rat wheel," said Percy reflectively. Ooh, continued Tane excitedly. "Is it a tortoise wheel?" "A tortoise wheel?" exclaimed Arthur. "Yeah, so Harriet can charge your battery thingies," concluded Tane. "Oh, I don't like the sound of that, Arthur," said Harriet mournfully. "You should not be asking our Honorable Harriet Chan to do such work," Arthur said. "Yeah," said Tane, shaking his head with disappointment. "Not cool, mate." "What?" said Arthur, unsure how this conversation had descended into him being accused of using an old dead tortoise to charge his lithium power packs. "It's not a tortoise wheel, or a rat wheel, or any wheel for that matter." Arthur ran to the edge of the crate and touched a panel labeled "Click Here." It revealed a large red button. "Yosuke, if you would kindly come over here. Place your nose against this button and then move away," said Arthur as he hopped over onto a nearby bale of hay. "Oh, no," said Tane with pretend shock. "It's a giant nose cleaner for a sea lion." Yosuke flippered and wheeled over to the crate and pressed his nose to the button. As he backed away, he heard a loud hissing sound as the lid of the crate raised up and flipped over to expose a solar panel and satellite dish. The 4 sides then fell hydraulically to the floor to reveal the contents. The group gasped in awe. "Let me introduce you to the Mobile Command Center," said Arthur. "What is one of those, Arthur?" asked Percy in astonishment. "It is a fully portable communications hub built into a custom-made desk housing a state-of-the-art computer with 2 high-definition displays, multi-track recording facilities, and its own satellite link. It can run entirely off the grid and can be powered by solar panels, wind power, water power, rechargeable lithium batteries, and, if absolutely necessary, general electricity." "Ah," said Percy, not quite understanding. "How wonderful." "Does it have a wheel?" said Tane. "No, but I'm thinking of getting one fitted that is just big enough for a laughing owl," said Arthur sarcastically. "What does it do?" asked Harriet. "It will be the link between agents in the field and our command headquarters here at the farmhouse," said Arthur. "And it will be manned by Yosuke." "Oh, how exciting," said Harriet. "You honor me with your confidence, Arthur-san." "But that's not all," said Arthur, as he leaped down to a smaller crate, located just below the desk, and clicked another Click Here panel. Another red button revealed itself. "This is for Harriet." He gestured that she should do as Yosuke did earlier, and she moved slowly forward and pushed the button. The box opened to reveal a mini version of Yosuke's setup. "Command headquarters," said Arthur. "You will remain here at the barn and be our eyes and ears to the world. You will be our researcher and online presence. But how can I operate a tiny thing like that with my big feet? Asked Harriet. Easy, said Arthur. Do you remember the text-to-speech app we used at the museum? Oh, yes, remembered Harriet. When you typed something and a voice said it for you? That's it. Well, I have installed that for you, as well as the reverse application. So you can speak, and it will type what you say. But will it understand me? Asked Harriet. Do you remember that Brenda couldn't hear us? I've tested it, and it works fine, said Arthur. But if any of that does fail you, I have ordered you a fully interactive keystroke inputting device. That sounds very technical, said Harriet. It's actually a huge keyboard with a stick, but fully interactive keystroke inputting device sounds much better. So if that thingy is for Harriet, and the big one is for Yosuke, what do the rest of us get? Asked Tane. I'm glad you asked me that, my laughing friend, said Arthur. Now, has anyone ever seen a James Bond movie? They all shook their heads. No, I don't suppose you have, he said under his breath. Never mind. It makes what I'm about to do a little bit pointless, but I'm going to do it anyway because I want to. Firstly, I wonder if I could trouble the princess to move the black case on the desk down to the floor, please. Of course, Arthur, said Princess Kirana. Now gather around, everybody, because I need to talk you through your equipment. Equipment, said Percy. Pay attention, will you, X-Unit, said Arthur in his best Q voice. I want you to take great care with these devices, as there are one or two rather special accessories. Communication devices, he continued as he held up tiny earbuds. Like the ones Ella and I use, but bespoke, designed for each of you. Simply tap on it and say the name or names of the operative you wish to speak with, and you will automatically contact them. If you are the one being contacted, the earpiece will buzz and vibrate. Tap once to hear the caller's name, and again to answer. He handed them out. Try them on for size and practice with them. They may well save your skin. He jumped into the case and dragged out a large neoprene harness. This is your harness, Your Highness, he said with a giggle. It's like mine, but bigger and with more clips, so you can carry things and keep your hands free. What sort of things might I carry, Arthur? Asked Princess Kiran. Oh, you know, provisions, equipment, perhaps a rat or two, said Arthur. There's also one each for Percy and Tane, so they can carry the cameras. Cameras? Said Tane. What cameras? Please don't interrupt, X-Unit. Arthur smiled. Now, you asked about cameras? These are predominantly for our Air Reconnaissance Division, but can be adapted for underwater and ground operations. They are military-grade spec and broadcast quality. Also, we may need to record things from all angles, so they are linked to visual displays on your headsets, so you can point them at anything you might want us to see. Such as? Asked Percy. I have no idea, but it's better to have too much equipment rather than not enough, eh? Said Arthur proudly. Now, if there are no more questions, you'll have to excuse me. I have to teach a large tortoise and a sea lion on wheels how to become web-savvy technical analysts. The farmyard. That was easier than he thought it was going to be. An hour later, and much to Arthur's amazement, he was relaxing by the pond watching his comrades play with their new toys. Yosuke was recording Percy's camera as Tane pulled funny faces into it, and Princess Kirana was giving everybody a step-by-step guide via her headset on how to move gracefully whilst wearing a harness. He had left Harriet to find out as much as possible about Artamus, while he'd been booking flights and finding somewhere remote for them to use as a field base. He tapped his earpiece and said Ella's name. There was a crackle, and then he heard her. All right, Arthur, she said. Hi. What are you doing? He asked. Nothing much. Just having some food with Mom and Dad, she said. You probably don't want to know what we're having, but it had bones. What's going on there? Lots. I showed them the gear I bought. It's amazing how quickly they've all learned to use it. Have you told your mom and dad that you're leaving yet? Not yet, said Ella. When are you planning to go? The flights are for tomorrow, said Arthur. Tomorrow? Yelped Ella. That's quick. I know, said Arthur. But we need to get started as soon as possible. I don't want people to think about it for too long, or they might have second thoughts. I need to sort some things, said Ella. Okay, but I need you here for sunrise. We have to be ready for packing and transporting. I've listed the cargo as museum exhibits and electrical devices, so we should be fine in my aluminium case. Ella? Arthur paused for a moment. Are you still there? He waited again. Huh. She must have gone to pack. That moment, when you're waiting for a text, but get a notification. Arthur sat on the end of the jetty and stared at the undergrowth which concealed the entrance to the grid. He drummed the fingers of his left hand on the damp, rotting wood and tapped his earpiece. Ella, he said, are you there? He looked at his display again, but there was still no blip. Where is she? He mumbled. Still no sign of her, old boy, said Percy as he fluttered down and settled beside his little rat friend. Nope, said Arthur without looking around. I hope she's okay. I don't know what I'd do if anything happened to her. I'm sure she's fine, said Percy. Perhaps she's just switched it off for some privacy. Yeah, you could be right, said Arthur. But I specifically asked her to leave it on when we are apart. She can have all the privacy she wants while we're together. That's a bit full on, mate, said an Antipodean drawl from behind him. Arthur turned to see Tane standing behind him. Where you come from? He stuttered. I didn't hear you. I walked, mate, said Tane. Just 'cause we've got wings doesn't mean we fly everywhere. Look, mate, you can't keep track of her all the time. That's just weird. You got to give her some space. But I thought she wanted to come on the mission, said Arthur. She's part of the team. Arthur's display blipped. He grabbed it excitedly and stared at the screen. Oh, he said disappointedly. Is it Ella? Asked Percy. No, it's a notification to tell me the courier will be with us in 1 hour. Hey, he continued excitedly. That gives me time to go and find her. Mate, said Tane. I'm sure she'll contact you when she wants to. Arthur, Percy, Tane, shouted Harriet from inside the barn. I just had a notification that the couriers are on their way. You need to come inside and get ready for the trip. How is she getting my notification? Said Arthur with bemusement. Talk about a fast learner, eh? She's right, mate, said Tane. Come on, old chap, said Percy. We'll all walk together. I'm sure Ella will contact you soon. They walked into the barn, and Tane and Percy jumped onto their perches, ready for the long journey. Yosuke and Princess Kirana stood near the crate housing the mobile command center. Any news? Whispered Princess Kirana in the direction of the two birds. Tane shook his head slowly. Arthur was just about to jump into his case when his smartwatch blipped again. This time it was Ella's device. He tapped his earpiece. Ella, is that you? Well, I don't know how it works, came a voice in the distance. Stop staring at me like that. It's a complicated bit of kit, this. Hello, yelled Arthur. Can you hear me? I know, said the distant voice impatiently. I can hear it, too. What button? Oh, I've had enough of this. You have a go. I'm going for a forage with Charlie. Hello, said the voice of Mrs. Brown. Can anybody hear me? Yes, Mrs. Brown, said Arthur eagerly. This is Arthur. Is everything okay? Where's Ella? Oh, she's gone, love, said Mrs. Brown. Gone, said Arthur. Where? I don't know, love. She took off the harness thing, placed it on the table, and left. She said she had to think things through. When was that? Said Arthur. How long has she been gone? Oh, that was last night, said Mrs. Brown. When she got back from seeing you. Did you two have an argument? No, said Arthur. At least I don't think so. I don't really know what an argument is. Did she say when she'd be back? No, love. We need to find her, said Arthur nervously. She could be in danger. Ha ha, chuckled Mrs. Brown. Not likely. The only person in danger would be whoever tried to put her in danger. Don't you worry yourself about Ella. She can take care of herself. But what about the mission? Asked Arthur. Mission? She didn't mention any mission. Look, she could be gone for a while. The last time she went missing, she was gone for 3 days. I'll get her to call you when she's back. But that's no good, said Arthur. We'll be gone by then. Arthur, interjected Harriet, would you mind if I had a word with Mrs. Brown? Stumbled Arthur. I suppose not. I'll patch you in. No need, said Harriet. I've already done it. Arthur turned to look at Tane and Percy, who both shrugged. I mean, how does she do that? He gasped. I didn't show her. Hola, Mrs. Brown, said Harriet. This is Arthur and Ella's friend, Harriet. It's very nice to meet you. Ah, you're the Spanish lady, said Mrs. Brown. Hola, Senora Harriet. Ella has told me all about you. A giant tortoise. How exciting. Yes, it really is, said Harriet. Sometimes things happen so fast, I can barely keep up. I was wondering if little Arthur would be happier if we promised him to stay in touch with each other while he's away. That way I can keep him up to date with things. As women, we both know that occasionally we need a little space and some time away from our loved ones, don't we? You're quite right, Harriet, said Mrs. Brown. You know, it's almost like you've met my husband. I'm sure everything is okay with Ella. Tell Arthur to go on his little holiday, and we'll keep in touch with each other. I'll let you know the moment she gets back. Gracias, Mrs. Brown. I'm sure Arthur trusts you completely and will be very happy with that solution, said Harriet as she looked at Arthur and gave a little nod. Okay, said Arthur with the tone of a naughty schoolboy. And what do you say to Mrs. Brown? Said Harriet. Thank you, Mrs. Brown, said Arthur. Ella is very lucky to have a mum as loving as you. Adios, Mrs. Brown, said Harriet. I will contact you later, so please keep the harness close. Will do, Harriet. It was lovely to meet you. Adios. The comms crackled and went dead. There, said Harriet. All sorted. Now you can get ready for the couriers, can't you? Arthur turned and looked at Tane. What just happened? He said. I think you just got double-mothered, answered Tane. And here are your travel details. Hyosuke and Percy will be in crate number 1. Princess Kirana and Tane in crate 2. These will be labeled as museum artifacts. Crate 3 will house the mobile command center and a secure aluminium case, and will be labeled as electronic devices. This should eliminate any need for customs officers to investigate the cargo, but if they do, all they will find are museum artifacts and electronic devices. Once the flight has landed at Artamus International Airport, the crates will be loaded onto a wagon and driven to the large, secure compound deep in the jungle interior. This building has been purchased outright and is undergoing modifications as we speak to further secure it from any intruders. By the time we are dropped off, the area should be protected by a high-wire fence and an impenetrable state-of-the-art electronic security system. Our couriers will accompany the crates at all times and ensure that we are delivered safely and set up to my instructions, said Harriet, while Arthur listened in complete dismay. Have I missed anything, Arthur Carino? He paused agog. How did you do all of that? Simple, said Harriet. And let me tell you what a lovely young man Sergei is. He's so funny, too. You've spoken with Sergei? Said Arthur. Of course, said Harriet. How else would I manage to organize the security at the compound in Artamus? But I've never actually spoken with Sergei, said Arthur grumpily. Well, said Harriet, perhaps that is because you are a grumpy pantaloons. Well, seeing as Harriet has everything in order and has a lovely relationship with Sergei, I'm going to make a suggestion, said Arthur, resigned to the fact that the giant tortoise had taken to her new job as technical analyst like she'd been hanging around for 100 years, simply waiting for the technology to be invented. I think from now on, we should all do what Harriet tells us to do. All those in favor do whatever it is you do when taking a snap vote. Arthur saw one flipper, an owl wing, and a pigeon foot rise into the air. Princess Kirana stretched her neck upwards and gave a loud but delicate grump. Assuming Princess Kirana just voted yes and hasn't stepped on a rusty nail, I'd say that's unanimous, said Arthur, raising his own arm. Here's to our technical analyst and new mission coordinator, Harriet. Everyone stared at Harriet. Well, I don't know what to say, said the giant tortoise. I'm very honored, and I hope I don't let you all down. You'll be right, said Tang. What next, boss? Well, the couriers will be here soon, so into your crates, everyone, said Harriet. Once you're safely at the compound in Artamus, we will conduct a full systems check, and I will designate your first missions. Yostrig barked while Tan and Percy jumped to face each other and saluted. I think our Harriet is going to be very good at her new role, Arthur, whispered Princess Kirana. Was this always your plan, you clever little boy? Of course, mumbled Arthur, lying through his teeth. I'll see you all in Artamus. Part 3. The Island of Artamus. The airport. What sounds like a bell and sings Hey Jude? Charles had emerged from his pupa early in the morning to discover a view considerably different from the one he had seen when he had spun it. Then he had been enveloped by the beauty of the rainforest. Pine, oak, and chestnut trees had stretched high above him, while orchids, rhododendron, and his own favorite, the beautiful Titan arum plant, had supplied him with not only magnificent odors, but also all the food he could stuff into his chomping little caterpillar mouth. He now found himself hanging from the same Titan arum, but surrounded by a very different vista. Steel supports stretched upwards where previously there has been beautiful leafy greenery. The canopy, once a gateway to the brightly lit sky, was now corrugated and lined with artificial lighting. He was still surrounded by the wonderful flowers and plants of the forest floor, but they now stood about him on uniformly straight lines of pallets. Their magnificent odors were replaced by a strong smell of diesel. He glanced over at the Titan arum plant next to him and saw a small dung beetle staring back at him from its huge stem. "Morning," said the beetle. Charles thought the words "good morning," but nothing came out. "Suit yourself," said the beetle. "You Atlas moths make me sick. You think you're so much better than everyone else, don't you? Too posh to talk to a grubby little dung beetle, eh? Well, it looks like you're stuck here, wherever here is, just like me, aren't you?" Charles was distraught. He wanted to answer the little fellow. He wanted to explain that he felt in no way superior to this small-scale poop roller, but he couldn't. It was almost as though, hang on, he thought. Did that dung beetle say Atlas moth? He looked around to see his reflection in a nearby window and saw 62 square inches of moth staring back at him. He was indeed an Atticus Atlas moth, known for their size and beauty, but most astonishing of all, the fact that they have no mouth. Damn, he thought. He mumbled. "Is that all you've got to say on the matter, your lordship?" said the dung beetle, and he pulled back his shell, spread out his wings, and flew directly at a window. There was a crack, then a thud, then a whimper. "I'm okay," came a voice from the floor. "I may not be too clever, but I am well armored." Charles flexed his wings and flapped hard for the first time ever. Soon he was high in the rafters and looking down on the hustle and bustle of a busy airport cargo warehouse. His heart sank. This was not his home. Home was a hectare of land in the center of the island, And before his Titan Aram had been wrenched from the ground and marked for export to a distant place, he'd had his eye on a particularly lovely female caterpillar called Margaret. His antennae stiffened as he imagined her revealing herself from her cocoon, and he longed to be back there. Margaret was alone, and probably having to fend off the lascivious advances of his best friend Angelo. He had to get back there. He wondered how far from home he was. "We're in Artamus Airport," said the little dung beetle, who had flown up to join him in the rafters. "If you're interested." Mumbled Charles, with a questioning intonation on the last two M's. "Oh, you're talking to me now then, are you?" Charles nodded and then pointed his feathered antennae towards 3 crates being loaded onto the back of a flatbed truck. On the side of each crate was a huge sticker that read, "Central Artamus." This was his chance to get back to Margaret. He turned to the dung beetle and gestured towards the crates. "Not me, mate," said the beetle. "I'm going to take my chances on the Titan Aram. Who knows where I could end up? This time tomorrow I could be rolling the kind of exotic poop I've only been able to dream about in the past." As the doors to the warehouse opened and the wagon pulled slowly away, the Saturnaid moth winked at the little dung beetle, released his grip from the warehouse roof brackets, and dropped down. "Didn't even say goodbye," said the beetle, as it flew back down to the Titan Aram plant to dream of unfamiliar droppings in a far-off land. I'm off, a moth in a motorcar." This was Charles's first real flight, and he quickly realized that it wasn't too easy. He wobbled and flopped his large and ungainly wings as hard as he could, and made it to the door just as it was beginning to close. He heard a human voice call out from below. "Wow," it said. "Look at the size of that butterfly." Charles shook his head in disappointment. If he had a mouth and the ability to speak human, he would fly down to that man and tell him that he was not a butterfly, but a moth. His antennae were feathery and lovely, not thin and club-shaped like those of a butterfly. Also, his wings swept backwards in a sleek and sexy way, whereas a butterfly's wings folded vertically, offering any would-be assailant a handle with which to pick them up. Butterflies were stupid. Moths were clever. After a minute of very hard, sweaty flapping, Charles had a thought. Rather than use up valuable energy following the truck all the way home, a good 5-hour journey fraught with potential dangers and a heck of a lot of flapping, why not flutter down and enjoy the ride? He rolled his compound eyes, disappointed that for a moment he had been thinking like a butterfly, and glided down to settle on a crate. As the wind whistled through his feathered antennae, he smiled a contented, mouthless smile and looked forward to the journey ahead. "I'll bet a butterfly would have flown all the way," he thought to himself smugly. The miracles of spiracles. The lorry rose through the hills east of Artamus Airport and then hit a plateau where the air was fresh and deliciously clear. Every now and then they would enter a village or town, and Charles's antennae would vibrate to warn him to brace his exoskeleton and hold as much clean forest oxygen in his multiple spiracles as he could. He could never hold enough, and found himself coughing and spluttering as the tiny trachea inside each spiracle struggled to derive some clean oxygen from whatever noxious gases were seeping into each of the little tubes he had instead of lungs. Once through the noxious human area, the oxygen-producing floor of the jungle quickly cleansed his system with wonderful fresh air. The journey continued like this, mile after mile, until something changed. Slowly he noticed the forest thicken. The air tasted sweeter. It seemed clean and life-giving. He filled every spiracle to its absolute limit and held it. It felt good to be alive, and he hoped his life would be a long one, so he could enjoy everything it had to offer. Something instinctive within him plucked on a nostalgic string, and it vibrated through his thorax and up into his antennae. This smelled like home, he thought. Almost. His frenulums, something butterflies didn't have, twitched and stretched as the randomness of natural forest was replaced by ordered, unnatural lines of trees. Humans, he thought. It had to be. Nature was incapable of being so uniformly ugly. The truck turned off the main road and drove very slowly and very precisely down a narrow side road until it came to a remote collection of buildings in a large clearing. Charles fluttered up and settled on a nearby branch where he watched the shenanigans as the crates were removed from the truck and positioned safely in the house. It had been a long day, and as the sun dropped, so did Charles's eyes. Margaret's face popped in and out of his mind as he drifted in and out of sleep. He wanted to call out and proclaim his love for her, but Mother Nature had decided he could not. If evolution had an order form, a mouth would be right at the top of his list. The compound. Bigger is better. He was awoken by a hissing noise and saw a beautiful blue light emanating from the building below. It was mesmeric. He felt the urge to fly toward it, but stopped himself when he felt a presence on the branch beside him. He pulled his gaze from the light to see another, much larger atlas moth, staring at the same light as his. Get your own shaft of light, he thought aggressively. He looked back at the light, and it seemed weaker somehow now the two moths were drawing on its power. Hang on, he thought. A much bigger moth. He looked back at the moth and went through an intuitive checklist. Were its antennae less feathery than his? Yes, the antennae were less feathery. Were its wings bigger? Yes, the wings were, indeed, bigger. His interest in the blue light waned a little as he tried to work out what was causing the funny feeling he was experiencing. Could it be his chemoreceptors picking up pheromones? If it was, that could only mean one thing: a female. Was it possible? Could this be Margaret? He looked deep into her compound eye and seductively raised a feathery antenna. Moments later, they were hanging face to face from the branch. Armageddon up in the morning. Arthur, secure in his case, heard a blip. It was a message from Harriet saying that the couriers had checked in with her from the airport to say that the cargo was delivered safely and was ready to be opened. He tapped his earpiece and said the name Harriet. "Hola, Arthur," she said in her usual friendly Spanish lilt. "How was the journey?" He said as he looked around his little room and saw the empty packets of nutritional supplements strewn across the floor. It was fattening. "Fattening?" she quizzed. "Yeah, I may need to put in another order for nutritional supplements," he said guiltily. "Have you heard from Ella?" "No, not yet, but Mrs. Brown and I have been having some lovely chats. Did you know that she is the leader of the colony?" "Yeah," said Arthur. "I did know that, but has anyone heard anything from Ella?" "No, but I'm sure she's fine," reassured Harriet. "Could you make sure everyone is ready for a comms check, please?" "We'll do Group Leader 1, said Arthur, proud of the name it had taken him most of the trip to decide upon. "Arthur, mi amor?" "Yes, Group Leader 1. Please don't call me that. I much prefer Harriet." "Okay," said Arthur, bowing his head a little. "Sorry." "No need to apologize." It was a nice thought. Comforted, the former Group Leader 1. "Now the comms check?" "Roger, Harriet," said Arthur, confusing himself a little bit. "If you know what I mean." He pressed the open button on his case and screamed in shock as he was greeted by a cacophony of sounds so extraordinary that they completely bypassed his ears and went straight for his bones. He heard moans of pain, howls of terror, harrowing shrills of anguish, excruciating squeals, The world was surely coming to an end in a most violent way. He leapt out and ran through the open doors, expecting to see scenes of torture and impalement and unspeakable acts of suffering and torment. What he actually saw was a large female orangutan sitting serenely on the front porch, staring up at the forest. "Good morning, Arthur," she said. "I am home. It is so peaceful, is it not?" Arthur, aware that he hadn't blinked since the case had opened, scraped his lids down over his eyeballs. No," he yelled. "Can't you hear that?" "Hear what?" she replied serenely. "And why are you shouting?" "I'm shouting because of the noise," he bellowed. "The dreadful, anguished noise." "I only hear the forest," answered Princess Kirana. "Well," he continued, at volume, "the forest is very, very loud." "It is simply the sound of nature," said Princess Kirana. "You will get used to it very soon." "Get used to it? Are you mad? How could anyone get used to a noise like that?" His head tilted to the left, and he furrowed his brow. "See," said Princess Kirana knowingly. "All gone." "Huh, it is gone," said Arthur. "Why are there two kites up that tree?" Princess Kirana slowly followed Arthur's gaze. "Those are not kites, Arthur," she answered. "They are young lovers. Two Atticus atlas moths joined together. They emerge from their cocoons and mate as soon as possible, as they only live for a week or so." "Huh," shrugged Arthur. "Big moths, then. Anyway, Harriet wants us all at the command center to test our comms." 6 days and counting. Charles awoke from his slumber just in time to hear an orangutan tell a fancy rat that he only had a week to live. This came as rather a blow to a young atlas moth who had been putting things into his schedule for next month. He had to work fast. He woke Margaret, who he didn't really think was Margaret, but didn't care, and the two of them fluttered away for a week of torrid fun. "Test. Check. I-2, 1, 2. What do I tap? Come in. Is this thing on? Who's that talking now? I can only hear me. Ah, it's squealing. Hang on. I can hear everyone. So I push the button and say the name of the person I want, or else if I want everyone. Ooh, that is clever. Subarashi. It is working. Mine too, Bonza mate. This is rather clever. Grumph." "Well," said Arthur, "that took longer than I thought it would." "We are all dead, mate," said Tain. "It's not like this stuff existed when we were alive." "I think we all did rather well, old boy," continued Percy. "I agree," said Princess Caron. "Congratulations, everybody. Now, my dear Harriet, what do you have planned for us all?" "First, I want our airborne division to reconnoiter the area so we know what our surroundings are." Arthur has picked an excellent spot for the compound, but satellite images don't always tell the full story. We need to know where our threats are in order of proximity. Once we have this information, we can send out our foot troops safely. None of our ground forces are to go anywhere without eyes in the sky from our airborne team. Tain will survey the south and west, Percy the north and east. Go as far as you deem necessary and make a note of any anomalies you see. Use your camera to take still shots and video using the button on the left strap of your harness. A short press for a photo, a long press for video, just like you practiced at the farmhouse. Once you have returned and we have debriefed you and downloaded all information, we will formulate the best way forward to find Panji. He is our primary focus at the moment. Any other side missions will be planned as they arise. Any questions? Said Arthur. "That was magnificent," said Percy. "Bonza 8, said Tain. "Let's get into our harnesses and get going, eh, Perce? I'm right behind you, my little Kiwi friend. Contact me when they are back, Yosuke. I have to go now, as Edith is popping around with tea and lettuce. Adios, mi amores." There was a crackle and then dead air. "Wow, Harriet is really good at this," said Arthur. "Clever little Arthur," said Princess Kirana with a wink. Percy's mission. Percy flew east at the steepest gradient he could manage. He wanted to push himself to see what he could do. After all those years of sitting still and being, well, dead, he figured he owed himself a little fun. He began to swirl and weave as he climbed. Being a bird was great. Who would want to be anything else? After a while, he found himself cruising at an altitude of around 6,000 feet. He flipped over and flew backstroke for a couple of seconds until gravity figured out what this athletic pigeon was up to and tried, quite literally, to bring him back down to earth. He skillfully righted himself and flew on. Up, down, side to side. One winged in an arc, other winged in the opposite arc, no winged in a plummet. Everyone in the flock had always said he was the best flyer, and when you consider there were regularly 3 million of them, that was quite an accolade. His playful daydream was broken by a beep on his comms. "Percy here. What can I do for you?" he said cheerfully. "Hi, Perk. Can you stop flying like a mad pigeon, please? Me and Hyosuke are trying to calibrate the GPS signal, and you're not helping. Besides, it's making Hyosuke feel sick." "Terribly sorry, old boy," apologized Percy. "I was having a little fun. Reminded me of when I used to fly with the kit." "Apology accepted, Percy-san," said Hyosuke. "Were there many of you?" "Many is an understatement," said Percy as he did a loop. "There were millions of us. I still can't believe humans killed us all." "Did you just do a loop-de-loop?" asked Arthur. "Apologies again," said Percy. "I tried not to, but couldn't stop myself. This is great. I promise I will fly in a straight line for a while." He continued in a straight line, but went up. He wanted to test his strength and see how high he could go. As he strained every sinew to climb, he was unaware that he was being watched from afar. The rodent was a starter. It was just a dot in the distance at the moment, but it looked like a delicious dot. It was a little confusing because it was almost as high up as she was, and, by all accounts, still climbing, but it definitely wasn't another peregrine falcon. The nearest nesting falcon to her was Fabian, and ever since the groinal peck last year, they'd had an agreement in place. He didn't enter her no-fly zone, and she wouldn't, well, peck his groin. She thought for a moment. Was she hungry enough to investigate, or would the small rodent she'd had earlier suffice? She was intrigued by this climbing dot and had to know what it was. As she flew, she gradually rose in altitude. Her chief weapon, apart from her razor-sharp talons and a beak that could sever a backbone with one blow, was height. She would usually toddle along at about 50 kilometers per hour, but when diving she reached well over 300 kilometers per hour, giving her prey no time to think about evasive tactics. According to her built-in speedometer, she was now at 70 kilometers per hour, and, if she were being honest, reaching her altitude limit. What could this creature be that was still climbing, she wondered, as the blood pumped quickly through her throbbing head. Eventually, she saw the outline of a shape. It seemed to have leveled out at just about her limit, so she flew harder and higher to gain the surprise. All thoughts of eating the dot had diminished as she became more and more captivated by its skill and agility. She blinked hard as the shape recognition software nature had provided her with registering the former dot as pigeon. "Pigeon," she said to herself. "It's only a pigeon. What's it doing all the way up here?" Just then, a little drop of saliva formed at the side of her beak. She was suddenly very hungry. The rodent was a long-distant memory. This raptor needed blood. Time for the main course. Percy squinted as he saw something in the distance growing larger by the second. "Hello," he wondered out loud cheerily. "Who's this, then?" His face dropped when he realized what it was. "Ah," he squealed. "It's a peregrine falcon!" He ducked just in time, and the falcon did the swiftest turn he'd ever seen and came back at him. "Not so fast, Mrs. Falcon," he whispered to himself. "I've got your number now," and instead of flying down to gain speed, he flew further up. The falcon, all ready for her specialist dive technique, was completely fooled. "Who goes up?" she said, loud enough for the pigeon to hear. "Percy goes up, that's who." Once he was high enough, he looked down at the falcon, who was struggling to get to his altitude, and dove right at her. This was something the falcon had never seen before. A pigeon was hunting her. Percy had now introduced a third bird into the game, chicken. "Come on, you vicious bird of prey," yelled Percy as the falcon fell away to allow this crazy little bird past. Percy continued his dive and pinned back his wings to become as streamlined as possible. The falcon saw the dive. "Now I've got him," she whispered under her breath. "Nothing dives as I dive." She aimed and went. She registered her speed instinctively and knew when full velocity was reached. Her metaphorical speedometer needle was bouncing at the top of the dial, and yet the dot remained a dot. Why wasn't it turning into a lunch-shaped object? She steeled herself and tucked in every feather she had as tightly as possible, and yet still the dot grew smaller. Then suddenly, the dot grew very large very quickly. It had stopped diving and swooped upwards. The falcon's head turned to watch as Percy flew up past her. He circled back and attacked, knocking her off balance and causing her to fall like a rock. This had never happened before, so she had no way to know how to right herself. Her ungainly drop turned into an out-of-control decline as her intuitive dials span wildly. She was very scared, more scared than she had ever been in her life. She saw a blur go past her at speed, and then she hit something. She knew it wasn't the floor because that tends to stay where it is, whereas whatever she had hit had only slowed her descent. She looked down to see the little pigeon flapping madly. His plump body was pressed against her sharp talons, and his head was within reach of her beak, but instead of going for the kill, she flapped hard. Her flapping took the pressure off Percy, and he shot upwards as her weight was removed from his tiny shoulders. It was now the turn of Percy, exhausted from his efforts, to fall to earth. The falcon, noticing his limp body and how quickly the ground was rising up at them, used her speed to dive and grab him between her talons. She deposited him gently on a high branch of a tree, and he gripped with all his might. The falcon flew around in a long loop above him. When he regained some composure, he saw that every branch was lined with green spectacled pigeons, all with their beaks wide open, staring at him. "That," said one of them, "was amazing." There was a collective gasp of terror as the peregrine falcon came into land next to Percy. "This," she said, putting her wing around Percy, "is my hero." There was a flurry of flapping and fluttering wings, and all the branches were suddenly bare. "I think I scared them all away," said the falcon. A few spectacled eyes appeared nervously from behind trunks. "Little wonder," said Percy. "You are quite scary." "You weren't scared of me," she pointed out. "And why can't I smell you? I don't feel like I want to eat you." "Lucky me," said Percy. The falcon laughed. "My name is Novita. Thank you for saving me, you brave little thing." My pleasure," he panted. "I'm Percy." "Hello, Percy," said Novita. "Now I have a question for you. Why is your ear talking?" "Percy, come in! Percy-san! Are you all right?" bellowed Yosuke. "What's happening?" interjected Arthur. "Your tracker was going berserk. Have you made any progress?" "No," he replied. "But I think I've made a friend." Taine's mission. Taine headed south. As he flew, he thought about how he would conduct his mapping mission. He'd contemplated a standard grid search pattern. Then he'd pondered the spiral method. That was ditched quickly when he'd considered the benefits of using the strip search process. He then remembered back to his time in New Zealand using the quadrant system. His kill rate had been exceptional. "I'm going to use the quadrant search system, if that's okay with you, Yosuke," said Tane into the comms. "Very well, Tane-san," said Yosuke, as he turned to Arthur and shrugged. "Although I am not entirely certain I know what that means." "It's what me and the boys used to do in the forests of the North Island," said Tane. "We caught Kiore for fun using it." "Kiore?" quizzed Yosuke. "Yeah. They're better known as Pacific Tane paused. "Is Arthur still there?" "Yes, I'm here, Tane," said Arthur. "Why?" "No reason," said Tane. "They're rats, aren't they?" said Arthur. "What are?" answered Tane vaguely. "Kiore," said Yosuke, not quite grasping the awkward situation in which Tane found himself. "Nah, mate," stumbled Tane. "Kiore, flowers." "I just looked it up," said Arthur. "The Polynesian rat, Pacific rat or little rat, Rattus exulans, known to the Maori as Kiore. You want to eat me, don't you?" "Not likely, mate," squirmed Tane. "I've seen the food you eat. It'd be like chomping on a bag of seeds." "I bet you'd eat me if you got hungry," moaned Arthur. "I don't get hungry, mate," said Tane. "I'm dead, remember? Besides, I never liked rat. Very bitter." "Oh, sorry about that. I'll try to think sweeter thoughts for you," said Arthur sarcastically. "Snail," said Tane. "What about them?" asked Arthur. "I like 'em. Now they are sweet, and they slide right down your throat," teased Tane. "Right, I'm going off comms now so I can concentrate on my search pattern." "Very well, Tane-san. I shall monitor your progress from here." "You're nicked, my son." Tan split his area into 4 grids and made a start in the northeastern corner. He loved stretching his wingspan out as far as he could and gliding. It was one of his favorite things to do, ever. He liked to see how far he could glide between flaps. Whoosh, he flapped. Whoosh, he flapped again. He completed quadrants 1 and 2 with no incidents. The topography was uninteresting and monotonous. Quadrant 3 was, for the most part, dense greenery. A beautiful dark green. At the western edge, however, Tane saw smoke billowing up from a gap in the forest. He flew toward it, wondering what could be causing so much pollution. As he closed in on the plumes, he looked down and saw a huge area of forest smoldering red. He'd seen many wildfires during his time in New Zealand, and he instinctively knew this wasn't one. He swooped down to take a closer look and saw burned tree stumps surrounded by dark, crackling ash. He flicked a little switch on his harness and began to film the scene of devastation beneath him. As he flew, he became aware of a presence to his left. It was another owl, a funny-looking chap who gestured to Tanny's right. He looked right and saw another owl, just as funny-looking, but with big, wide eyes. "Do you have permission to film here, sir?" asked the second owl. Where?" asked Tane. "This area is restricted," said the first owl. "Would you mind pulling over, please, sir?" came a third voice from above. "There's a branch just over there." "Follow me, please," said a fourth owl who appeared just below him. Tane arrived at the designated branch under escort and stood nervously. The first owl spoke. "Can I ask you what the purpose of your visit is, please, sir?" he said officially. "Sorry?" answered Tane. "I don't quite understand." "Business or pleasure?" clarified the second owl. "Oh, business, I guess," stammered Tane. "Or pleasure. I'm not really sure." "This all sounds very suspicious, sir," said the first owl. "Yes, it does," said Owl 3 slowly. "Did you pack your own bags?" "I don't have any bag," said Tane. "Traveling light, are we, sir?" interjected Owl 4. "Easier to slip away unnoticed, eh?" "Don't mind my colleague, sir," said Owl 1. "He's not a very trusting owl." I wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of him, though, said Owl 2. Lord, no, said Owl 3. Ruthless Rufus, we call him. On account that he's a Rufus owl, you see. I'm a Javan myself. You can tell by my prominent ear tufts. Tane looked at the prominent ear tufts. Very nice, he said. And prominent. Thank you. And now Raj here. He's a Raja Scops owl, named after Sir James Brooke, the first white Raja of Borneo. You can tell Raj because his ear tufts are a little longer than mine, and they've got white inner webs. Raja tilted his head so his left ear was on his shoulder, and his right ear was available for Ton to study. Tane studied it carefully. Oh, yeah. I can see the inner webs, he said, still not fully understanding the whole situation. What about him? Asked Tane, nodding towards the final owl. Him? They all laughed. You mean Barney? She's a barn owl. Oh, sigh, apologized Tane. No offense meant. None taken, said Barney. So what are you? I'm a laughing owl, said Tane, and they all laughed again. Nice, said Rufus. He's all right. I like him. No, seriously, said Job. What are you? Honestly, I'm a laughing owl. Never heard of them, said Raj. Oh, there aren't many of us left, lied Tane, not wanting to put a damper on the conversation by having to explain that his species was extinct. Humans? Sang all four in perfect harmony. Sorry, said Tane. Just asking if humans were the reason for your particular genus to have become endangered, said Rufus. Oh, right, I see, said Tane. Yes, humans. Yep. They won't be happy until everything is dead, you know, said Job. True dat, and they're at it again just over there, said Raj, and he nodded in the direction where Tane had seen the fire. Why do they burn everything? Asked Tane. They don't burn everything, said Barney. First, they take away all the trees. Why? Said Tane. Wood, said Job. They need wood for things. What things? Wondered Tane out loud. Dunno, answered Rufus. Some things. Then they burn what's left, said Job. It clears all the rubbish away so they can plant their crops. What crops? Tane asked, wondering what could be so important that they would destroy a huge area of perfectly good and healthy forest. Palm oil, answered Job. Oh, yeah, said Raj. The humans lure the palm oil. I've never heard of that, said Tane. What is it? They use it in food, said Barney. They use it in everything, continued Rufo. They can't seem to get enough of it. So that's what the straight lines of green I've been flying over are? Asked Tane. I've seen them everywhere. Yep, said Rufus. It's easy to see from the sky, isn't it? Little bits of nature and then masses of trees, all in perfectly straight lines. So what's your name, laughing boy? Tane. Well, it's nice to meet you, brother, said Rufus, and he stuck out a wing. Tane took it and shook it. Raj shook Tane's other wing. You seem okay, said Job. So what did you say your business was? I'm on a recon mission for my team. We're mapping the area ahead of a mission. A mission? Dangerous, is it? I like a good fight. I remember just the other day when Rufus stopped and stared at Ton. You're beeping. Sorry, said Tane, tapping his comms button. I have to take this. It'll be my team checking in with me. Tan-san, come in, said a mysteriously Japanese accent through the tiny earpiece speaker. This is the mobile command center. Please respond. Jav, Raj, Barney, and Rufus exchanged nods of appreciation and looks of impressed fascination. Hi, Yosuke, said Tane. It is good to hear your voice, plucky Tane, said Yosuke. Is everything okay? Your tracker shows that you have been stationary for some time. I'm okay, said Tane, but I think I just got pulled over by the owl police. We're going to need more spectacle wipes. Percy was first back. Both Arthur and Princess Kirana noticed that every single leaf on every single branch of every single nearby tree rustled slightly when he came into land. What, Arthur wondered out loud, was that? "Do you remember I told you I'd made a friend?" said Percy. "Oh, yes," said Princess Kirana. "Novita. I would love to meet her. Is she not with you?" "No," said Percy. "She had to go and feed her young, but she said she would visit soon. Anyway," he whispered, "I seem to have made some other friends. They saw what I did, and, well, it seems that they were so impressed that they wouldn't leave me alone. Watch this." Percy addressed the trees. "Come out, guys. I know you're there," he said. The whole forest rippled, and hundreds of green spectacled pigeons appeared, cooing and chattering loudly. "Calm down, everybody, calm down," said Percy, and the commotion slowly abated. "What happened out there, Percy-san?" asked Yosuke. "Oh, nothing much, really, old boy," said Percy. "Something must have happened," said Arthur. "I had a run-in with a predator friend of theirs," said Percy, "and won." Just as he completed his sentence, the green spectacled pigeons disappeared as quickly as they had appeared as Tang swept down and landed next to Arthur. Behind him, 4 very different owls came into land on the front lawn. "Evening all," said Jav. "The owl police at your service." "Who are they?" whispered Arthur to Tang. "I've got no idea, mate," said Tang. "They flagged me down, and we got chatting. I know they seem a bit odd, but a little local knowledge can't hurt us, surely? Besides, I bet Percy hasn't brought a mini-army back with him." Yeah, about that," said Arthur. "Percy?" "Yes, Arthur," answered Percy. "Show him." "Do I have to?" said Percy. "Show me what?" said Tang. "Oh, very well," said Percy. "Green spectacled pigeons. Show yourselves." Tang's eyes widened as the branches surrounding the house turned into feathery creatures wearing spectacles. Green spectacles. "Aye, Perk," said Tang with a squint. "You win." "Your Majesty," said Barney as she walked to Princess Kirana, "the owl police would be proud to help your mission in any way possible." "Thank you, my beautiful friend," said Princess Kirana. "Please tell me, what are your names?" "I am Barney, and this is Jav." "Your Majesty," said Jav as he bowed. "And," continued Barney, "here is Raj, and that is our Rufus." Rufus fluttered over and held out a wing. The orangutan took it, and Rufus shook it vigorously. "Can't believe it," he said. "Second ginger royalty I've met this week." Princess Kirana shot a glance at Arthur, who scurried up onto her shoulder. "Second, you say?" said Arthur. "Yeah, a big fella he was, red and hairy like you." He pointed at Princess Kirana. "Nearly knocked me off my branch, he did." "Yes, I remember," said Barney. "I was flying at the time. I could see a long line of them all heading north away from the fire." "How long ago was that?" asked Arthur. "Earlier today," said Barney. "I do not suppose you remember his name," hoped the princess. Rufus put his ear on his shoulder and thought. "No, sorry," he said. "Did anyone else get his name?" "We didn't see him for very long," said Joe. "We were on our lunch break in the treetops, and they just all swung by." "I flew down and spoke with him briefly," said Barney. "I asked him what all the commotion was about. He said he was taking his clan deeper into the rainforest to avoid the fires." She raised her large wingspan to her head and thought. "Oh, what was his name?" "Prince Panji," chanced Princess Kirana. Considered Barney. "No, I don't think he was a prince." "King," blurted out Rufo. "He said his name was King Saman." "Funny thing is, though," said Raj, "he said he was headed north to avoid the fires." "And that's where the humans and the fires are," continued Jeff. "Yeah," said Raj. "If he wants to go deeper into the forest, he should be going south." "How do you know?" asked Arthur. "We're birds, aren't we?" said Rufo. "We can see everything from up there." "Oh, yeah, of course," said Arthur. "Sorry, That's okay, Rat Buddy, said Jav. All he's going to hit, if he goes north, is lots of palm oil plantations, burning fields, and humans with guns. We have to warn the king, said Princess Kirana. Could you point out on a map where you saw them? Asked Arthur. What's a map? Asked Rufus. We could take you there, said Jav. It's not far from where we met Tane, said Barney. Do you think you could still find them? Said Percy. I don't see why not, said Rufus. They can't have gotten that far. What should I do when I find them? Asked Tane. Get to the king and tell him to turn around, said Arthur. But what makes you think he'll listen to me? Said Tane. Mention my name, said Princess Kirana. And what if he hasn't heard of you? Said Tane. That's a good point, said Arthur. You've been gone a long time, you know. Tell him to go to the Waterfall of the Elders. He will know of that place. What's the Waterfall of the Elders, Princess? Asked Percy. It is the legendary meeting place for clan elders, she said. Each fourth season, they would make a pilgrimage there to discuss forest matters and ancient boundaries. Oh, I'll tell him, said Tane as he turned to Barney. Can we go now? Sure, she answered. All in a day's work, little buddy, said John. What do you mean, all in a day's work, said Raj. It's not like we go scouring for long lines of orangutans every day, is it? It's just a turn of phrase, said Job as he turned and took off. Raj followed him and continued to speak. Yeah, but it's not a very good turn of phrase, is it? If we've never done anything like this before? They'll be like this all the way now, said Barney as she and Tane took off to follow the arguing double act. I'll let you know when we find them, shouted Tane. Rufus stood on the lawn and smiled at Arthur. Said Arthur. Shouldn't you be going with them? Said Rufus absent-mindedly. The other owls, pointed Arthur. They've gone. Oh, said Rufus, turning his head to the left and then to the right. So they have. He shuffled awkwardly from one foot to the other. I'll, be off, then. He stuttered and took off. Do you think they will find them? Asked Percy. I hope so, said Arthur. But I hope Rufu isn't the brains of the bunch. He tapped his comms button and spoke. Harriet, he said to open the comms. Did you get all of that? Yes, said Harriet. Hyosuke patched me in, so I'm getting it all. The heroic pigeon. As the last owl disappeared from sight, a distant whoosh turned into a peregrine falcon beside Percy. Arthur tried to gulp, but all the saliva in his mouth had fled south out of fear. So he grabbed Percy and hid behind him. Panic broke out in the trees around the house as every green-spectacled pigeon tried to hide behind another green-spectacled pigeon. It's okay, everyone. There's nothing to worry about, said Percy, hoping he was right. This is my friend, Novita. Arthur peered out from behind Percy and stared into the falcon's eyes. You sure? He said. Percy looked at Novita for reassurance, and she put her wing around him and spoke. Percy saved my life. Any friend of his is my friend also, said Novita. He is my hero. Now, might I assume that the little rodent hiding behind you is Arthur? You might assume that, said Arthur with a scowl. I've been told that I taste very bitter. Well, I must remember not to eat you then, said Novita as she turned to Princess Kirana and bowed. Your Majesty. Hello, sweet Novita, said Princess Kirana. It is so lovely to meet you. This handsome man is Hyosuke. Hyosuke wheeled himself to the doorway and bowed. Konnichiwa, he said. We are proud to welcome you into our home. Novita-chan. Oh, giggled Novita, giving away a gentle sigh she had fought hard to suppress. You are a perfect gentleman, Hyosuke. He is our proud warrior, and we simply could not do without him, said Princess Kirana. And where is your owl friend, Tane? Asked Novita. Oh, he's out on a mission with the owl police, said Percy. Then I shall meet him later, said Novita. Now I must return to my babies. I would very much like you to come and meet them. Percy. Are you sure? Said Percy. Of course, said Novita. I shall go to them and tell them that we are having a guest to dinner. Did you say to dinner or for dinner? Muttered Arthur. Green is the new brown. Ferdinand had eaten his way through an entire leaf all in one go, and it had made him feel quite sick. There was only one way to alleviate the urge to vomit and, in turn, banish the gluttonous guilt he currently felt, and that was to go for a nice walk. He'd considered a short climb up a species of flowering plant in the Hypericaceae family called the pink mempat tree, but settled on a more challenging dipterocarp. His mind had been made up when he'd looked up the long, leafless trunk and spied the sprouting branches high above. It would be a hard slog, but boy, he'd be ready for those juicy leaves when he got there. All sun-drenched and luscious. Even though he was full to capacity, his maxillary palps had drooled a little at the thought of the delicious, untouched leaves. He was now long past the point where he'd wondered if he should turn back. It was much further than it had seemed when he had glanced up. His 12 tiny, semicircular eyes, or stemmata, were rubbish. They basically showed him whether something was light or dark, so he really shouldn't have relied on them so confidently, but being the determined caterpillar he was, he drove onwards. His father had been cursed with the same adventurer spirit. This had caused him to conduct extensive exploratory studies of the mating habits of the Oriental garden lizard. Ferdinand hoped his adventure would end more successfully than his late father's had. It would appear that the mating habits of the Oriental garden lizard can continue unabated, even while the male of the species chomps off the head of an overly inquisitive archduke butterfly. Ferdinand soldiered on until he reached a fork in the trunk, where he paused and compared the green juiciness of the leaves along the branch with the ones higher up, realizing, once again, that he could barely see the tree upon which he stood, never mind the greenness of a leaf. He chose to go for an inquiring crawl along the branch. After a short while, he encountered a large nest-like structure, which he took to be a nest. Interesting, he thought. Perhaps a quick peek, in the name of science. As he inched ever higher up the side of the beautifully constructed complex of sticks and twigs, he heard the word "Each-up." I wonder what "each-up" means, he thought to himself. He reached the crest of the nest and came eye to eye with an eyas. The baby falcon, not yet knowing how or why it needed to catch food, tilted its head as Ferdinand stretched out his long green spines and tried to look like a fern leaf. This was his chief weapon of disguise and usually worked pretty well. He soon realized that it wasn't going to be as successful as usual due to the nest being made predominantly of brown twigs. "Each up," said the baby falcon, and it snapped out to grab him with its beak. Ah, thought Ferdinand as he pulled his head into his body and slinked away as fast as his 20 protuberances would take him. "Each up" means hungry. He made a mental note for later and set off back down the tree at full speed. Eventually, he reached the bottom of the tree and walked over to a much more manageable and hopefully falcon-free Cratoxylum cochinchina, where he remained, devouring its delicious leaves, until it was time to spin his silk mound and experience his wonderful pupation event. 11 days later, he broke free of the darkened pupa and emerged as a beautiful archduke butterfly, only to be immediately devoured by a small gecko called Anjay, who, in turn, was suddenly plucked from the forest floor by 2 talons and deposited into the nest of the exact same eyases where Ferdinand had been just under 2 weeks earlier. The circle of life was complete, and Ferdinand's dad would no doubt have been proud of his son's adventurous spirit. Catch me if you can. As she served fresh gecko to her chicks, Novita considered Percy's offer to come and live with them at the compound. Life was hard for a single mother in the forests of Artamus. Her mate, Rojo, had left the nest to find food for the chicks about 4 weeks ago and hadn't returned. She had looked for him for days until she had finally found his body by the side of a road. Moving the nest half a kilometer or so to the team's base seemed a good idea, but only 2 of the 3 little ones had so far attempted flight, and they hadn't exactly been great successes. Little Dharma had instinctively flapped so hard that she had floated out of the nest only to stop flapping when she realized she was airborne. This left her to fall down to a branch below the nest on an adjacent tree. It had taken an hour for her to try again, and she had only just made it back before she burst into tears. Gunther was much bolder. He regularly hopped up onto the side of the nest and threw himself off, assuming that one day he would fly just like Mummy. Her 3rd little chick, Zaze, had barely made an attempt to move. He seemed content to simply sit and be fed. Novita had, on a number of occasions, nudged him to the edge of the nest, but hadn't had the confidence to push him off. She guessed the other 2 were only a couple of days away from full flight, but Zaze was a concern. With the children fed, she began to tidy the nest. Percy would be here soon, and she wanted the place to look neat, but lived in. Just then she heard Percy's voice calling out from above. She had given him a rough guideline to their location, but it's hard to give exact directions when you live in a tree in a forest. It's the big green one just between the other big green ones. It was not a useful instruction. She flew up to meet him and guide him down, warning him on the way that her babies were, he must remember, peregrine falcon chicks, and that he should sit on a branch opposite until they grew accustomed to him. He followed her instructions and came to perch on a branch a couple of meters away. She landed in the nest and nudged Dharma and Gunther in Percy's direction. They tilted their heads and stared at Percy with cold eyes. Novita flew to Percy's side, and, tentatively, Dharma flapped. "That is Dharma," said Novita. The female chick rose slightly and then made a leap for the branch. She made it. Just unfortunately, she was pointing the opposite way to Novita and Percy, so she braced herself, leapt, and did a full 180-degree turn. She sat proudly next to her mother and sniffed in Percy's direction. She smelled nothing and was satisfied that he was neither a threat nor a meal. Gunther threw himself into the air and plummeted to the ground. Percy, shocked at the speed he descended without flapping, looked down. "Is he okay?" asked Percy with concern. "Just wait a moment," answered Novita confidently. They heard a rustle of leaves far below and then a whoosh as he swooped back up and perched between Percy and his mom. "Dharma, Gunther, this is my new friend, Uncle Percy," said Novita. "He is not food. Now where is your brother?" The 2 chicks looked around with twitchy necks. They heard a twig snap in the nest, and a little tuft of feathers appeared. Somewhere in the middle of the feathers, a pair of groggy eyes stared out. Zizi strained his sleepy eyes and did a roll call. "Dharma. Check, Mum. Check, Gunther. Check." His eyes opened wide and then immediately closed, hawk-like. "Each up!" he shouted, and he flew like a tiny feathered bullet at Percy. "No!" cried Novita. "He's a friend." But it was too late. His juices were flowing. Percy, using all his flying prowess, flapped out of the way and then up. Ziz followed, unskilled but fast and totally determined. Novita, Dharma, and Gunther watched as, high above, Percy easily ducked and dived and swooped, while Zize, for all his enthusiasm, flailed wildly with no dexterity or expertise to call upon. "Ziz," called out Novita, "come down here at once, and stop trying to eat our guest." A minute into the air display, Zize began to tire. Percy had run him ragged and was showing no effects of the climbing and diving. Ziz landed on the very top of the tallest tree and huffed with a confused look on his face. Percy flew down to join him, causing the branch to wobble. Ziz nearly lost his grip, but Percy held out a wing to steady him. "Can you smell me?" he said. The falcon sniffed at the air, but could only smell his own odor. "Come on, young fella, me lad," said Percy. "Follow me." Percy leapt off the branch and flew down to Novita and the other two kids. Zizi followed. "Percy," said Novita, "I think we may be ready to move into your place." Brotherly love. Otto had been searching for his brother, Ferdinand, for a couple of days when he heard a noise above him. He looked up just in time to see a peregrine falcon and an extinct passenger pigeon help 3 baby falcons take off from a branch. "I can't wait to tell Ferdinand what I just saw," he thought to himself. "He will never believe me." Moving house is a stressful time. It had been an odd journey. Percy and Novita could have made the short flight in minutes, but with 3 novice flyers it took much longer. It wasn't that they couldn't fly, far from it. They were instant projectiles. The problem was that now they had a feel for it, they were distracted by everything. Each time they saw something move, they had to investigate. Other birds had to be chased. Rustling leaves required immediate scrutiny. All unfamiliar noises, too, begged examination by these curious infant raptors. Both Novita and Percy knew they could not and should not quell their inquisitiveness. It was hardwired within them, and would one day be required for their own survival. This knowledge, however, didn't make it any less annoying or frustrating, as they both had to circle back over and over again. An hour later, they arrived at the farmhouse. Novita and Percy performed perfect landings on a nearby branch. Dharma flew into a window, and Gunther was flying faster than his feet, and nose-dived onto the front lawn, coming to rest with his tail feathers higher than his head. "Where's he?" said Novita, scanning the sky. Percy looked into the trees and saw a row of 11 green-spectacled pigeons turn into 2 rows of 5 as the middle one disappeared with a whish. "I think I found him," said Percy, pointing with his wing. "Sir!" shouted Novita. "Put the pigeon back!" With a flump, the pigeon reappeared on the branch, looking somewhat bemused by the near-death experience. "Hey up!" squawked Zizi. "Yes, okay," said Novita impatiently. She turned to Princess Kirana. "It has been a long flight, and they are hungry. I need to feed them." "Of course," said Princess Kirana. "They are growing children. You go. We can be introduced later." "Thank you," said Novita, "and don't worry. I'll do it away from the house. Come on, kids. Tea time." Oh. She took off, followed by 3 hungry eyases, and disappeared over the treetops to kill some innocent part of the food chain, who had not yet become a friend or colleague. The jungle. The thin ginger line. Tyne and the owl police reached the area where Rufus had seen the orangutans just as dusk was closing in. There was no sign of the apes, so they flew on. Beneath him, Tyne saw rows and rows of palm oil plantations stretching north. Behind him was a dense forest. The owl police were right. North was not the way to go. Far in the distance, Tyne saw smoke billowing up and wondered if it was another forest fire. He hoped the orangutans weren't heading directly into an awful blaze. "Keep your eyes peeled, guys," said Tyne. "I think there's a forest fire ahead." "We've seen it," said Rufus in a serious tone. "Don't worry, little buddy," said Job. "We won't miss them. This is our time of the day." "It's not about the seeing," said Raj. "It's the hearing, eh, Barney?" "Shh," she said. Rufu flew to Taine's side. "She's brilliant at this," he whispered. "She can hear anything, anywhere. It's all to do with her heart-shaped face, see? It acts as a dish and funnels sound into her ears." As they flew on in silence, Taine watched Barney go to work. She dipped and swooped as she expertly deciphered and filtered the sounds of the forest. Suddenly she did an enormous flap and performed a majestic glide down towards the treetops. "Watch this," said Raj. "I'll bet you anything she's found them." "I've found them," said Barney. "Follow me." "Is she certain?" said Tane, who prided himself on his exceptional hearing. "I can't hear anything out of the ordinary." "If you want to go and tell her that, you can," said Job, "but you're on your own." "Come on," said Rufus. "She's never wrong." As they flew hard behind Barney, Tane's sensitive hearing picked up all the noises of the forest. He couldn't conceive how she was filtering it all out and focusing on one particular sound. Within a couple of moments, they saw below a line of orangutans swinging through the trees. They were moving parallel to a large palm oil plantation, and directly towards the plumes of smoke. "There you are," said Barney proudly. "Told you," said Joe. "She's ace, isn't she?" said Raj. "Best ears ever, even without tufts," said Rufus. "That is amazing, Barney," said Tane. "Thank you so much. I'm going in." He swooped down below the tree line and flew to the nearest orangutan. "Hey, mate," he asked politely. "Who's in charge?" "Up ahead somewhere," said the orangutan without breaking pace. "I'm just following him." Tane looked into the trees and squinted. "Who?" he asked. "You probably can't see him," said the orangutan. "But surely you can smell him. He had durian fruit for his lunch again. It gives him terrible wind. Pongs a bit, but it makes him easier to follow." "You?" Tane sniffed. "That's him, is it? I assume we'd passed over a rotting carcass." "Yeah, it is quite pungent, but I don't have the heart to tell him. Besides, he's after the same female as I am, so it increases my chances, eh?" "Good thinking," said Tane with an appreciative nod. As he passed each orangutan, he asked who was in charge, but each one lazily pointed him onwards until, suddenly, he ran out of apes. He flew back to the last one he'd passed. "There's no one up there," he said with a confused look on his face. "Well, who am I following, then?" asked the orangutan. "I have no idea. When was the last time you saw someone in front of you?" "Who?" the orangutan thought. "About 16 trees ago. I've been seeing if I can swing and grab with my eyes closed." "So you've lost the leader," said Tane. "And everybody behind is following you." Mused the orangutan. "I suppose they are." "And do you know where you're going?" "Good heavens, no. I'm following the one in front of me," said the orangutan. "But—" Tane paused and waited for the beast to work out the flaw in his statement. "Oh," he said slowly. "Oops. I wonder where he is, then." "Brilliant," said Tane sarcastically. "Okay, can you ask everyone to stop, please, while we try to work out what to do?" "Sure. I could do with a nap. It's hard work following orangutans, you know." Tane sat on a branch with his head in his wings, waiting again for the penny to drop. The great ape dangled between two trees and swung as the realization of what he had said circled around his head a couple of times and then came into land. "Oh, yes," he said. "I did it again, didn't I? Sorry about that." "He can't be far away. Would you like me to grumph?" "That depends on whether you have eaten durian fruit," said Tane. "No, not me. Doesn't agree with me. Gives me the wind," he admitted. He raised his head and was just about to grumph when another orangutan, who also thought it was good fun to swing with his eyes shut, grabbed hold of the same branch. He opened his eyes with a start as the branch bent lower than he was expecting. "Whoa," he said. "I'm sorry. Didn't see you had stopped. I must have missed your break sign. I was doing that thing where you swing blind and see if you can catch the next branch." "Oh, I do that," said the first orangutan. "Fun, isn't it?" Just then a third orangutan thudded into the second. "Protocol," she called out. "You are not following standard breaking protocols." She reached for a safe tree branch, stretched her head up high, and grumphed. "Halt!" Slowly the forest ceased to rustle. "Hi," said Tane. "My name's Tane. Could I speak with the orangutan in charge, please? Of course, said the female, who looked at the lead orangutan. Where is he? Said the first male. I thought you were following him, she said. Ah, I was, but were you swinging blind again, said the female. I may have been, yes. Well, why didn't you stop him, she said to the second male. You know how dangerous it is. I didn't see him. You didn't see him? He's huge. How can you not have seen him? I didn't see him because I was swinging blind, completed the female. Kind of, said the second male. Kind of? Questioned the female. More like, definitely, if I'm honest. The female rolled her eyes and was just about to say something when the first male spoke. It's just so much fun, he said as he turned to the second male. Isn't it, Hugh? It is, said Hugh. Cedric's right. It's the only real fun we have since the humans took our part of the forest. King Pangy's got us swinging north all the time now. He says it's where the food is. We're all so hungry. Hang on, interrupted Tane. Did you say King Pangy? Yeah, why, said Hugh. But Pangy's a prince, isn't he? Said Tane. He was, said Hugh. But then King Clono died, said Cedric. And Prince Pangy became King Pangy. That's how succession works, you know, said Hugh. I thought everybody knew that, said Cedric in astonishment. So the head honcho of this clan, mused Tine, the guy up there at the front, with whom, I might add, Cedric and Hugh have lost contact, interjected Gwendolen. Yeah, continued Tane, who you two have lost. Is King Pangy? Yep, said Cedric. The former Prince of Kuripan? Said Tane. Yep, said Hugh. Blimey, said Cedric with exasperation. Which part of this are you struggling with? Well, all of it, really, said Tane. That was way too easy. You seem very excited, Master Owl, said Gwendolen. Well, yeah, said Tane. He's who we're looking for. His sister, Princess Kirana, is here. The princess, said Cedric, looking around. She's here? Where? Said Hugh. In Artamus, said Tane. I mean, she's not here, in this tree. She's here, said Tane, pointing at his ear. On this headset. What's a headset? Said Cedric. What's an Artamus? Asked Hugh. Princess Kirana is in that little thing on your head, quizzed Gwendolen. Well, she's on the end of it, to be more precise, said Tane, slowly realizing he was fighting a losing battle. Gwendolen squinted at the end of the headset. She's on the end of that tiny thing, she said. I know owls are generally considered to be a little odd, but you're the littlest odd I've ever come across. How big is she? Said Cedric. This Princess Kirana? The same size as you, said Tane. So how is she on the end of that little black thing? What did you call it again? An Artamus? No, a headset. Artamus is not a thing, said Tane. Artamus is where you are? Artamus is where I am, said Hugh, with a confused look on his face. So if I'm in Artamus, where's Cedric? He's in Artamus, too, said Tane. And Gwendolen? Continued Hugh. Artamus, too. We're all in Artamus, sighed Tane as he spread his wings and waved them in a circle. This is all called Artamus. We are in, on, and surrounded by the island of Artamus. So Artamus is an island? Clarified Cedric. Yes, panted Tane. Finally, Artamus is an island. I've got just one more question, said Hugh tentatively. If your question is, what's an island? Said Tane. I'm going to scream. Oh, said Hugh. Never mind then. Finding Pangy. Would you like me to call him? Said Cedric with a slow drawl. Who, Hugh? Said Tine. Sorry, said Cedric. I said who, Hugh? Repeated Tane. Now I'm confused, said Cedric. Is that some sort of owl bird call? What? Said an exasperated Tine. You said who, explained Gwendolen. Cedric wants to know if that's your bird call. No, I didn't say who, said Tane. doing an impression of himself, saying, Who? He said, would you like me to call him? And I said, who? Hugh? Why would I call Hugh? Asked Cedric. He's right here, next to me. I know, said Tane. That's why it seemed like an odd thing to say. There's only one person here saying odd things, fella, said Cedric, pointing at Tane. And that person is you. Okay, I get it, said Tane. You two guys are some kind of comic double act, and I'm your patsy. That's fine. Is there any way you would kindly call King Panji, who, I suspect, is now miles away, and ask him if he'd mind popping back so I could have a little chat with him? Of course, said Cedric. I'll give him a long call. Thank you, said Tane with a sigh. Cedric, said Hugh. Yes, Hugh? Could I? Could you what, Hugh, said Cedric. Could I call him? Please. I know you're Chief Grumpher, but I've been practicing really hard. Oh, please, Cedric. Tut, said Cedric. Okay, you have been practicing hard. I guess you've earned it. Oh, said Hugh. Thanks so much. I won't let you down. Do things always go this slowly in the orangutan world? Said Taney, turning to the Gwendolyn. Slowly, she quizzed. I was just about to tell them to slow down. It's hard to follow everything when they go this quickly. Tane blinked hard and sank his head deep into his shoulders. Bear with me, said Hugh. I just need to do my vocal warm-ups. Tane looked at Gwendolyn with a puzzled look, while Hugh started to hum and smack his lips together. Oh, he has improved his technique, she said. You might want to cover your ears. What? Said Tane. Why? Hugh stretched his neck out and made the loudest noise Tane had ever heard. He slapped his wings to his ears and screwed up his face. Wow! He shouted. That is really loud, isn't it? Told you, bellowed Gwendolyn. There was a distant single grumph in response, and Hugh licked his lips. He's on his way back, said Hugh. Great, shouted Tane. Thanks. Why are you shouting? Asked Cedric. What? Yelled Tane. Cedric and Hugh each took one of Tane's wings and pulled it out of his ears. There's no need to shout, said Hugh. We're only here. Oh, right, said Tane. Sorry. How long will he be? Oh, not long, said Cedric. He said he just needs to check something out and he'll come back. He's trying to find the best way through a plantation. Said he's certain there is lots of lovely green forest on the other side. He's just not sure how to get through without humans seeing us. You got all that from Grumph, said Tane. It's all in the timbre, you know, said Hugh. For example, if I wanted to say how lovely Gwendolyn is looking at the moment, I would say Grumph. Whereas, interjected Cedric impatiently, if I wanted to tell Hugh to stop trying to chat up orangutans, who are already spoken for, I would simply say Grumph. I wasn't trying to chat up Gwendolyn at all, Cedric, said Hugh. I was just commenting on how nice she looks today by emphasizing the ph of Grumph. I'm fully aware that Gwendolyn is your female. I beg your pardon, said Gwendolyn. I'll have you know I am no one's female, and the two of you should grow up and grumph off. Gwendolyn, said Cedric. Mind your language, said Hugh. We have company. Sorry about that, Master Owl, said Cedric. My Gwendolyn can be a little bawdy at times. I'll show you bawdy if you call me your Gwendolyn again. Ah, the courtship dance, said Cedric. It's all part of life's rich tapestry, eh? I'll knock you out of this tree if you don't shut up. Before Gwendolyn could finish, a shot rang out in the distance, and the forest came alive. There was a long and slow grumph up ahead, followed by a howl. Oh, no, said Hugh. What is it? Asked Tane. It's King Panji, said Cedric. They shot him. Who? Said Tane. Humans, said Gwendolyn. We must go to him. Okay, said Tane. I'll fly ahead with the owl police and take a look. Don't go too far, or they may start shooting at you guys. But our king needs us, said Hugh. I know, but trust me, please. Tane took off and flew north with the owl police. He tapped his comms device. "Yosuke," he said into his little microphone. "Are you there?" "Hi, Tane," said the sea lion. "Is everything well?" "I'm not sure," said Tane. "I have good news and possibly bad news. Is Princess Kirana nearby?" "No, Tani-san. She is on the lawn playing with Novita's babies. Would you like me to get her?" "No," said Tane. "Let me see how things go first. Stay at the mobile command center, though, please, big guy. I may need you." "Hi, I'm at your service." Barney swept past and pointed down to a clearing where forest turned into a palm oil plantation. There was a dirt road cutting along the edge of the forest, and there, on the side of the track nearest to the forest, was a large, motionless orangutan. Tane quickly scanned the area for threats, then dived down. He landed by the side of the powerful ape, who was breathing heavily and had blood oozing from a gunshot wound in his side. It was also clear to Tani that the fall from the tree had broken the king's arm. "Panji," whispered the little owl into the king's ear. "King Panji, wake up." The ape's eyes flickered but didn't open. "I have a message from your sister, Princess Kirana." The ape twitched, as though hearing her name it sent a bolt of energy coursing through his injured body. "She's come back to find you," said Tani. "She wants to help, and we all do." "Kirana," mumbled Panji. "She is alive?" Kind of," stammered Tang. The confusion of the reply made Panji frown. He slowly opened his eyes and saw for the first time that the voice he was conversing with belonged not to another orangutan, but to a very small owl. Tane smiled. "Hi, big fella," he said. "It's nice to finally meet you in the flesh. Do you think you could get up?" Panji moved slowly and groaned. "I fear my injuries are worse than I would want them to be," he said. "It's okay," said Tane. "The others are close. They can carry you back into the forest, and then we can get you fixed up." Tane heard a whit and then a two from above and saw Raj and Barney flying down towards him. "Watch out," said Barney as she swept past. "Humans," said Raj. "You gotta get out of here." "I can't just leave him," shouted Tane. "Go, brave owl," said Panji as the roar of an engine was joined by the glare of headlights. "Please make sure that my sister knows how much I have missed her." "I'm not leaving you here for the humans," said Tane. And he grabbed at Panji's thick red hair and flapped and tugged as hard as he could. The huge ape didn't budge. "Help me, Panji," screamed Tane. "I can't do this on my own." Panji stretched out his good arm and clawed at the floor. Slowly, centimeter by centimeter, the huge ape began to move closer to the forest. Suddenly, he began to move faster as Barney, Rufus, and Raj all grabbed at him and flapped and pulled. "They're getting closer," shouted Jav, who had stayed in the sky to keep watch. "Where the orangutan group?" yelled Tane. "Too far away to help," said Jav. "You're not going to make it, guys." Brakes screeched and doors slammed as the vehicle's headlights lit up this oddest of scenes. "What the—" shouted one human. "Never seen anything like this before," said another. "Are they trying to eat him?" "Either that, or they're trying to drag him into the forest," said a third. A gunshot rang out and the owls scattered into the evening sky. "Tell the others to stop where they are," yelled Tane to anyone who was listening. He turned in midair and headed back down. "Tane!" shouted Barney. "Come back! Not safe!" Tane heard Barney and knew she was right, but he had to test out this unkillable theory, and there was no time like the present. He saw the three humans grab Panji and begin to drag him towards the vehicle. What were they going to do with him? Where would they take him? Tane knew that if he didn't stop them, Panji could be gone forever. The last thing they were expecting, figured Tani, was a small Antipodean owl dive-bombing them. He headed for the human holding Panji's arm, but the human saw him coming and swatted him away. He dove back down, flying at the human who was struggling to lift the ape's legs onto the back of the truck. The human dropped Panji in order to protect himself. "What is wrong with this owl?" the human screamed as he picked up a rifle and batted Taney away with its butt. Tan hit a tree and fell onto the floor. The best tracking devices are the natural ones. "Tane," sobbed Barney. "Are you okay?" "I am unkillable," mumbled Tane. "What?" she said. "You're not unlikable at Ali." "Eh?" questioned Tane. "I like you very much." "Ah," mumbled Tane, still a little discombobulated. "I see your problem. You think I said I'm unlikable, when what I really said was—" He paused. "What?" asked Barney. "What did you say?" "Implacable," he said in a questioning tone, hoping it would satisfy Barney. He opened his eyes and stared up at her beautiful white face. "Unkillable, more like," she said in astonishment. "I don't know how you survived that." Tane blinked hard and shook his head. "Panji, where is he?" "I'm so sorry, Tane," said Barney. "The humans took him." "No," moaned Tane. "He's gone. How will I tell Princess Kirana?" "It wasn't your fault," she comforted. "You couldn't have done more." "True enough," said Cedric, who was standing nearby. "From what the owl said, you put up a great fight." "Yeah," agreed Hugh. "You got a proper tough nut there." "Thanks," said Taney. "You're a hero," said Gwendolyn, and she bent down and ruffled his feathers slightly. "So that's it then," said Tane. "We've lost him." "Not exactly," said Job, who was perched on a nearby branch. "What do you mean?" asked Tane. "If the humans have him, he'll be miles away now. How will we ever find him?" "He may be far, but he'll be easy to locate," said Job. "That's right," smiled Barney. "You're not the only one with a tracking device, you know," said Job. "What do you mean?" asked Tane. "We have two very special trackers of our own on the job," said Job. "Raj and Rufu," said Tane, excitedly looking around. "Where are they?" "They are wherever Panji is," said Barney with a grin. "Oh, guys, that's brilliant," said Tane. "I just hope he's okay." Red and green, never seen, unless it's lots of orangutans standing at the forest edge. "We came as fast as we could," said Hugh from the tree line. "But it was all over by the time we arrived," continued Cedric. "They are going to try to sell him," said Gwendolyn. "How do you know?" said Tane. "Because they came back for him," said Hugh. "And they get more for the males because they are aggressive," finished Cedric. "I need to break the news to Princess Kirana," said Tane, shaking his head in disbelief. "She's going to be so upset." "What about us?" asked Gwendolyn. "What should we do now?" "Oh, yeah, the message," said Tane. "Do you know where the waterfall of the elders is?" "Of course," said Hugh. "All orangutans know where that is." "Good," said Tane. "We need to go there. How long will it take?" "Oh, we can be there by sunup," said Cedric. "But you could get there much quicker." "Okay, where is it?" asked Tane. "That way," said Cedric, pointing south. "Could you be more specific?" begged Tane. "No," answered Cedric abruptly. "Okay," said Tane. "We'll follow you then. And please, no blind swinging." "Wouldn't dream of it," said Hugh. "Not now. Gwendolyn is in charge," whispered Cedric under his breath. For sale. 1 king, slightly used. Tana flew in close formation with Barney and Job as they followed the line of orangutans below. He tapped his earpiece and said, "All." "Tiny-san," gasped Yosuke, who was the first to respond to the beep. "Where have you been? It has been too long since you last reported in." "I know," said Tane apologetically. "Can you all hear me? I have news." "Everyone is connected, little booho," said Harriet. "Sorry I've been offline." "But I've been busy," said Tane. "I found Panji." "What?" said Arthur. "Where is he?" "Is he safe?" pleaded Princess Kirana. "I don't know," said Tane. "He's gone." "Gone? But where? How?" said Princess Kirana. He was searching for food for his clan and wandered too near to a palm oil plantation. Humans shot him. "Oh, gosh," said Percy. "Is he dead?" "I don't know. When I got to him, he was by the side of a road, bleeding from a gunshot wound. I also think he broke an arm when he fell from the tree." "Oh, no," sobbed Princess Kirana. "My poor prince." "King," corrected Ting. "That's why the Owl Police didn't know his name. He's no longer Prince Panji. He's now the king." "King?" said Princess Kirana. "Did you speak with him?" "Only for a short time before the humans came back," said Ting. "Princess, he was so happy to hear that you are here on Artamus." "What do you mean the humans came back for him?" said Percy. "Yeah, they came and put him in a pickup truck and took him away," said Ting. "I tried to stop them, but I just couldn't." "I am sure you did everything you could, little Ting," said Harriet. "Do you know why they took him?" "The other orangutans reckon they'll fix him up and sell him." "Humans have no honor," said Yosuke. "Why do they think they have the right to sell animals?" said Arthur. "Do you know where he is, Tane, old boy?" asked Percy. "Not yet, but Raj and Rufu have followed the vehicle, so we'll know his destination soon enough." "Clever owls," smiled Princess Kirana. "How safe is your current location?" asked Harriet. "Not safe at all, really," said Tane. "We're way too close to humanity for comfort. Gwendolyn says we'll be at the Waterfall of the Elders by sunrise, but it's south, away from Panji." "Okay," said Harriet. "Princess Kirana and Arthur will set off immediately and meet you at the waterfall in the morning. Keep your comms open and make sure the orangutans don't run into any more trouble." "Will do," said Tan. Eclectic fans. Novita wouldn't take no for an answer and demanded that she and her chicks help Percy be the air support for the ground troops. They flew high and scoured the area while behind them a large blob of green-spectacled pigeons followed at what they clearly believed to be a safe distance. Each time one of the falcons looked back, the flock flew erratically, as if to give the impression that they were not following. "They know we can see them, don't they?" asked Novita. "I really don't know," sighed Percy. "I feel responsible for them. Please, can you not eat any of them?" "There are enough sources of food in the jungle for us to not have to eat our way through your fan club," said Novita with a smile. "I'll tell my babies." "Thank you, my dear," said Percy, who gave a glance backwards and smiled, as what appeared to be every spectacled eye looked away innocently. When she moves, she really moves. Below them, Princess Kirana moved at pace through the treetops with Arthur, safely in his harness, at her chest. They all knew that, no matter which direction they traveled, obstacles would be in their way. There were roads and villages all around, not to mention the many plantations and work sites. "There's a road coming up soon," said Percy over the comms. "You should make your way down from the trees. I'll tell you when it is clear to cross." "Thank you, Percy," said Princess Kirana. "Hold on, little Arthur." She swung down lower and lower branches until she landed on the soft forest floor and crept to the edge of the road. A car shot past at speed, and she cowered back into the undergrowth. Then a motorcycle zoomed past in the opposite direction. "They're going too fast," yelped Arthur. "We'll never make it." "Wait until I give the go-ahead," said Percy as he circled above. "I can see the vehicle lights from a long distance." He was sure he had to find a large gap, as Princess Kirana had never given him the impression that she was particularly fast on her feet. "After this one," he said, and a lorry bobbled past. Princess Kirana stepped out onto the tarmac, and Arthur suddenly felt very vulnerable. Percy watched in the dwindling light for any more headlights. He looked down for a moment to check on the progress of his two friends, and when he looked back up, he saw a car coming along a side road he hadn't seen earlier. He had no idea which way it would turn when it came to the main road, so he swooped down for a closer look. "Excuse me, you two," he said over the comms. "There's a vehicle about to turn onto the road. Can you go a little faster?" "Of course," said Princess Kirana. Percy watched as the pickup slowed at the junction and then turned in the direction of his two friends. "Oh, bother," he said. "It's coming your way, Princess, and it's coming rather fast." Arthur, who was being tossed from side to side as the large red ape waddled awkwardly across the road, could hear the engine getting louder as it approached them. She was still only halfway across the road, and Arthur could see the vehicle bearing down on them. Suddenly, the pickup switched on its main beam and honked its horn. It was about 50 meters away and closing fast on the brightly lit orangutan. Stuttered Arthur. "I don't suppose you can go any faster, can you, Princess?" "Oh, little Arthur," she answered calmly. "You do worry so. Watch this." She suddenly raised herself up onto her legs, stretched her long arms above her head, and whooped as she ran as fast as she could. She reached the other side of the road in a matter of seconds and did a majestic forward roll as soon as she hit the grassy forest floor. She lay on her back, panting, as the pickup zoomed past them, still honking its horn. "Blimey, Princess," said Arthur as he tried to balance himself on her belly. "I didn't know you could do that." "That was fun," she said through intakes of breath. "Why didn't you just do that in the first place?" he said. "We'd have got across much more quickly." "Arthur," she exhaled, "I am a princess. One has to keep one's dignity." "Not when there's a huge truck bearing down on us, one doesn't," he exclaimed. Percy spoke over the comms. "I say, fellows," he said nervously, "that looked rather close. Is anyone hurt?" "Only one small injury," said Arthur sarcastically. "And that's to the princess's dignity. Other than that, we're both okay." "Phew, what a relief," said Percy. "Oh, and Princess, I did like the bit where you waved your arms above your head." "Oh, my dear little pigeon," she said softly, "if you ever tell anyone what you just witnessed, I will make you the first creature in history to become extinct twice." "Your secret is safe with me, Your Majesty," gulped Percy, as he rejoined Novita and the Eases, who were circling ahead. Novita gestured forward, and Percy saw a smoldering clearing ahead. "Arthur, old boy," he said, "I think it might be a good idea if you turn left to avoid what's up ahead." I'll ask her," he said. "But I'm not really driving this thing." He looked up and saw Princess Kirana swinging majestically at speed. "Princess!" he yelled. But she couldn't hear him. He tapped his earpiece and tried again. "Princess Kirana?" "Yes, Arthur," she answered, while she continued to swing from tree to tree. "Percy wonders if we could make a little detour, as there is some danger ahead." She swung between two trees and hung there for a moment. "What kind of danger?" she asked. "Percy, what is it?" "It's a forest clearing," he answered, tentatively. "And why do you think I would not want to see it?" she asked. "Because," Percy paused, "because it isn't very nice." "All the more reason for me to see it," she said. A dizzy rat could be a vomiting rat. "About 50 more trees until the clearing, Princess," said Percy over the comms. She didn't answer. He flew down to where he guessed she would appear from the forest and saw her sitting high in the last tree, staring at the scene before her. Arthur, too, was gawping at the barren earth before him. Percy landed and waited silently for them to join him. Novita and the chicks landed by his side. "This must be hard for her," she whispered. The large orangutan slowly climbed down the tree. "I suppose I will have to walk from here," she said, and she set off over the burnt forest floor. "Hey, Princess," said Arthur as he swung violently from side to side. "Any chance I can get off and walk too? You're making me dizzy." "Sorry, Arthur," said Princess Kirana, and she unhooked him from the harness and placed him gently on the floor. His nose twitched as the smell of the burnt ground hit him. They walked silently through an eerie fog. Percy walked with them for as long as he could, but the smell eventually became too much for him, and he flew to rejoin the falcons, high in the fresh air. The green spectacled pigeons were nowhere to be seen, As they neared the other side, Arthur ran ahead. "Stay close, Arthur," called out Princess Kirana, but it was too late. Arthur, excited at the prospect of once again feeling the damp forest floor under his feet, could wait no longer and danced into the undergrowth. Princess Kirana turned her head to listen and heard a familiar sound from her past. She couldn't place it. Panting, snarling, then it hit her. Dole, wild dogs, favorite food, rat. "Arthur," she called out, "where are you?" Starter rat, main course rat, dessert, custard, over rat. Arthur was oblivious to the sounds of danger in the forest. To him, everything sounded like something was either being eaten or mated with, so he'd learned to tune it out. He could, however, hear a slightly unusual noise closing in from behind. It sounded like hundreds of tiny little feet scampering on the damp leaves of the forest floor. He turned to see hundreds of tiny little feet, all attached to rats, scampering towards him on the damp leaves of the forest floor. They all ran silently past him. All, that is, except for one who had the decency to scream one word at him. That word was, "Run!" Arthur looked past the rats and could see dogs, a pack of dogs. He didn't need to hear the word "each" up to know that rat was on the menu, so he turned and ran. City rats can run fast when inspired by certain death, and he overtook the larger brown rats like a teenager at a pensioner's race. One by one he heard the rats behind him being picked off by the efficient canine hunters. Up ahead he saw a tree with twisted roots and decided to slide into a small gap and hope the dogs would carry on by. As he ran, he glanced over his shoulder and saw the snarling, drooling teeth of a particularly ferocious dole dog. It was just about to go in for the kill when he felt his legs running in midair. He rose from the forest floor and looked up to see a peregrine falcon above him. "Is this our falcon?" he yelped. They all looked the same. "It is I, Arthur," said Novita, "but I have to put you down soon. I haven't got a proper grip on the harn." Arthur, wondering where the doubles of the word harness had gone, looked up and saw Novita rising above him. He quickly realized that if Novita was ascending, then he was descending. He scanned the forest below him for anything that might find him delicious, and saw a dole dog directly beneath him, sniffing at a tree root. With a thud, he landed on the back of the dog, causing it to buck and fling him into the wet grass. In one movement, he jumped up and scrambled for the safety of the mangled roots of a large tree. He ran as deep into the complex system of contorted wooden arms as possible and stood as still as his beating heart would allow. Opposite, he noticed two like-minded and very nervous brown rats. One of them lifted a ratty finger to his lips and whispered, "Shh." Good advice, thought Arthur, and he shhed. The dog sniffed at the root, but knew its prey had outsmarted it this time, so ran away to find an easier meal. Behind him, Arthur heard, "Sss." "No," whispered Arthur. "The word you're looking for is shh." He saw the eyes of the two brown rats in front of him look beyond his shoulder. "There's something behind me, isn't there?" said Arthur to the second brown rat. "There may be," said the rat as it darted out, followed quickly by its friend. Arthur wondered what could possibly be so frightening to a brown rat that it would rather take its chances with the ravenous dole dogs out in the forest than stay in the relative safety of his current location. Slowly Arthur turned to find himself face to face with a large python. "I'll bet you eat rats, don't you?" he gulped. A ringing endorsement. "Arthur!" called out Princess Kirana. "Answer me!" She followed the downtrodden tracks the dogs had made while Percy and Novita scoured the floor from above for movement. "His comms must be broken," said Percy as he tapped away on his earpiece. Or, said Novita. Don't say it, demanded Percy. Well, we can't look all night, she said. They may have got him. Arthur, yelled Percy, even louder. Suddenly, Percy heard Princess Kirana's voice over the headset. Hello, she said. What are you doing? Have you found him? Gasped Percy. She had followed the tracks and found a large python hiding in the grass. Hang on a moment, please, Percy, she answered. I just need to speak to this beautiful python. I don't suppose you've seen our friend, have you? Burp, bellowed the python. Are you okay? Asked Princess Kirana. Just, something stuck in my throat. I'll be fine. He coughed. Princess Kirana, growing suspicious, had put her hand around the neck of the python and pulled it out of the pile of leaves to reveal a rat-shaped bump halfway down its body. If that is my friend, Arthur, she said, I will be very angry. She looked at the bump and spoke. Arthur, is that you? She asked. The python gulped. Do not gulp again, ordered the orangutan. Spit him out now, or I will have to wring him out. She grabbed the python's body, just below the lump, and started to twist it upwards toward the python's mouth. Listen, said the python, struggling to talk. It's not my fault. I have to live, and I'm very partial to a bit of rat. How was I to know that it had an orangutan and a flock of birds as its best friends? I mean, it's not an everyday occurrence, that, you know? I want it out now, said Princess Kirana calmly. But, pleaded the python, brown rats are so delicious. Brown? Quizzed the orangutan. Said the python, making the final M rise in a questioning intonation. You said brown rat? Yes, yummy, said the python gutturally, as Princess Kirana squozed the final few inches of soggy brown rat out of the snake. It fell to the floor and gasped for air. Thank you, it said as it leapt up and ran towards the other rats. Hey guys, it yelled. You will not believe what just happened to me. Kirana dropped the python, who coughed a little, and slithered away to find a less complicated meal. A moment later, she heard a scratching noise by her ear and turned to see a small white and brown fancy rat scraping down a tree trunk beside her. Help, said Arthur. I can't hold on any more. Has the snake gone? Oh, Arthur, she said as she grabbed him and squoze him tightly. He is alive, everyone. He is okay. Arthur searched for his headset, which had slipped and was caught on his harness, and put it back onto his head. I'm okay, everyone, he said with gusto. I mean, I was nearly dog meat and python food, but I'm okay. Princess Kirana dangled the little rat in front of her face and looked directly into his eyes. Do not ever leave the harness again, young man, she said as she reattached him. Okay, said Arthur. Sorry. The Waterfall of the Elders. We're here. As Princess Kirana swung from tree to tree, the excitement of nearly being lunch for two predators overcame Arthur, and he lulled into a deep sleep. He had no idea how much time had passed, but he awoke slowly as he realized he was no longer swinging but dangling. He rubbed his eyes, wiped a little drool from the side of his mouth, and looked up at his transport system. Why have we stopped? He yawned. Look, said Princess Kirana, and he followed her gaze to see a beautiful waterfall tumbling into a still, tree-lined pool. The Waterfall of the Elders, she mumbled under her breath. It's stunning, gasped Arthur. Yes, it is, she replied. This is where generations of forest dwellers have gathered to discuss important matters. She climbed down the tree, absent-mindedly plonked Arthur onto a large boulder, and headed for the water. Wait here, she said without looking at him, and walked into the pool until all that was left above the surface were her two giant lips. She felt the pool floor for a rock and stepped on it, thrusting her body upwards and out of the water, shaking her head as she rose. I have not felt water on my body for so long, she hummed, as she settled into a shallow part of the pool, raised her lips to the sky, and roared. There followed a sentence of lip smacks and high shrieks, which she ended with grinded teeth. "Is she okay?" asked Percy, who had landed beside Arthur. "I think she may have sat on something sharp," he replied with a grin. The compound. Stop killing us. It really hurts. Jean had been walking all morning and was tired. He'd been chatting with a green-spectacled pigeon the other day who'd said there was a brave pigeon warrior who, with the aid of his friends, was planning to take back the forest and teach those humans a lesson. And he wanted in. He was sick of being one of the most trafficked mammals in the world. Humans were very rude. They wanted to dry his scales and then cook them in the urine of young boys. For some reason, they seemed to believe that this was a cure for such things as excessive nervousness, deafness, and hysterical crying in children. They also believed it to be a cure for women possessed by devils and ogres. He was certain it wasn't. Surely it would have come up in his being a pangolin lessons when he was a child. If humans were going to make up stupid things, why couldn't it be that cuddling pangolins cured headaches, or stroking them lowered blood pressure? He'd lost all of his family to poachers. He squinted and saw what appeared to be a Japanese sea lion wearing a headset talking to a giant tortoise in a box. Pangolins had notoriously bad vision, not an ideal trait for a nocturnal animal, so he switched to his other senses. When it came to the senses of smell and hearing, there were few other small, scaly mammals to match the pangolin. He thought to himself, as what appeared to be someone with the lilt of a Spanish accent chatted with what appeared to be someone with a Japanese accent. Perhaps I'm not as good at hearing as I thought I was. Unless, of course, there actually is a Japanese sea lion talking to a Spanish tortoise. As he grew closer, he saw a large four-legged animal standing before him. He growled as he instinctively curled himself into a scaly ball and farted. "Why are you growling at a table, little animal?" said a Japanese voice. The head of a sea lion appeared. "A table, you say?" said Jean. "Yes." "Not a big, scary, four-legged monster, then?" "No," said Yosuke. "Am I to assume, my friend, that your vision is not too good?" "Well, it is dark," said Jean. "It is a very large table," said Yosuke. "And no." "True," continued Jean. "But it does have 4 legs." "Yes," agreed Yosuke. "It does have 4 legs. What on earth is that smell?" "Ah, sorry," said Jean. "I tend to emit a noxious-smelling chemical from glands near my anus when I am surprised." "Well, then, please remind me," said Yosuke, mumbling through a flipper, "to never, ever surprise you." "Is everything bueno?" came the gentle voice of Harriet through the mobile command center speakers. Jean unrolled himself a little and peered out from behind his own tail. "Everything but the air quality is fine, thank you, Harriet-chan," said Yosuke. "Who's that?" said Jean, gesturing at the image of Harriet. "That is the Honorable Harriet-chan." "Why is she in that box?" said the confused pangolin. "She is not in a box," said Yosuke. "That is a computer screen." "Okay. Then why is she in that computer screen?" "Because she is not there." "Okay," said Jean slowly. "You may be about to lose me." "She is not actually where you can see her," said Yosuke. "She is many, many miles away." Squinted Jean. "Perhaps my eyes aren't as bad as I thought they were." "That is because she is in HD, said Yosuke. HID? It stands for high definition. I do not know what it is, but Arthur was very excited about it. "What is your name?" asked Harriet in high definition. "I'm Jean," said the pangolin. "I heard there is a tough army of vicious animals taking back the forest from the evil humans." Oh, said Harriet, I wouldn't say we are tough or particularly vicious, but we do want to help as many animals as we can. Well, said Jean determinedly, I'm in. I want to be a part of it. What can I do to help? You can start, said Yosuke, by not farting. The barn. Well, look who's here. Harriet, love, said Edith as she opened the barn doors. Are you in here? I'm here, Edith, said Harriet as she noticed her walking toward a bale of hay. Be careful, my Carino. You're about to walk into a bale of... But it was too late. Edith caught her knee on the hay and tumbled to the floor. Edith, exclaimed Harriet. Are you all right? Oh, it's this blasted blindness, Harriet, she said as she sat up upright and proceeded to dust herself down. I just wish I could see again. It must be very frustrating, said Harriet. I hope you don't mind, but I have taken it upon myself to have something made for you by my wonderful new friend, Sergei. Ooh, said Edith. I don't mind at all. What is it? Here, said Harriet as she nudged a box towards Edith. Open this. Edith felt for the box and opened it. So, what have you been up to? Said Edith, struggling patiently with the tape on the box. I have been researching the island of Artamus, explained Harriet. That's the princess's island, isn't it? Yeah, said Harriet. She watched as Edith plunged her hand into a pocket and produced a sophisticated multi-tool device. With one hand, she expertly flicked out the penknife, sliced open the box. And what have you discovered? She asked, as she delved beyond the polystyrene packaging chips and pulled out a smaller box. It is not a happy place, said Harriet, and the president, well, he seems to be a horrible fellow. Oh, dear, poor Princess Kirana, said Edith, as she opened the smaller box. Glasses? Yes, said Harriet. They are dark glasses, just like the ones you are wearing now, but with one slight difference. Mused Edith, as she weighed them and felt around the frames. They seem the same. What is the difference? I have had Sergei insert little cameras into the frames so I can see whatever you point your head at. That means I can be your eyes, said Harriet gleefully. And there is a little hearing device so I can talk to you and no one will ever know. So you can be my guide tortoise, said Edith, giving away the fact that she knew Harriet was not human. Oh, said Harriet, so you know? I've known ever since you asked for lettuce with your tea, said Edith. And your tea in a saucer. And the saucer served on the floor. What I don't know is how. I really don't know either, said Harriet, hoping that their relationship wouldn't change. Does it matter? Not in the least, said Edith, much to Harriet's relief. You are the kindest and nicest people I have ever had the pleasure to meet. Much nicer than humans. Oh, gracias, said Harriet. That makes me so happy. Me too, said Edith. I do, however, have a question. I thought you would, asked Harriet, preparing herself. What on earth is that noise? I don't know, sighed Harriet, happy that it wasn't a much tougher question. I've been hearing it all day. It seems to be coming from the hayloft. It sounds like scraping and squeaking and rustling, said Edith. Perhaps I should go up there and take a look. But you're blind, said Harriet. Not any more, said Edith, as she put on her new glasses. 21. To 23 days ago, something happened in Arthur's soundproofed case. Edith, sporting her new glasses, walked to the hayloft ladder and stood on the bottom rung. Now, she said, can you see everything? Clear as a bell, said Harriet, as she stared at the little screen Sergei had cleverly affixed to a collar for her. I see 13 steps, so be careful when you get to the top. I'll be fine, said Edith, as she counted the rungs under her breath. She reached the top and hauled herself into a sitting position. It's quite dark up here. Can you still see anything?" "I'll switch to night vision," said Harriet. "Can you just look from right to left, please?" Edith kept her head as level as possible and panned slowly across the hayloft. "There," said Harriet excitedly. "I can see something. Stay right there, please, Edith, as I zoom in." Harriet zoomed in as far as she could and smiled with joy. "Ah, so there you are," she grinned. The Waterfall of the Elders. The Big Entrance. Tane swooped down and landed on a rock near to Arthur and Percy. "Here they come," he said. "Who?" asked Percy. "Keep your eyes on the forest just to the right of the waterfall," said Tane. "Do you hear that noise?" "It's like a distant rustling noise," said Arthur. "And it's getting louder," said Percy. "Wait for it," said Tane. And there! The forest went from green to ginger as orangutan after orangutan whooped and ran into the water. They splashed and grumped with joy until one of them noticed a different orangutan sitting in the water at the other end of the pool. "Who are you?" said Hugh as he stood waist-deep and dripping from every red hair. "I am Princess Kirana," she said, "sister to King Panji." "Princess?" said Hugh nervously. Cedric sloshed over and put both hands under the water. With an almighty heave upwards, he soaked Hugh. Hugh stood unmoved. "What's up, Hugh?" asked Cedric. "You always get me back when I do that." Hugh tentatively pointed forward, and Cedric's eyes followed the line of the point until he saw another orangutan, one he didn't recognize but who seemed no fun at all. "Oh," he said with a knowing nod. "I get it." He turned and began to wade over to Princess Kirana. "Has someone forgotten how to have fun?" he said teasingly. "Said," said Hugh. "Don't. I'm going to get you," said Cedric playfully. Just then, Gwendolen paddled over to Hugh's side. "Who's that?" she whispered. "Princess Kirana," said Hugh. "Honestly?" gulped Gwendolen. "King Panji's long-lost sister?" "Yes." "And what is Cedric doing?" she asked. "Committing suicide, I think," said Hugh, as they both watched Cedric whoosh water all over the king's sister. Princess Kirana opened her mouth wide and gulped at the water. "Ced!" called out Hugh. "Cedric? What are you doing?" yelled Gwendolen. "Do you know who that is?" It was a grumpy face which needed cheering up. He smiled. Princess Kirana stood before him and dripped. Hugh waddled over as quickly as he could and whispered into Cedric's ear. "It's Princess Kirana," he mumbled. He just covered the king's sister in water and then called her grumpy. "Ah," said Cedric. "Your Majesty, I hear..." humbly. Princess Kirana raised a hand and everything stopped. Arthur, Tane, and Percy looked at each other from the sidelines and then looked back at the drama unfolding before them. "What is your name?" asked Princess Kirana solemnly. "Oh, dear," said Cedric, "my name. I seem to have forgotten." "Cedric, your Majesty," yelled Hugh as he slowly backed away. "His name is Cedric." "Well, Cedric," said Princess Kirana as she rested her hand on his head. "You're it." She forced Cedric's head beneath the water and ran, splashing and grumping happily at the other two. "Ha! I knew she was okay about it," shouted Hugh as Princess Kirana barged into him and knocked him over. Novita and her chicks flew down and sat next to Percy. "What is going on?" she asked, as she watched a pool of orangutans duck and bob each other under the water. "I have no idea," said Percy. "Maybe it's a royal tradition or something," said Arthur. "Royalty is weird," said Tane. The Compound. Did you ever feel like strangling a pangolin? "I can hear you, but I don't know how this works," said Jean. "Can you hear me?" "Not really, Jean," said Harriet, who couldn't have called at a worse time. "You have to speak into the microphone." "Okay, will do, Mrs. Tortoise," said Jean. What's a microphone? Is Yosuke there? Would you like me to get Yosuke? What? Strained Harriet. I said, would you like me to get Yosuke? I think it would be best if you got Yosuke. I'll get Yosuke. What? I'll get Yosuke. It's no good, Jean, shrieked Harriet. You'll have to get Yosuke. Harriet saw the little pangolin disappear from the screen and waited. Yosuke? She heard in the distance. Mrs. Tortoise would like to speak to you. Harriet looked to her left and spoke. I still can't believe it. I am so happy for you, she said to someone off-screen. Eventually, she heard the distinctive sound of Yosuke closing in on the mobile command center. Squeak, slap, squeak, slap, squeak, slap, squeak, slap, squeak, slap, squeak. Harriet-chan, he said breathlessly. I am so sorry. Nature called. When one has to go, even Magnifico warriors have to go, giggled Harriet. I am just calling to let you know that I have some wonderful news, she continued as the camera panned to the right. Look who is here, but keep it to yourself for the time being as the others have a job to do. What wonderful news, Harriet-chan, grinned the sea lion. My lips are sealed. The Hunter's House. Toads. Trump near trees, 2. Rufus had returned to the waterfall of the elders, and as he was the largest of all the birds, had been nominated as rat carrier for the journey back to Panji's location. Everyone followed him quietly as he led them to the last known location of his friend Raj. That's where they're keeping Panji, he said, as he gestured towards a large farmstead below. But Raj isn't where I left him. I do hope he's okay, said Percy, who had absolutely insisted that his glasses-wearing entourage stay at the waterfall of the elders on the premise that it was quite hard to sneak up on anyone when you were towing a flock. Perhaps they moved Panji and he followed them, suggested Tane. Barney'll find him, said Job. She could find a farting frog in a forest. With one large flap of her wing, she shot to the front of the formation and rotated her heart-shaped face until her internal radar blipped and she banked right. She's got him, said Job. They followed as she swept down and landed on a branch which, at first, appeared empty. As they closed in, they could just make out the telltale orange eyes and white ear tufts of a Rajascops owl. Raj put a wing to his beak and whispered. This is as close as I can get, he said. I was too exposed on the other branch. What's the news? Asked Rufus. No change, said Raj. The farmer came out earlier because Panji was rattling his cage and making lots of noise. What happened? Asked Tane. Nothing much, said Raj. The farmer shouted and kicked the cage. Panji's been quiet since. How many humans? Asked Arthur. I don't know, said Raj. All the house lights are off, so I guess they've gone to bed for the night. Should be easy then, said Percy. I don't like it. It's too quiet, said Arthur. You've watched too many action movies, Arthur, said Tane. It'll be a piece of cake. We all know what we're doing, right, guys? Everyone nodded. So, paused Arthur, are we ready for Plan A? Let's do this, said Tane, and he leapt into the sky. Everyone watched as he circled twice and then swept down onto Panji's cage. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the orangutan sleeps tonight. Panji, he whispered, but the great ape didn't stir. Panji? It was no use. The drugs used by the vet to treat his wounds had kicked in, and he was snoring heavily. Tan hopped down from the cage and searched the floor for a stick with which to poke the orangutan. He found one, but when he picked it up, he heard a growl. That's funny, he thought. Sticks don't growl. He turned to see he was face to face with a very large set of snarling teeth, attached to which was a large, muscular Rottweiler. Ah, said Taney. who knew that if he moved at all, he would find out what would happen to an unkillable laughing owl who had been torn into 1,000 pieces. Will I reform as all my bits lock back together like a jigsaw, he thought? Or will I spend eternity being carried around in a box and performing tricks at parties where I can be in more than one room at a time? He had to think fast because he didn't like confined spaces, and more importantly, he hated parties. What's brown and sticky? Here, boy, he said excitedly. Do you want the stick? The Rottweiler stopped snarling and stared at the twig in Tane's left talon. I bet you want it, don't you, boy? Tane's head bent all the way to his shoulder so he could see under the dog's belly. Sorry, continued Tane, as his head returned to the vertical. Go. The Rottweiler's mouth opened, and Tane moved the stick closer. The dog froze as Tane slowly wafted it in front of her mouth, and then she snapped at it. With lightning reactions, Tane whipped the stick away and fluttered backward slightly. The Rottweiler bent down on her front legs, stuck her bottom in the air, and wagged her stubby tail from side to side. He saw a chrome, bone-shaped name tag dangling from her collar and smiled. Do you want me to throw it, Candy? Candy's eyes changed from confusion to desperation, and Tane knew he had her attention. I'm going to throw it. Are you ready? He teased. He pulled back his talon and held it in the about-to-throw position. Candy's body tensed and Tani threw the stick. The enormous guard dog turned and sprinted to retrieve it. With one swift movement, she grabbed the stick and returned it to Tane's feet. Tane grasped the stick and leapt into the sky where he hovered, taunting Candy. And then he set off across the field as fast as he could with the Candy chasing him, her eyes firmly fixed on the stick in his talons. He suddenly swept upwards, threw the stick into some long grass, and turned to power back to Panji's cage. He landed with his back to the cage and stared across the field. He could just make out Candy's tail wagging above the long grass as she searched for her quarry. You handled that quite beautifully, little owl, spoke a voice from behind him. He leapt 180 degrees and saw Panji staring at him. You're awake? Said Tane exhaustedly. I fear the substance the human put inside me has made me drowsy, yawned the huge orangutan in a little cage. The commotion awoke me. I do apologize, Your Highness, bowed Tane. In future, I shall try to be quieter while avoiding the gnashing jaws of a killer dog. I think someone wants you, said Panji as he gestured behind Tane. Tane turned to see Candy powering towards him across the field. This may take a while, he said. Excuse me a moment. Come on, girl. Candy came to a halt within a couple of inches of Tane's face and dropped the stick. She wagged her tail excitedly. Who's a clever girl? Said Tane. And Candy's eyes opened wider. Candy! Shouted a female voice from the farmhouse. What's going on, girl? Candy picked up the stick and ran excitedly to her owner. What have you got there? Said the woman. A stick? It's the middle of the night, and you're playing with a stick. Come on in. You can sleep with us tonight. Candy trotted through the door, and it slammed behind her. Excuse me one moment, please, Panji, said Tane as he took off and returned to the tree where he sat next to Raj. Dog? Said Tane with a questioning tone. Oh, yes, said Raj. There's a dog. You need to watch out for the dog. The rescue. Tan snorted indignantly and turned to Arthur. We're going to need Plan B, he said. The cage is locked with a black loop of plastic. Cable ties, mumbled Arthur. I thought they might have used padlocks. Okay, Novita, you're on. I am ready, said Novita, and she grabbed Arthur by the harness and took off. She dropped him expertly onto Panji's cage and went to work on the cable tie with her razor-sharp beak. Arthur slipped through the cage bars and plopped into Panji's lap. Shh, he whispered as he put a finger to his lips. Princess Kirana sent us to break you out. Are you okay to walk? Yes, whispered Panji. Where's my sister? She's waiting for you at the waterfall of the elders, said Arthur. Will you be able to make it there? I will manage, said the king proudly. Finished, whispered Novita from outside the cage. Panji pushed the cage door, and it swung open. Wow, said Arthur. Those razor-sharp beaks come in handy, eh? Let's go. No, said Panji loudly. I cannot leave. Shh, whispered Arthur. They'll hear us. What do you mean you can't leave? Follow me, said Panji, and he crept to a small barn at the back of the farmhouse and opened the door slightly. Oh, said Arthur. I see. Bird's twin bird. What is it? Said Ting. Is Panji okay? It's the barn, whispered Arthur. It's full of animals. Oh, no, said Percy. What do you want us to do? Keep watch, said Arthur. I'm going in. He crept in and through the moonlight saw a line of cages on each side. Thankfully, not all of them were full. Oka, he mumbled to whoever was listening. It's a bit dark, but I can see a baby elephant, a tiny bear, and a young tiger. They all seem to be asleep. Oh, and at the back of the barn is a cage with 3 baby orangutans squeezed into it. This is inhumane. Are you talking to me? Asked a French-accented voice from above. What? Said Arthur, who looked up to see a long line of bird cages hanging from a beam. There were so many birds, all different sizes and colors, but all of them silent and resigned, it appeared, to a life behind bars. Except for one. I was just wondering if you were talking to me. No, I wasn't, said Arthur, realizing he was talking quite loud. And be quiet. They might hear us. Oh, breathed the small bird. Who might hear us? The humans. Oh, okay. I shall whisper Zen, said the bird. Are you here to save me? I'm listed as vulnerable by the IUCN, you know. The what? Asked Arthur. The International Union for the Conservation of Nature. Isn't that the IUFTCON? Yes, I suppose it is, if you're going to be pedantic. Anyway, I am a Schneider's Pitta, and I was considered extinct in 1918 until rediscovered in 1988. That was my... He tried to count on his feathers. Great-great-great-great-grandpapa, or something, I'm not sure. Anyway, I was related. Well, I suppose I have to be, if there aren't many of us left, huh? Do you know that if... The Schneider's Pitta looked down and saw that the little rat had gone. Oh, he said to himself. Vous êtes alle. Où est le rat? The little bird opened its cage with one snip of the cable tie and climbed out onto the top. Allô, petit rat? He called out. Où est le rat? Shh, said Arthur. Be quiet. I'm over here with the baby orangutans. Excusez-moi, mon ami, said the bird, who had now flown down and was standing beside Arthur. Ah, yes, the babies. So little room in their cage. I know, said Arthur. It's such a shame, but we'll save them. Ah, oui, whispered the little bird. You are here to rescue the apes? Yes, said Arthur. I mean, no, not just the apes. We're going to save all of you. Oh, très bien. They have become like my family, no, said the bird eagerly. My name is Morris, by the way. How may I help? Well, Morris, how sharp is your beak, said Arthur. If it's not a personal question. It is a personal question, said Morris, but I don't mind as I have the beak of a rapier, you know? Good. Do you think you could help us by cutting through the cable ties, holding the cage door shut? Why, of course. That is easy, whispered Morris. Said Arthur as he turned and saw Morris standing behind him. Hang on. You're out of your cage? Of course, petty rat, said Morris matter-of-factly. You told me to be quiet and to be heard from my cage. I would have to shout, no? But if you could get out at any time, Why were you in there? That is where I was put, shrugged Maurice. But you didn't want to be in the cage, right? No. But you stayed there? Oui. And you're happy to help us open the cages? Of course, said Maurice. I can do them all now, if you wish. Do you wish? You could do them all. Easy peasy, said Maurice. Bish, bash, bosh. Go on, then, challenged Arthur as he tapped his earpiece. Hi, guys. There's a little bird in here who reckons he can easily open all the cages for us. I don't believe him, but stand by anyway. Roger that, Arthur, said Percy, standing by. There was an odd chord as many squeaky cage doors opened at the same time, and Arthur turned to see Maurice on top of the baby orangutan's cage. Et voilà, he whispered gleefully, as a flock of assorted birds flew for the barn door and to freedom. Well, I never, said Arthur as he gawped at the empty cages above. Shh, reminded Maurice with a wing tip to his beak. I fear, however, that the baby apes are terrifying. How you say? Scared a lot? Arthur scurried to the orangutan cage and saw the trembling babies. It's okay, he whispered to them. We're not going to hurt you. They cowered and backed into the farthest corner of the tiny cage. I hate humans, muttered Arthur. Look, they're even scared of little old me. Leave this to me, said Panji as he knelt before the cage and gently stretched out his good arm. The babies clambered up and clung tightly to his body. We need to go immediately, he whispered. Can you and the tiny bird manage the elephant, bear, and tiger? I guess so, said Arthur. But only if they want to go. They look asleep. They are drugged, whispered Maurice. The bear was howling. The elephant was turning so much it nearly knocked over the cage, and the little tiger was biting and clawing at the bars. The farmer shot them with a dart. To shut them up, obviously, said Arthur quietly. No, mon ami, said Maurice. They don't care about the noise. They care about the animals doing damage to themselves. So, in a strange way, they care about them? No, 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 muttered Maurice. They are worth less at the market if they are damaged. Arthur shook his head in dismay and picked up a long stick. Can you open their cages and I'll wake them? He said. Ah, oui, but they may be hard to wake. The drugs are très strong, and they only shot them after they brought in your big friend. That is why his cage was outside. He was, how you say, wine and them up. Maurice, quick as a flash, snipped the cable ties, and each door squeaked open a little. Arthur dashed into the closest cage, where the elephant lay heaving heavily. Elephant, he whispered, as he lifted a huge ear. Huge little elephant. Wake up. He is called Fariz, said Maurice. I spoke with him yesterday when Zay brought him in. This could take some time, said Arthur. Can you wake the bear? Je suis dessus comme un éclair, said Maurice. Said Arthur, turning to look at him. I am, how you say, on it like a flash, he translated. And he dashed into the bear's cage and pecked his nose. Ow, said the bear. And it slowly blinked open its eyes to reveal a small bird hopping in front of it. Très facile, said the little bird. Easy as tart. Who are you? Asked the bear. Shh, whispered Maurice. That's an odd name, said the bear. Where are you from? I am French, said Maurice. Shh. Doesn't sound very French, but then I haven't met many. The bear thought for a moment. French persons. Shh. Is not my name, mon ami. It is an instruction. We are rescuing Vo, so too must be hush, hush. Ah, okay. Mum's the word, whispered the bear with a knowing tap on its own nose. What is the word? Asked Maurice. Mum. Je suis confus. Will you two stop discussing the weather, grumbled Arthur, and try to wake up this elephant while I get the tiger? Ah, oui, said Maurice. No problem. whispered the bear, yawning slightly as the tranquilizers in the drugged dart still washed through his body. Elephant waking is a specialism of mine. Arthur ran to the tiger's cage and scurried to its ear. "Tiger," he whispered. "Wake up, little tiger." He paused as he heard what sounded like a low rumbling, and wondered if the farmer had awoken and was on his way to the barn. "Percy," he said quietly, "is everything still all clear out there?" "It certainly is, old boy," answered Percy. "No activity out here at all. Panji is waiting for you at the line where the field meets the jungle. What's taking you so long?" "These animals are heavily drugged, and we're trying to wake them. Send someone to tell Panji to set off back to the waterfall of the elders. He has a bad arm and is carrying 3 babies, so he needs to go now. We'll catch him up." "Will do. I'll send Tani. Is there anything we can do to help?" "Just keep watch and let me know the minute something changes." He paused again as the rumble became more growly. "Are you sure there are no motorbike engines running out there?" "Positive, old boy," said Percy. "Why, what can you hear?" "It's a kind of growly, snarly noise. A bit like a tiger staring at me, with all of its teeth showing." "Ah," said the tiger as it blinked and gave an enormous yawn. "I'm not really asleep. I've been watching and listening. What do you want with us? I don't trust you." Said Arthur, frozen to the spot. "We're here to rescue you." "Why would you try and rescue me?" said the tiger, clearly trying to stay awake. "You don't know me." "True, but I know what happens to you if they take you to the market," said Arthur, slowly realizing that the tiger was just a cub and was attempting to be scary. What happens?" said the tiger, showing the first glimmer of fear. "Well, I've read that they believe that tiger skin has magical powers," said Arthur. "And they want your teeth and claws as good luck charms. And, stammered the little tiger cub. "And they think that your bones, when crushed, are a treatment for rheumatism." "Oh," said the tiger, bowing his head. "And there's more?" asked the tiger, raising his head again. "And this one is the worst. They are convinced that your penis, if soaked in wine, is an aphrodisiac." Maurice appeared next to Arthur. "It's all true, Boulan. Mon ami," he whispered. "Humans do terrible things to us. I think we should go with Le Petit Rat." "Okay," said Boulan. "But what about Fariz?" "I have left the waking of the baby elephant to the bear. He said he knows precisely what to do." They all turned towards the elephant's cage and saw the sun bear holding Fariz's ear up and inhaling a deep breath. "He's not going to do what I think he's going to do, is he?" whispered Arthur, secretly knowing the answer. "Wake up, elephant!" hollered the bear, and Fariz opened his eyes immediately. A dog began to bark in the distance, and Arthur's earpiece buzzed. "What was that, old boy?" asked Percy in dismay. "It was a sun bear waking up a baby elephant," said Arthur, no longer bothering to whisper. "Did it work?" asked Percy. "Because it has woken up the dog, and all the lights in the house are coming on. Might I suggest you get the heck out of there?" "Good advice, Perce," said Arthur, turning to his new friends. "I hope you lot are up for a run, because we need to scarper. Now, Morris, can you find us the quickest route to the jungle?" "Absolument," said the little bird. "I already know it, as this is my courtier. Follow me, mes nouveaux amis." "Does anybody speak French?" asked the sun bear. "We don't need to understand him," shouted Arthur. "Just follow him." They ran out of the barn and followed Morris's path to the jungle. Just as they reached the thick undergrowth, a shot rang out, and a human voice shouted, "Go and find them, Candy!" "Do you all know where the waterfall of the elders is?" shouted Arthur. "Yes," they all shouted. "Make your way there," he yelled. "We have to split up now to confuse them." Fariz wrapped his trunk around Arthur and hurled him onto his back. Hold on, little rat, he said. It's going to get bumpy. 3. Prong. Splitidal. Arthur looked over his shoulder and saw Bulan and the sun bear dart off in different directions as Fariz carried him, a lot faster than he thought a drugged baby elephant could, away from the farmers. His earpiece buzzed. "Where are you, Arthur?" said a panicking Percy over the comms. "The owls have taken flight to attempt to track the bear and the tiger, but it will be hard at this time of night." "I don't know," said Arthur as he bumped up and down on the back of this amazing beast. "Maurice?" "Oui, mon ami." "Can you fly higher so my friends can see you?" "Oui, okay." "Got you, mate," said Tene. "Percy and the Falcons are on your tail." "Great. Are we heading in the right direction?" "I wouldn't worry about that at the moment," shouted Percy. "You may want to worry about the huge Rottweiler closing fast." "What?" stumbled Arthur as he glanced over his shoulder. "Oh." "Leave this to me," said Tane, and he dove down and flew alongside Candy. The comms didn't quite pick up what he said to the dog, but she slowed and then came to a halt. "What's happening, Tane?" asked Percy. "This beautiful dog has offered to lead the humans in a different direction to give us some time," said Tane as he flew back up. "I'm going to go with her to make sure she's okay." "That's great news, Tane," said Arthur. "Does that mean we can slow down a little, play AC?" "Yeah, mate. You need to turn left and go straight. We'll take them the opposite way." "Thank you," bounced Arthur. "Fire!" "You can slow down a little?" "Now. Phew. Thanks." Fariz slowed to a more familiar waddle, and Maurice dropped down and landed on his head. "I hope you don't mind me riding with you?" "No," said Fariz. "Not at all." "Excellent. Now, allez, to the cascade we go." The Waterfall of the Elders. Allons, enfants. "Marchons, marchons," sang Maurice as the little elephant appeared out of the jungle. "Qu'on sang un peu," he continued. "Abreuve," he belted out with pride, getting louder as the anthem reached its climax. "No, see now." Everybody turned to look at the odd sight of a baby elephant carrying a fancy rat and a saluting, singing bird. "He's French," said Arthur, as if this explained everything. "Princess Kirana, may I introduce Morris? Morris, this is Princess Kirana and another 20 orangutans." "Hello, beautiful little bird," said Princess Kirana. "And who is this handsome gentleman?" "My name is Fariz. Thank you for saving me," he said as Percy and the Falcons landed nearby. "Our pleasure, dear chap," said Percy. "Now, where is everyone else?" "Yeah," said Arthur. "I thought Panji would be back first. He set off before us." "I do hope he is okay," said Princess Kiran. "He had a bad arm and was carrying 3 babies," said Arthur. "So perhaps he's taking his time." Suddenly a loud shot rang out to the north. "Run, Bulan, run." Bulan's heart was pounding as he dodged the trees as best he could. Every now and then one would clip his body, causing him to yelp with pain. He was badly bruised and had cuts where the sharp bark had ripped into his flesh. A bullet thudded into a nearby tree, and he ran as fast as his legs would take him. Better a few cuts and bumps than a searing hot bullet. He wasn't sure how many were hunting him. He hadn't had time to stop and take a head count. But he knew they wouldn't stop until they got him back, dead or alive. He could easily outrun them in this environment because this was his world. But he knew that running this erratically made him very easy to track. His heart thudded like it wanted to leap out of his chest and forge ahead, leaving his body behind. But he knew full well that it was his body they were after. And if Arthur was right, other things too. One thing he was sure about was that he wasn't going to give up any of his parts without a fight. But the problem with running away from something, even something as deadly as another species wanting to kill you and use a part of you to mop up wine, was that you had to know when to stop. You couldn't just keep running. Where would you end up if you did? He knew he was leading these humans straight to the waterfall of the elders, and he hoped, beyond hope, that whoever was there had a plan, because his was to leap into the water and dash downstream, hoping they couldn't track him through the water. He saw a glint of the shimmering water ahead and darted through the remaining trees. He glanced over his shoulder in an effort to catch a telltale glimpse of his human pursuers, and then leapt for the cool, untraceable haven beyond. He waited for the splash, but it didn't come. Instead of landing in something, he landed on something. He didn't know what it was that had stopped him from getting wet, but it was big and leathery and had no scent. Growl. Princess Kirana held Bulan like he was a giant kitten running for its life. He struggled violently, but he was still only a cub, and she kept him under control easily. "Shh, little one," she said comfortingly. "You did surprise me." "The farmers," he panted. "They're here, right behind me. They have guns. Let me go, please." Novita nodded to her chicks, and they took off to the safety of the skies above. "Everyone hide," shouted Arthur. "The X-Unit will handle this." Branches rustled like a surround sound system as the green-spectacled pigeons clambered to hide. The jungle edge returned to green as the red orangutans faded back into the jungle, taking Fariz with them. Percy and Arthur stood proudly on a rock next to Princess Kirana. Percy leaned over and whispered into Arthur's ear, "Don't forget that we're unkillable, and you are not." That's a good point," said Arthur, as he edged behind the little pigeon. Princess Kirana remained by the water's edge with the tiger cub in her arms. "Please be still. I mean you no harm," she said as she inspected the bloodied body of the little big cat and frowned. "You are hurt." "I'm not dead, though," he pointed out. "Please let me go. I need to get out of here. They're coming for me. They'll kill us all." They heard a noise from the forest. It was a human voice. "That's them," said the cub. "I've got to go. Why won't you let me go?" "Because, my beautiful boy, they will never stop hunting you. We must take a stand here and now." She looked deep into his eyes. "You have got to trust me. It will be okay. You will be safe." "Princess, look!" shouted Arthur from behind Percy. "At the forest's edge." "I see them," she said calmly, as she gently placed the tiger cub behind her. 4 humans does seem rather a lot for one little tiger cub. 4 shots rang out and tranquilizer darts thudded into her body. She moved backward slightly as they hit her, but she remained upright. "I think now would be a good time for some flocking fun," she said, nodding at Percy. "Now," he said, and the forest rumbled into green, spectacled chaos, causing the farmer to flail and duck. When the flock had resettled on higher branches, each of the humans was completely surrounded by orangutans. Princess Kirana walked slowly forward, took their rifles, and threw each of them into the thick undergrowth. She raised her head up, gave a loud kiss squeak, and suddenly the orangutans were gone, leaving the clearing deathly silent. "Please forgive me this one moment of indiscretion," she said to anyone who was listening, and she plucked the tranquilizer darts from her body and ran, arms raised and teeth bared, at the terrified farmers. The orangutans erupted into whoops and grumps, while a solitary parp blasted from the trunk of Fariz. Bulan stood proudly and roared his loudest roar. The farmers turned and ran into the forest. "That was a magnificent roar," congratulated Princess Kirana. "Now we have not been properly introduced. I am Princess Kirana." "I'm Bulan," said the cub, "and that was fantastic." The Return. After the excitement of Bulan's entrance, Princess Kirana sat with her eyes closed, one hand resting on the tiger, and listened to the heavy rain. She felt like she could hear each drop as it landed, and was certain that nothing man-made could make rain resonate like this. Her trance-like state was broken by a hand on her shoulder. She opened her eyes and saw the face of her brother, King Panji. "Sister," he said, "I'm sorry I have taken so long to reach you, but the babies were tired and they could no longer hold on, so we rested a while." Tears swelled into Princess Kirana's eyes, and they embraced. Everyone witnessed this moment, and yet, as Panji whispered something into Princess Kirana's ear, the public display was replaced by the most intimate of moments. "What do you think he is saying to her?" whispered Percy. "I don't care," replied Arthur as he wiped tears from his eyes. "Are you crying?" asked Novita as quietly as she could. "No," said Arthur. "It must be the dust." "Yes," she said sarcastically. "Heavy rain always brings out the dust, doesn't it?" The power of diversity. By nightfall, Tane and the owls had returned, and everyone began chatting and bonding over their stories and experiences. Rather than seeing differences in shapes, colors, species, and sizes, they saw similarities. Gwendolyn had lost her partner to a vehicle accident, just as Novita had. Boulain smiled a wide smile when he found that he and Fariz were both exactly 3 seasons old. Rufus discovered that the baby falcons had also lost their father without ever having met him. Percy was overjoyed to hear that Morris had, just like him, been awarded the title of best flyer by his flock. Even the green-spectacled pigeons broke with their traditional system of not fraternizing and chatted amongst themselves. They discovered wonderful things about colleagues they had been flying next to for years. They also found out that no one quite knew who had come up with the no-talking idea, so they decided to abandon it for a more chatty alternative. Slowly, as the night wore on, the mood shifted to one of anger and fear as they each shared their experiences of contact with humans and the destruction of their forest home. The cold, hard steel of a snake. I love figs, lovely ripe and squidgy figs," sang the sun bear quietly to his own recently invented melody. He rolled on his back as he munched, the leaves beneath him seeming to rustle more loudly because it was nighttime. "I may be recovering from a drug-addled stupor, but I can still catch a fig," he said to himself. "And in the dead of night, too." He talked to himself all the time, a lot. That was what one did when one was alone. He wondered why he, an expert tracker, was finding it so difficult to locate this waterfall of the elders. He knew he was on the right track because he had seen baby elephant tracks and a little bit of tiger fur hanging from a branch, but the day and the drugs were getting the better of him and he needed to sleep. "I'm so sleepy," he said to himself as he wriggled down to find a comfy spot on the jungle floor. As he tossed and turned, he felt something uncomfortable sticking into his back. "A log, perhaps," he mused. He rolled a little more. "It feels long and thin." He stopped wriggling as a wave of panic swelled over him. "A snake? Is it a snake? Lie still, you, I hate snakes." He closed his eyes and slowly reached under his back. "Please don't be a snake. Please don't be a snake. Please don't be a snake." He felt it. It was hard. "What is that?" he said as he felt a long, cylindrical, cold bit with a hole in one end. "It's definitely not a snake," he fumed. "Well, if it is, I think I can safely say that it is either dead or very, very cold." He ran his fingers down the cylindrical bit until he reached a loopy bit with a thin, short length of something in the middle of it. It seemed to move slightly when he pulled on it. "Perhaps if I really pull on it," he said to himself. "Goodness me, do I have to say everything out loud?" He realized what he had just done. Yes, he accepted. "I clearly do. Well, it's not a snake, so I'm safe. I'll just pull this metally what's-it in the middle of the loopy thing and see what happens. Twang! The gunshot woke everybody at the waterfall with a start. Even Cedric and Hugh, who had been on guard duty. They all froze and stared into the darkness, waiting for their eyes to adjust so they could see the threat. "Stay still," ordered Panji. "It could be the farmers returning with more people." "Not at this time of night, surely," answered Arthur. "Wait, I can hear something. Ow! 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 My bottom! I've shot my bottom." The sun bear hopped out from the darkness, swiveling a rifle in one hand and clutching his bottom with the other. He stopped suddenly when he saw in the moonlight a rat, a pigeon, a tiger, a baby elephant, 4 falcons, 5 owls, and more orangutans than he could count, staring at him. "I shot my bottom," said the bear. "Look out, he's got a gun," shouted Arthur. "Halt," said Hugh. "It's too late, Hugh," said Gwendolen. "He's here now. Will you sleep again?" "No," he yawned. "Put the gun down," said Percy slowly. "I can't," answered the sun bear, shaking the hand with the finger stuck in the trigger. "It's stuck." Twang! Went another bullet, and everybody ducked. "Stop!" shouted Arthur as he scampered up to the bear. "Don't move. Don't move a muscle. Princess Kiran, do you think I could have your help, please?" "Of course, Arthur," she said. She walked to the bear, held the gun barrel to the sky, and released the bear's claw from the trigger. "I shot my bottom," he said again, as Princess Kirana tossed the rifle into the pool. "All I was doing was eating a nice juicy fig when it went off." "Does it hurt awfully, old boy?" asked Percy. "I shot my bottom," said the bear, and he turned his rear end into the moonlight and presented it to Arthur for inspection. "Of course it hurts." "He's mooning you," joked Taney. "He's not a sun bear, he's a moon bear, with a bear behind." "Hey," said Arthur. "Aren't you the bear from the barn?" "Yes, that's me. Please check my bottom." Arthur pretended to look. "It's too far away," he said. "I can't see it properly." "No problem," said the bear, and he squatted an inch from Arthur's face. "You don't socialize much, do you, bear?" said Arthur. "Been on my own for about 50 seasons now," he said. "Prefer my own company, see? Never needed anyone and never will." "Well, unless you can see your own backside, you need someone now, don't you?" said Arthur. "A fair point, and well made," said the bear. "I suppose, if you're going to look at my bottom, I should at least know your name." "Arthur," he said. "Ah, for rat," he giggled. "Someone's parents had a sense of humor, eh? My name is Surya Beruang, and I shot my bottom." "Surya Beruang," said Arthur as he squinted at the wound. "That's an odd name. What does it mean?" "It means sun bear," admitted Surya. "My parents clearly didn't have the same imagination as yours, unfortunately. How is it?" "It looks pretty nasty," said Arthur. "Did the bullet go in?" "I don't know," said Surya. "I never shot my bottom before." "Well," said Arthur, "you've shot it good this time. Are you squeamish?" "I don't know what squeamish means," said Surya. "How would I find out?" "Do you see all that blood on the floor?" said Arthur. "Yes," said the bear. "It's yours." "Oh," said Surya. "All that blood is mine?" "Yes," said Arthur, as Surya fainted, face first, into the soft leaves of the forest floor. "Well, that answers that question," said Arthur. "I think we might need a doctor." The compound. The laughing sea lion. Jean sat on the desk of the mobile command center and watched in awe as Hyosake spoke into the voice-activated search engine. "Doctor in Artamus," he said in his clearest voice. "I have found 5 results for Doctor in Artamus," said the voice-controlled personal assistant. "Would you like me to call the first in the list?" "Hi," said Yosuke. I'm sorry, I didn't understand that instruction. Did you say ha, as in to laugh, to respond to something funny? No, little voice in a box, said Yosuke. I meant to say yes. I am sorry, I didn't understand that instruction. Did you say yes, as in an affirmative response? Yes, said Yosuke. Calling Doctor Result 1. The computer rang 3 times, and a voice answered. Hello, Doctor Surgery, said a voice. How may I help? Can you understand me? Asked Yosuke. Hello, is there anyone there? Said the voice. I am Yosuke. Do you understand me? I think there may be a problem with the line. All I can hear is a barking noise. Yosuke hung up the call and flippered the next number on the screen, but the result was the same. Why can't they understand you? Asked Jean. I do not know, Yin-san, said Yosuke. It appears that our Edith-sama is the only one who hears us. Maybe it's because you are calling human doctors, said Jean. What other doctors are there? Asked Yosuke. There are animal doctors, too. There are doctors who are animals? Quizzed Yosuke. No, silly, said Jean with a giggle. There are humans who are doctors for animals. Oh, I see, said Yosuke. What are they called? Veterinarians, said Jean. Veterinarians? Struggled Yosuke. Veterinarians, said Jean. I shall try, said Yosuke. Veterinarians in Artamus. I am sorry, I didn't understand that instruction. Did you say veterinarians in Artamus? Hi, said Yosuke. I am sorry, I didn't understand that instruction. Did you say ha, as in to laugh? To respond to something funny? Yosuke looked at Jean, who was chuckling to himself. No, said Yosuke. Vitriolians in Artamus. I am sorry, I didn't understand that instruction. Did you say veterinarians in Artamus? Yes, said Yosuke carefully. I have found 3 results for veterinarians in Artamus, said the voice-controlled personal assistant. Would you like me to call the first in the list? Yes, said Yosuke, as he clapped his flippers together excitedly. Hello, this is Dr. Setiowan. I cannot take your call at the moment, but please leave a message after the beep, and I will call you back as soon as I can. Beep! Jean looked at Yosuke and shrugged. Yosuke leaned forward. Hello, he said tentatively. I have a sun bear with a gunshot wound and need help. Please call me Ba. Hello, interrupted Dr. Setiowan. I have just walked in and heard your call. Where's the bear? Do you understand me? Inquired Yosuke nervously. Of course, answered the doctor. Yosuke smiled at Jean and continued. Please hold while I patch you through to Arthur-san. The Waterfall of the Elders. The Pure and Virtuous Doctor. Hi, said Arthur. Is this Dr. Setiowan? Speaking, said Dr. Setiowan. Who is this? Hello, Doctor. I'm Arthur, and I have a sun bear with a bullet in his bottom. Can you come here and fix him? Well, that depends where here is, my friend. We're at the Waterfall of the Elders, said Arthur. The Waterfall of the Elders, quizzed the doctor. I have no idea where that is. Oh, right, said Arthur, and he tapped his little GPS screen. It's about 5 miles north of the village of Taman. Taman, mumbled the doctor. Let me check my map. There was a moment of silence, and then the doctor spoke. But there is nothing but jungle 5 miles north of Taman, he said. You don't have to tell me, Doc, said Arthur. I'm in the middle of it with an injured bear. How long will it take you to get here? Well, paused the doctor, I couldn't possibly come. The nearest road to you is about 3 hours from my location. Then I would have to find you in the jungle. We can pay any amount, said Arthur. It is not the money. I simply cannot come. I have too many animals to tend here. If I left them, who would care for them? That's a good point, Doctor. Sorry, said Arthur. I can talk you through it over the phone if you would like. That would be great. Thanks, Doc. Novita, the Merciless. Does the wound look infected? Asked Dr. Setiawan. How would I know? Asked Arthur. There would be yellow or green pus, and it would smell quite bad, said Dr. Setiawan. It's a bear's behind. Its default smell is quite bad, gagged Arthur. But there's no yellow or green pus. That's good. How is the patient? He fainted, said Arthur. And you are sure the bullet is still in there? Pretty sure. Then it has to come out. And now, do you have anything sharp? The doc says the bullet has to come out now, said Arthur, turning to the assorted animals watching on. We need to find something sharp to dig it out. Everyone looked at each other and shrugged. Perhaps we could find a stick, said Arthur. A stick could break in the wound, said the doctor. It has to be sharp and strong. Well, we haven't got anything then, said Arthur. Stand aside, said Novita. I'll get it out. Wait, said Maurice. Attendez. Je dois aller chercher quelqu'un. That must be French, for I'm squeamish, said Tanny as the little bird flew away. Everyone look away, said Novita. This may get bloody. This is going to hurt, little bear, she whispered, as she bit down and pulled the bullet from the wound with a plop. "Ah!" yelled Surya as he drifted back into consciousness, just in time to see a peregrine falcon, with blood dripping from her beak. "What is happening?" asked the doctor. "I heard screaming." He woke up, saw blood, and fainted again, said Arthur. "But the bullet is out." "Good," continued Dr. Setiawan. "Do you have bandages? Or no? You will need to find some large leaves and apply direct pressure to the wound. It is essential that you stop the loss of blood." "We need to apply direct pressure to the wound," said Arthur. "Large leaves should do it. We've got to stop the loss of blood." Panji leaned forward with a large taro leaf and pressed it firmly into the wound. "Bonza Panji," said Tana. "Okay, Doc," said Arthur. "We're applying pressure. What next?" "You need to clean the wound." "How do we clean it?" said Percy. "Water," suggested Arthur. "From the pool." "Only if it's clean," said the doctor. "It has to be sterile. Do you have a way to boil it?" "No, we can't boil it," said Arthur. "If you can't sterilize the wound, it will get infected." "But we don't have any medical supply," said Arthur. "Miel," said a French voice from above. "You need honey." "Honey?" said Arthur quizzically. Everyone looked up and saw Morris zooming towards them, followed by what looked like a black blob. The blob came to a halt just above Surya's bottom and shimmered and swayed like a spider web in the wind. "Hello, Mommy," said Morris as he fluttered down to the forest floor. "Did you think I had abandoned Vaux?" I hadn't really thought about it," said Tank. "Did I hear someone say honey?" asked Dr. Setiawan. "Honey will work just fine. It's antibacterial and antifungal. Put as much as you can on, and then wrap it in leaves." "My little bee friends have offered to help," said Morris. "Luckily for you, the tree that used to house their nest just got chopped down, and Zaya had to leave in an hurry on it." "Why is it lucky for us that their tree got chopped down?" asked Percy. "Because," interjected the chief bumblebee, Lloyd, "it means I have a full swarm here, all chewing nectar and waiting for somewhere to put it." "Yuck!" exclaimed Tang. "Yuck!" buzzed Lloyd. "What do you mean, yuck?" You may not know this, but before the discovery of penicillin, honey was used extensively to fight infections. See, what we do is we secrete an enzyme called glucose oxidase into the nectar, and that releases low levels of hydrogen peroxide when the honey makes contact with the wound. "Double yuck," said Arthur again. "Anyway," said Lloyd, shaking her head, "let's see if we can save this little bear's bare bottom, shall we?" Lloyd buzzed down for a closer look. "Please remove the leaf, Mr. Orangutan," said Lloyd. Panji pulled back the leaf to reveal the bloody bullet hole. Lovely, she said. Ahoy, Swarm! Get regurgitating. Swarm descended in twos and deposited its load into the wound while Lloyd commentated. What's happening now, she said, is that the bees, who have been chewing the nectar since the nest was destroyed, are spitting it into the wound. There was a pause as the bees went to work. What's going on? Asked Dr. Setiawan. You wouldn't believe me if I told you, Doctor, said Arthur. But I think the honey thing might work. Give us a mo. Okay, continued Lloyd. Now Beefy, who is the captain of the hive, is bringing on her fast flappers. They hover over the nectar and flap really hard to evaporate off the excess water. Then, and only then, do we get the thick, sweet liquid gold we call honey. Seconds later, the bees reformed into their black, shimmering mass and hovered above the sun bear. Is that it? Asked Tim. Nearly. Now you need to wrap it up and wait for the miracle to happen, said Lloyd. Make sure you change the leaf every hour or so. Are you still there? Asked Dr. Setiawan eagerly. Yes, Doctor, said Arthur. The honey is on the wound. What next? You need to wrap it and let the honey do its thing, he said. Make sure you change the leaf every hour or so. The doctor says we need to wrap it and let the honey do its thing, said Arthur. And we should change the leaf every hour or so. I told you, said Lloyd, quite rightly bristling with smugness. You should really let the patient rest now. The doc also says we should let the bear rest now, said Arthur. Tane turned to the little bee and spoke. You really know your stuff, don't you? He said. I couldn't have done it without my teammates, said Lloyd. It's the best swarm I've ever had the privilege to lead. I will need you to bring the bear into my surgery as soon as possible, said Dr. Setiawan, so I can check that he is okay. We'll be in touch with you very soon, said Arthur. And thanks, Doc. We owe you. You owe me nothing, said the doctor, so long as the bear is okay. Harriet's plan. The X-Unit gathered around the large rock by the water's edge and listened carefully to Harriet. Now Panji is safe, she said. We can move on to stage 2 of our plan, saving the fauna and flora of Artamus from complete destruction by humans. We need to find all the barns like the one at the farm and close them down, said Taney. But there could be hundreds, thousands, said Arthur. What if every farm has one? That's why I think we need to go right to the top, said Harriet. Even if we could close down all the little farms who are selling wildlife at markets, they'll just start up again as soon as we leave. And it isn't the farmers who are burning down all the forests, said Percy. It's big business. Exactly, agreed Harriet. That's why we should go after the president himself. I don't imagine that will be too easy, will it? Said Arthur. Well, said Harriet, I've researched the island thoroughly. It's been an independent country since the revolution 10 years ago when Rimidal Nitup became president and remains in office, unchallenged, to this day. He is thoroughly corrupt and has systematically sold huge swaths of forest to the highest bidders. It has been reported that he demands 50% of all profits made by the companies he sells the land to. These are generally companies who require the land for timber, pasture, or agricultural purposes and don't consider the habitats they are destroying in the process. Wow, exclaimed Percy. That is awful. He must be a very wealthy man, said Yosuke over the compound comms. From what I've seen, he must be the richest man in the world, said Percy. There's virtually no forest left. You are not far wrong, Percy, said Harriet. It is believed that he is in the top 10 richest people in the world, although he denies it. He is on record saying that he takes a meager salary as president and only owns an 800-square-foot apartment on the outskirts of the capital. However, it is claimed by his opponents that he actually has an Italianate mansion on the coast called Nitup's Palace, along with 19 other houses and 700 cars. He also, allegedly, has a collection of 58 aircraft and helicopters, including a $716 million plane called the Flying Palace that has a toilet made from gold. And to keep his options open by land, air, or sea, he also has a $100 million mega yacht called the Exquisite. I'm guessing he's not easy to get to either, is he? Asked Arthur. I have been trying to contact him, or anyone around him, for days with no joy, said Harriet. He is surrounded by his elite presidential guard at all times, never gives any clue to his location, and always makes numerous travel plans to protect himself from assassination. What about family? Asked Percy. Perhaps we could speak with them and try to convince them to get him to change his ways. He has been divorced 3 times and has no children, said Harriet. He is currently between wives. He sounds lonely, said a different voice over the comms, and thoroughly awful. I wish I could meet him. I'd give him a piece of my mind, I can tell you. Here's your tea and lettuce, Harriet, love. Hello, Mrs. Stone, said Percy as he shot a glance at Arthur and muffled his beak with his wing. Do you think she knows? Hello, Edith, said Arthur with a shrug. Are you well? I hope you and Harriet are looking after each other. We really are, Arthur, said Edith. Do you know, when I gave up nursing to look after my Henry, I lost all of my friends. And then, when he passed on, I think I became a little bit of a grumpy recluse. It is lovely to have Harriet here with me, but I do miss you all, especially the princess, watering my plants. Harriet and I manage, but I imagine it is quite a hilarious scene. So, she continued, with the tone of a stern schoolmistress, what are we going to do about this dreadful man? We, mouthed Arthur to Percy. I have an idea, said Yosuke. Arthur-san says we have money. Why do we not buy the land from him? Could we? Asked Percy. I suppose so, said Arthur. He seems driven by money, but we'd have to find a way to get to him. I think, interjected Harriet, that we should find another way. Do we really want to give this corrupt man more money? That is a good point, Harriet John. We need to find a way to stop him, not support his corruption. Perhaps we could go after the companies who buy the land, suggested Yosuke. But, what would we do? Asked Percy. Why would they listen to us? Why would anyone listen to us? Said Arthur. We're just a bunch of animals trying to stop a violent, corrupt dictator. Violent, corrupt dictators get sloppy, young Arthur, said Edith. Take it from me. Why, when I drafted the Convention Against Corruption for the United Nations, it became very clear that dictators fall because of hubris. Hubris? Questioned Percy. What's that? Overconfidence, Percy, answered Edith. It brings them all down eventually. Well, that, or death. You worked for the United Nations, Edith? Asked Arthur as he shrugged at the others. Oh, I was only part of the ad hoc committee who drafted the convention during the sessions in Vienna, Buenos Aires, and Merida, she said matter-of-factly. It was something to do while I waited for Henry to finish his work with Amnesty International. Blimey, said Arthur. You're quite the dark house, aren't you? So what do you think we should do, Edith? Well, as my friends Bobby Woodford and Carl Bernstein once told me, while I was trying to expose government infiltration into the C&D, follow the money. Said Arthur, trying to think of an intelligent way of asking Edith for more clarity. What? You should investigate his finances, said Edith. Ah, said Arthur. How? Easy, said Harriet. You go to his house and look at them. Do I just knock on and ask if he's coming out to play? Joked Arthur. Oh, silly Arthur, giggled Harriet. It is much easier than that. Sergei and I have studied the blueprints of the building, and we have found a way to get you into the building's air duct system where you will be able to move from room to room without being seen. I have sent all the information you will need to your smartphone back at the compound. I thought perhaps the Owl Police could take you. I am afraid I have asked the Owl Police if they would track down little Farise's herd, said Princess Kirana, so he can stay safe with us. We'll take him, said Percy. We? Quizzed Arthur. Trust me, old boy, grinned Percy. Excellent, said Harriet. That's decided, then. If you can get Arthur back to the compound as soon as possible, he can get the equipment he requires, and then I'll go through the infiltration plan with him. Once we're done, you can then fly onwards to the presidential palace. I think the rest of you, once the bear's behind is healed enough for him to walk, should make your way back to the safety of the compound. If the farmers can find you at the waterfall of the elders once, they can find you again. Percy? Said Arthur. Yes, old boy. When you said trust me, he continued, as Novita dove down, grabbed his harness and swept him upwards. What did you mean? I am guessing that the squeal I just heard was little Arthur being picked up, inquired Yosuke. I shall expect him soon. Whoosh! Becomes wee. Percy flew alongside Arthur and smiled. You okay? He shouted. How should I know? He said. I can't breathe. Novita, can you please slow down a little? I'm sorry, Arthur, said Novita. I'm not used to worrying about the welfare of my passengers. Thank you, gasped Arthur. He turned to Percy, who was still flying by his side. Is Novita taking me all the way? Lord, no, said Percy. You're far too heavy for one falcon to take you all that way. But you can't carry me, he said. Correct, answered Percy with an annoying level of ambiguity. So what happens when she gets tired? Look behind you, old chap, said Percy. Arthur strained to turn his head, and he saw the chicks in a perfect V formation behind their mother. Oh, no, he yelped. Oh, no, no, no. This is not good. They'll take it in turns, said Percy. It'll be fine, old bean. But, paused Arthur, that means they'll have to pass me in mid-air. Oh, goodness, no, Arthur, said Percy nonchalantly. They can't pass you in mid-air. Well, what then? This, said Novita, and she released her grip. Cried Arthur as he spun and flailed downwards. With the tip of his wing, Gunther broke formation and aimed, bullet-like, at the tumbling rat. He grabbed Arthur with expert timing, swept back up, and took his place behind Novita and Percy. Before the journey, Novita had sat the chicks down and explained that Arthur was a friend and, therefore, was not to be eaten in any way. She had agreed with Dharma that Arthur did, in fact, smell delicious. But the fact remained that he was now family, and they should treat him accordingly. Gunther smiled down at him. Can we please get better at that? Yelled Arthur breathlessly. By the third handover, the chicks were spinning Arthur in midair and catching him with one talon. Again, shrieked the rat excitedly. Do it again, but this time let me try a couple of somersaults before you catch me. After a while, the excitement of falling through the air with only the talons of a ruthlessly efficient predator to save him had worn off. A bird dropped a rat. The rat tumbled impatiently towards the earth. A different bird swooped down and grabbed the rat. It had become mundane. On one occasion, Arthur saw the pursuing blob of pigeons and saw that they were all chattering away and not taking much notice of how close they were getting. Do they know we can hear them? Shouted Arthur, as a pair of talons grabbed his harness and whisked him back into formation. The compound. I don't think Sergei offers a money-back guarantee. Gunther dropped Arthur gently onto the soft grassy lawn and then swept back up to join his mother and siblings, who disappeared to eat something whose name they did not know. The trees rustled more than usual as the now continually chattering green-spectacled pigeons settled on assorted branches for a good chin wag. Percy flew to speak with them while Arthur ran to his case to pick up the equipment he would need to enter the palace covertly. He clipped on his smartwatch, slung his backpack over his shoulders, and scurried up to join Hyosuke at the mobile command center. "Hola, muchacho," said Harriet as soon as she could see him. "Before we start, I have someone here who wants to say hello." The camera whirred to the right, and Ella appeared on the screen. "Ella!" yelped Arthur. "Where have you been? What happened? Why weren't you wearing your harness? When did they find you? Which—" "Arthur," she said. "I am so sorry I let you down. I can't tell you why yet, or where, what, when, how, who, or which. But please know that I love you with all my heart, and I promise that, now it fits again, I will wear my harness all the time." "What do you mean, now it fits again?" said Arthur. "Did it shrink? That's supposed to be military grade. I'll speak with Sergei about that, and get my money back. Cheap rubbish. Oh gosh, it's so good to see you again. I was so worried." The camera whirred and Harriet reappeared on the screen. "I told you she would be safe, Arthur. That chica can take care of herself. Now," she continued, "let me take you through the security measures employed at the palace." The Waterfall of the Elders. Leaf it out. The oral ambiance of an orangutan making a nest high in the treetops is gentle and soporific. A little like drifting to sleep to the sound of the ocean, it can numb the senses and mentally rock you into a deep and peaceful slumber. The oral ambiance of 21 3/2 orangutans making nests is upsetting at best, and will mentally rock you like a hurricane. Add to that the ensuing fights, as everybody scrambles for the best leaves and you have a series of disputes the United Nations would back slowly away from while releasing statements such as, "It's probably best if they work it out for themselves," and "If you think I'm getting between those two to break up a fight over a leaf, you can think again." Panji rested in the treetops with the other orangutans. Princess Kirana gathered up her nesting materials from the forest floor and settled down for a doze at ground level. It wasn't normal for an orangutan to sleep on the floor, but then it wasn't normal for an orangutan to have one arm around a small sun bear and the other around a critically endangered tiger. Add to that the baby elephant at her feet and a small extinct owl heaving up and down on her chest, and you could throw out all thoughts of normal and place her in the unusual category. She smiled as she settled down to the sound of her new family sleeping soundly. Bulan's chest heaved heavily up and down, and Tan giggled ever so slightly each time he exhaled. So far, the day had been full of excitement, and everybody had earned their afternoon siesta, but she would be much happier when Faris was reunited with his herd, and everyone was safely behind the secure fences of the compound. And then there was Arthur, Percy, Novita, and the babies, flying into the unknown jeopardy of a dangerous mission, and the green spectacled pigeons who looked up to and admired Percy so much. She closed her eyes slowly and tried to put these things to the back of her mind. For the time being, she was happy. She had found her Panji. "You spin me right round." They awoke in the late afternoon to the sound of a spinning bear. "Why, I smell. Honey, behind me. Wherever I go," he shouted as he spun and spun. "And why? LSODI. He staggered slightly left and fainted for a third time. "Whose bright idea was it to put honey all over a bear's bum?" laughed Tang. "I fear we may have to give the little bear more time to recover," said Princess Kirana. "Nope, I'm fine," said Surya, jumping up immediately. "I just made myself dizzy. I'm ready to go when you are." "Only if you are certain, little bear," said Princess Kirana. She turned to the owl police. "Do you think you could find Faris's herd?" "Easy," said Barney. "Can you remember where you were when the farmers took you, Faris?" "I was near the scorched area behind the farmer's field," said the little elephant. "Okay," said Job. We'll start there. The jungle. I speak with my little beak. Tyne swept up from the forest to make sure the journey back to the compound was as human-free as possible, and noticed the little bird behind him. "Un moment, mon ami," said Maurice. "Would you mind if I traveled with you? It has been such a long time since I flapped." "Sure," said Tyne. "You must be Morris. Nice to meet you." "Ah, it is nice to meet you too, my friend," said Morris as he reveled in the thin air of altitude. They circled the convoy below in complete silence until Morris could hold it no longer. "I am, how you say, bored stupid," he said. "We could play Je parle avec mon petit bec." "We could, if I knew what it was," said Tyne. "It is, how you say, I speak with my little beak." "Go on then," said Tyne, happy to waste some time. "I speak with my little beak." He paused. "Something beginning with is. If the answer to this is sky," said Tyne, "I will be very angry." Okay, shouted Morris. "Let me try another. I speak, with my little beak, something beginning with C." "Cloud?" said Tyne. "Ah, it was too easy. Let me go again." "But it's my turn if I get it right, isn't it?" said Tyne, slightly more disgruntled than he thought he would be at not getting his turn. "Please, mon ami, allow me another go." "Okay," said Tyne. "I speak, with my little beak, something beginning with T." "Tree." "No," spluttered Morris, changing his letter quickly. "I meant O. Owl. Did I say O? Forgive me, I meant F." "Forest." "Mon Dieu, monsieur, you are very good at this game." "Look, Morris," said Tyne, "it's not so much that I'm good. It's more likely that you're not very good. You choose really obvious things, especially when we're so far up. I mean, look around. There's not much up here, is there?" "Ah," realized Maurice. "Ah, you say?" said Tyne, misunderstanding Maurice's ah for an R. Interesting. Yes, that's much more like it. River. No, rain. Oh, wait. It's not raining. No, Monsieur Owl, not R's a letter. I said ah, as in an exclamation used to express a range of emotions, including surprise, pleasure, sympathy, and realization. Right. It was ah and not R, said Tyne. "I see." "I see," said Maurice. "Is it your go now? You're supposed to start with I speak, with my little beak, and then say something beginning with I and C." "Eh?" said Tyne. "So now I am confused," said Maurice. "Have you chosen I and C, or have you chosen A?" "Eh?" said Tyne again. "Oh," said Maurice. "So now it's O, is it?" said Tyne. "I wish you'd make up your mind. I thought it was R." "River?" yelled Maurice. "Correct," said Tyne, taking the opportunity to end the madness. "Well done. I think we should fly in silence for a while." "Why?" said Maurice. "You can't choose why because we stopped playing now, remember?" said Tyne, who flew for a moment with his eyes shut tight as he attempted to work out what had just happened. Morris, still muttering about what I see could have been, dipped up and down and swayed from side to side to alleviate the kind of boredom only a migratory bird could understand, while Tyne watched on bewildered. "As mad as a snake in a shoe shop," he whispered to himself. To his left he heard the distinctive too of Barney and twitted back. "We've found the herd," she said proudly. "They are heading this way." "That's great news," said Tyne, and he tapped his earpiece. "Princess, please tell Fariz that the owl police have found his herd and they are heading to meet us." "Oh, he will be so pleased. We are approaching the road, so we'll wait for them there." If you want to know about spiders, search the web. "It's not blue," said the second spider. "It is, honest," said the first. "It can't be blue," said the second. "Spider blood is blue, I tell you." "Rubbish. All blood is red. Not spider blood," Why? What's the science? Our blood is blue because of the oxygenated copper in the protein hemocyanin. And what does that mean in a language I may understand? Human blood contains iron. Ours contains copper, ergo blue blood. Prove it. Prove it? I'm not cutting myself just to prove it. Well, how do I know you're not lying? Said the second spider, just as a small bird landed on the branch and chomped off his friend's head, covering him in blue blood. Delicieux, said Maurice. You, said the second spider, as it quickly spun a web and descended to a lower and safer branch. He was right, though. It is blue after all. Deli what? Asked Tane as he landed next to him. Blue blood, said Maurice. It is... How do you say... Yum yum. Do you know Maurice? Said Tane. In the short time I've known you, I have had some of the oddest conversations of my life. Thank you, said Maurice proudly. That is good, no? I suppose it is, said Tane, having to concede to himself that a moment with Maurice was more interesting than a lifetime with some. So why have we stopped on a branch by the roadside? We're waiting for Farise's herd to arrive, said Tane, so we can all cross together. Ah, oui, the little elephant. So, mon ami, we have a little spare time, no? Please tell me about yourself. What do you mean? Asked Tane. Well, for example, what model of owl are you? Teat, joked Tane. Ah, bon, the teat owl, said Maurice, completely unaware of the joke. Please tell me one interesting thing about the teat owl. We can't speak when it's raining, said Tane. Ah, très intéressant, mulled the little bird. And what is the reason for this interesting anomaly? Because when it rains, it's too wet to woo. Bon. Très bon. Would you like to know an interesting fact about me? Not particularly, said Tane, knowing that Maurice was desperate to tell him one. Look, the herd is here. They heard it on the grapevine. Farise ran full speed at the lead elephant. Papa, he yelled, you found me! Not without the help of these wonderful owls, boomed the large elephant, as he bowed his head to the owl police perched on a nearby tree. I thought I had lost you forever, my son. Shall we go? But, Papa, said the little elephant, can we not stay with Princess Kirana and Bulan and the others? But why, my boy? They are not like us. But they are my friends, Papa, said Farise. This is Bulan, my best friend. Bulan roared a tiny roar and then purred. This is Surya Barang, the sun bear. Hello, Mr. Elephant. I shot my bottom. This is King Panji and his clan of 23 orangutan. Actually, it is 20 and 3/2, as there are now 3 babies, and we count them as halves, said Panji, as Gwendolyn, Cedric, and Hugh held the babies aloft proudly. And this is the beautiful princess. She and her friends are going to win us back our forest, he said excitedly. Hello and welcome, then, she said. My name is Kirana. Hello, Princess Kiran. I am Zulfikar, the herd leader. It is very nice to meet you, Zulfikar, said Princess Kirana. Might I inquire as to how, exactly, you are going to win us back our forest? We have not quite decided yet, said Princess Kirana, but we have our best minds working on it. We would be honored if you would join us. I see no reason why we cannot walk with you, Princess, said Zulfikar. What is our current destination? At the moment, interjected Surya, we're trying to work out how to get everyone across this busy road without turning a few of us into rugs. Leave this to us, bellowed Zulfikar, and he turned to the herd. Operation Safe Passage, everyone. You know what to do. The herd split in two and went back into the forest. A moment later, there was a creaking sound followed by 2 crunches as a tree to the left and one to the right fell across the road. There you are, said Zulfikar proudly. Safe passage for all. So much for saving the forest, eh? Whispered Tane to Maurice, as he took off and watched the animals cross the road safely, while humans got out of their vehicles and gawped in astonishment. Rat dangling. Meanwhile, further south, a rat carrying a small toolkit and a tiny backpack was dangling from the talons of falcons on a rotation basis. He knew who each pilot was without looking. Novita flew straight and steady, and had a firm grip on the harness at all times. Dharma, like her mother, flew straight, but occasionally repositioned her hold of the harness. Gunther seemed to suffer from constant turbulence and struggled more than nature intended with aerodynamics. Zize was both the most fun and the most terrifying. He flew in zigzags, no matter how many times his mother told him not to, as he didn't want to miss a thing, and would repeatedly swoop down to investigate a small rodent, only to remember at the last moment that he was already carrying one he wasn't allowed to eat. He also delighted in regularly dropping Arthur, so he could give himself a mid-air scratch. Fortunately, the capital of Artamus, Nilmerk City, wasn't far by air, so they were soon flying over the suburban outskirts. Both Percy and Arthur heard Hyosuke give the direction to bank right and look for the large white building below. The falcons followed Percy as he swept down and circled the vast palace grounds until he eventually settled on the branch of a tree in the forest at the rear of the complex of buildings just beyond the tall and heavily guarded compound wall. The Presidential Palace. The Poetry of Dusk. "I love this time of the day," said the gliding lizard as he turned to his wife Para. "You love it, do you, Hang?" said Para. "The other day we had an argument because when I said I love you, you said, 'Oh, that's nice.'" "So," said Hang, "it is nice. So you can't say that you love me, but you can say that you love a particular time of the day." "You know I do," said Hang awkwardly. "Do what?" said Para. You know, he was beginning to regret saying that he loved the time of the day. "Oh, please don't make me say it." "Okay, I'm not going to argue with you again," said Para with a sigh. "Tell me, though, why do you love this time of the day?" "Well, it's the sunset, isn't it?" he said. "It's beautiful." "Beautiful? You call the sunset beautiful? When I asked you yesterday if you liked how blue my Gular flag was, you said it was all right." "It was all right," said Hal. "All right? I'd spent all day thinking of the color blue in an attempt to make it look special for you when you came home, and all you could say was, 'It was all right.'" "Sorry. You know I'm not good at that sort of thing." "Say something romantic," demanded Para. "Right now." "What like?" "I don't know. Use your brain." "It's only tiny." "You're not kidding," said Para. "If you don't say something romantic right now, I'm going to glide to that branch below us and spend the night there." "Oh, don't be like that," said Hang. "I mean it, Hang." "Okay, all right," said Hang. "I think no, wait, you are the most... No. Okay, I've got something." Para tilted her head to the left and inflated her gular fold. "Tonight, my darling wife, you look..." Hang smiled. "Brilliant. Brilliant? Right, that's it," said Para, and she drifted down onto a branch just above 4 falcons, a pigeon, and a rat in a harness. "Oh, Para," shouted Hang. "Don't be like that." She turned her back on him and gave a huff. Hang braced himself and leapt off his branch. As he fell, he saw the falcons and panicked. He lost control of his glide and thudded into the trunk head first. He lay still on the branch, stunned. Para scampered over to him and held up his head. "Hang?" she shouted. "Speak to me, Hang. I'm so sorry. Please don't leave me like this. Not after an argument." Hang's eyes opened, and he inflated his yellow flap. "My darling," he said, "you look stunning. Is it the light of the sunset, or have you lost weight?" "Oh, Hang," said Para, "what's happened?" Hang stood and took his wife in his arms. "My love," he said, Look at the sunset. I have delayed the dusk so I may see you in this light. I have stopped time's onward march toward darkness, just for a moment, so I could drink in its wonder with you in my arms. Ah, dusk, the poor relation to both sunlight and moonlight. It knows its place in the world. The awkward light at the end of the day which depresses the mind and suppresses the senses. It is hard to imagine a eureka moment at dusk. A great artist waiting for a beautiful dusk set. A musician moved to write a romantic song about how the dusk light transformed the features of a loved one for the better. But this dusk is being kind. It clearly has a sense of the dramatic, as it has stopped time just for us so we can enjoy the dying embers of the flaming ball that so spectacularly, and yet with no effort whatsoever, turns the sky into a panoply of colors not readily associated with the natural world. Dark purples smudged into yellows and reds that themselves evaporate into many shades of blue and orange. Why, if one were to place a creature who had only ever seen daytime, or was entirely nocturnal, into a late twilight sunset, they would think they had been transported off this planet and dropped onto a new world which worked to different laws of nature. "Oh, my darling," said Para as they embraced. "I love you so much." Arthur was watching the love scene from the branch below. "Percy," he nudged. "Look at that." Percy looked up and saw the two love lizards in a warm embrace. "Shh," he said. "Why?" asked Arthur. "It's beautiful to watch." "Because we are sitting next to 4 falcons who eat lizards," said Percy. "4?" said Arthur, looking beyond Navita. "I only see 3. "Oh, no," said Percy. "Where's Eve?" Zee slowly fluttered down next to Percy and gulped. "Did he just do what I think he did?" asked Arthur, unable to look up for fear that the branch would be lizard-free. Zez, young fellow me lad," said Percy. "You have a little bit of lizard stuck to your beak. Yes, just there." Dusk is the number 1 cause for the success of the light bulb industry. As the last dying embers of the beautiful sunset scanned for appreciative eyes, lizard or otherwise, it was unaware of the dusk which had crept up behind it. Like an angry parent who had come home to find its progeny had invited over all of their friends and trashed the living room while they were out, dusk ordered the sun to its room and began the long process of ruining everyone else's day with its dull gray attitude to life. Never let it be said that dusk was the life and soul of a good party. Dusk was an atmosphere hoover. The birds and Arthur watched as lights began to come on in the palace. "What's the plan, Arthur?" asked Percy. "I need to get to the roof and find a ventilation shaft. Once I'm in, if the blueprints are to be trusted, I can pretty much get anywhere I want." "Simple then," said Percy. "Navita can get you to the roof before anyone notices." Said Arthur. "It's not quite that simple." "Why?" asked Percy. "What aren't you telling me?" "Have you noticed something since we got here?" asked Arthur. "Or more accurately, have you noticed the lack of something?" "Birds," said Navita. "Birds?" questioned Percy. "What about them?" "There aren't any," said Navita. "My babies and I haven't seen a single one since we arrived. Even the pigeons have stayed well back." "That's odd," said Percy. "I wonder why that is." "The Black Diamond 3, said Arthur. "Black Diamond 3? quizzed Percy. "What's that, old boy?" "It's a military drone, designed by a company called Drextech Industries, whose one job is to eliminate everything, and I mean everything, from within a specific area," said Arthur. "And our friend President Nidup has them. Lots of them." "Dare I ask what they can do?" said Percy tentatively. "They are designed to intercept and eliminate anything they see that isn't fitted with a recognizable safety tag." Oh my, gasped Percy. Who in their right mind would invent something like that? According to Harriet, it was a man named Omat Karim. Well, I hope he doesn't sleep very well at night, said Percy, knowing what he has unleashed on the world. He doesn't sleep at all, said Arthur. One day during testing, he forgot to wear his recognizable safety tag, and 6 prototype drones obliterated him. Apparently they could only recognize him from his dental records. Serves him right, I say, said Percy. Well, exactly, agreed Arthur. But that doesn't help us much at the moment, does it? No, said Percy thoughtfully. Do you know how high they go? They can go as high as 3,000 feet, said Arthur. But I doubt they will be set to that range. Anything that high will be taken out by their SAMs. SAMs? Surface-to-air missiles. Humans, paused Percy, are mind-bogglingly stupid. What is their top speed? Asked Navita. I'm not entirely sure, said Arthur. But it can't be much because of the weapons and armor they carry. I reckon about 30 miles per hour. 50 at most. 50, you say? Said Navita. Novita, said Percy. What are you thinking? And these ventilating shafts, she continued, are they open? They're covered with a grate, said Arthur. But I should be able to slide through if I'm dropped onto it. I don't know what a grate is, said Novita. Can you describe it to me in words I will understand? I can do better than that, my lovely raptor, said Arthur gleefully. I can show them to you. Arthur, whispered Percy with his back to Novita. We can't ask Novita to do this. This is our fight, not hers. You do know I am a hawk, don't you? Said Novita. I have very good hearing. Is she talking to me? Said Percy quietly. Yes, whispered Arthur sarcastically. Of course she is. You're the only one here who's talking about her. It is sweet that you care, Percy, but this is my decision, said Novita. If I can't outmaneuver a disgusting human murdering device which can only travel at a quarter of my speed whilst it spits out its little bullets. Sorry to interrupt, said Arthur delicately, but I think I should point out that those little bullets are actually 1,000 rounds per minute of laser-guided, armor-piercing projectile, capable of chopping down a tree within 10 seconds. Percy glared at Arthur, who pulled the same face as someone who had just been caught with a mouthful of squirty cream. It's better to know, isn't it? He said. Knowledge is power. Don't worry, Percy, comforted Novita. I only understood a few of those words, and besides, do I look like a tree? This isn't a joke, said Percy. It's really dangerous. I know, said Novita. I won't do it if I think it's too dangerous. Now, Arthur, please let me see these Venny things. Arthur opened the satellite image on his little smartwatch and zoomed in. But this was no commercial image from a standard satellite. It was from the deep black satellite which had brought him and Sergei together, so it kept on zooming and zooming until the roof of the presidential palace was clear to see. Easy, said Novita. I foresee only one problem. What's that? Asked Percy. I'm worried what will happen to Arthur when I dive at full speed, said Novita. I'm designed for it. Arthur is not. Perhaps it would be a good idea, old boy, if you kept your eyes shut, said Percy. I don't think we have to worry about that, Perkmate, said Arthur. I'm more worried about my screams of terror alerting the roof guards. Roof guards? Asked Percy. Oh, did I not mention them? No, Arthur, you rather conveniently did not. Just then a pigeon without green spectacles flew into the compound. Hello, he said before he was descended upon by 4 drones. As the feathers fluttered down, Percy looked at Arthur. There is literally nothing left of that bird, he whispered. Percy, said Novita determinedly, I can... Here! You! There was a whoosh, and Percy turned to see that Novita was gone. Seconds later, so was Arthur. Looks like it's just us 4, then, said Percy, as he turned to see that the chicks had gone, too. Oh, heck, he said to himself. The compound. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the sea lion sleeps tonight. Halt, who goes there? Said a voice from somewhere. It is I, Princess Kirana. Where's Yosuke? And where, for that matter, are you? I'm down here, said Jean. Yosuke put me in charge of security. He's taking a little nap. Oh, hello, said the princess. You are a pangolin. Yes, I am, said Jean. And you're, Anne, corrected Princess Kirana. You're Anne? Quizzed Jean. Where has Princess Kirana gone? No, she said. I am an orangutan. Oh, said Jean. You don't look like an orangutan. That is because, my little scaly mammal, continued Princess Kirana, you are staring at the leg of an elephant. Ah, said Jean. I'm nocturnal. I don't see too well. But you can see an elephant, surely, said Surya. Who said that? Said Jean as he squinted into the dusky gloom. Surya tapped the little pangolin on the shoulder and said, Pooh! No! Yelped Yosuke, as he wheeled and flippered out of the building. Do not surprise little Jean. Why? Said Surya, who sniffed the air with rapid snorts. Oh, phew. I see our head of security has a secret weapon, boomed Zulfikar with his trunk as high as it would go. Welcome home, my princess, said Yosuke. You have brought many friends with you. Please, everyone, make yourselves at home. Before you do, sniffed Jean as he closed his eyes and concentrated. Do you know that you were followed? I am sure we were not, said Princess Kirana. Did anyone else notice anything? There, said Jean, pointing to a tree with his eyes still shut. There was an indistinguishable shimmer and then silence. Chameleonic irritation. Do you think it's humans? Asked Bulan with wide eyes. It cannot be, said Zulfikar. We would know if it were humans, because they are loud and clumsy. Well, we didn't see anything from the sky, did we? Said Tane, turning to the owl police. Not a thing, said Rufus. What about you, Barney? Asked Raj. Yeah, Barney hears everything, said Jav. They all looked at Barney, who shook her head. I didn't hear a thing, she said. Whoever it is, said Jean. They are very good. Should I take a look? Said Surya. I am an experienced forest dweller. There's nothing in this jungle that can outsmart me. Very well, said Princess Kirana. Take Bulan with you too, but remember, if Tane and the owl police cannot see it, it must be very good at camouflage. I will go also, said Morris. It will be my first real mission. I am fast, and I am nippy, and I can dart in and out of the trees. Nothing can catch me. Thank you, little Maurice, said Princess Kirana. Please, all of you, be careful. We will, said Bulan. He's safe with me, Princess, said Surya. I'm an expert tracker. Come on, boys. Predator versus bear. Surya, using all his bear cunning, walked slowly on his back legs, sniffing the air. Bulan was by his side, looking adoringly at this skilled operator and mimicking his air sniffing. There was a rustle of leaves to their left, and Surya immediately stopped. He waited with one foot hanging in the air and listened. He raised his paw to Bulan in a stop gesture and put his claw to his lips. There was a second rustle of leaves, but this time it was to their right. Bulan's head swished 180 degrees and his eyes went black. He got into the pounce position, head low and backside in the air. Surya stood perfectly static with one leg still raised and breathed in deeply. I smell him, he whispered. How can you tell it's a him? Whispered Bulan. When you've done this, as long as I have, Sunshine, you can smell sexual dimorphism. Sexual what? Dimorphism. A difference in characteristics between male and female. Surya tapped the side of his head with his claw. It's all up here, son. Years of experience. The trees above them stirred, and they both shot a glance upwards. "Was that you, Morris?" asked Surya, while still gazing upward, transfixed, and waiting for a telltale wrinkle in the branches. "Not I," hummed Morris. "I am silent, fast, and absolutely precise. My military lineage means that I am well trained in all matters of stealth and "Morris?" breathed Surya. "Morris? Where are you?" Surya looked down at Bulan. "Did you see what happened to Morris?" he asked the tiger quietly, and Bulan shook his head slowly. "Be alert. He's picking us off one by one. Classic tactics." The Chameleonic Wars. Maurice was discombobulated. He didn't know where he was. All he knew was that his beak was being held shut. "Shh," came a soft voice from behind the little bird. "If you're very, very quiet, I won't hurt you." Maurice discovered that it's almost impossible to gulp without the full use of your beak. In a flash, he was hanging upside down by his feet from a branch, with his wings tied tight and his beak twined shut. Out of the corner of one eye, he saw a shadowy blur disappear into the undergrowth. The dog with a bad leg. "Stay close," Bulan whispered Surya. "If we look out for each other, then he has no chance to take one of us. Wait. He's close. I can sense him. He's no bigger than a dog. A small dog. I think he's a small dog. Brown, I think. Possibly with a slight limp. Poor Morris didn't stand a chance, but he's no match for us if we keep our wits about us, if we keep our eyes peeled. Take one gentle step at a time. Can you see anything, Bulan? Bulan?" Surya turned and found himself alone. His heart raced, and he panted heavily. He heard a clicking noise in the trees and moved backward slightly. The ground beneath him gave way, and he slid down a muddy slope, landing headfirst in a peat bog. He quickly flipped over and stared back up the hill. A tree shimmered, a branch rustled. And then he began to sink. He struggled to get out, but it only made him sink further into the swamp. "Well," he whispered to himself, "this is a depressing end to a rather dull life." Through the peaty gunk in his eyes, he caught a glimpse of a tree root just behind him. Slowly he turned and reached. "Just a little further," he whispered, as his claw scraped at the bark. With one mighty effort, he swung his paw out of the swamp and dug a claw into the wood. Very slowly he pulled himself out and came to rest in the twisted roots at the bottom of the tree. There he lay, still and silent, covered from head to toe in swamp muck. He heard another twig crack, this time closer, and held his breath. There he waited, trying not to tremble as he scanned the area ahead of him. Then he saw it. Just leaves moving at first. He narrowed his eyes and focused as a green, blurry distortion of glimmering light moved towards him. It paused as it passed his position at the base of the tree, but did not see him. As it walked beyond the tree roots, Surya scooped up a chunk of mud from his arm and stared at it. "It couldn't see me," he said under his breath as he exhaled. Suddenly he felt a snort of breath by his right ear. "Boo!" it said, and the sun bear fainted. Chameleon Karma. When he regained consciousness, Surya purposely didn't open his eyes. He lay on a very comfortable bed of leaves and listened for a while. We are terribly sorry to have had to do it this way, but we have to remain in stealth mode at all times until we have vetted you fully. I totally understand, Surya heard Maurice reply. I come from a long military line, so you don't have to tell me the benefits of covert operations and intelligence gathering. And you, Bulan, continued the voice. I must apologize for the drug dart. I do hope the effects have worn off and you are feeling yourself again. Please, do help yourself to some more of our delicious goat's milk. It is very hard for us to get it, what with our big hands and 3 clumsy toes, And I'm sure it is a rather precarious moment for the goat, too, but it really is worth it. It's just so creamy, isn't it? Surya heard Bulan eagerly lap at the milk. I have to admit to being a little embarrassed about your bear friend, though. Is he always so scared? I only said boo, and he went out like a light. You don't usually see tough little creatures like sun bears being so afraid of... I'm awake, interrupted Surya, not wanting to hear the conclusion of the sentence that was denigrating him as a coward. And I wasn't afraid. I was, maneuvering you into a situation where I could safely consider the threat you posed. He stared at the voice. You're a rhinoceros, said Surya. Yes. Not a small brown dog? No, said the rhinoceros. And you're a girl? Yes. Not a boy? No. She paused for a moment of contemplation. I do have a slight limp, though. I stubbed my middle toe on a tree trunk this morning. Aha, said Surya contentedly. I knew it. This is Jamila, said Maurice. She's a stealth rhino. A stealth rhino? Questioned Surya. Yes, said Jamila. Humans seem to want our horn so much that we decided to give evolution a little hurry up. I had the idea when I happened upon a lone chameleon sitting on a tree. I watched with fascination as he slowly blended in with his surroundings until he, for all intents and purposes, simply disappeared. I thought how marvelous it would be if, when hunters came, we simply blended in with our surroundings. I mean, we require a few more leaves and twigs than chameleons, as we haven't quite evolved our special layer of guanine crystals under our skin just yet. But we are trying very hard to speed up the process by way of concentration and heavy straining. How many of you are there? Asked Surya. Actual rhinos or stealth rhinos? Both, I guess. Well, there are 10 of us here, said Jamila. Surya looked around. He could see exactly one rhino, and that was the one with whom he was having the conversation. Suddenly, there were 9 distinct noises, ranging from a leaf rustle to a grunted greeting. Hello, everybody, said Surya serenely. And, paused Jamila. That's it, really. That's all I know. I have no other statistics because, well, I'm a rhino, not a statistician, aren't I? IHIVAANINTRESTING fact, said a slow-voiced bunch of leaves called Neoman. Please, Brother Neoman, said Jamila, tell us your fact. WERETHEONLYASINRHINOCEROSWITHWORNS. That is interesting, Neoman. Thank you for that. I wonder if that's why humans want to kill us. 2 for the price of 1, so to speak. Kill one, get one free, said another invisible voice. We're here with a princess orangutan and her friends who are going to get us back our forest, said Bulan. Please come with us. Oh, yeah, said Surya. We could really use some invisible rhinoceros. Mulled Jamila. Sounds interesting. We do love the rainforest. What do you say, boys and girls? Do you fancy helping? 9 different parts of the forest came alive with excitement. I think that's a yes, said Jamila. Should we go? The Presidential Palace. Surface-to-air peregrine. Novita flew as high as she could and then turned to give her babies a good telling off. You 3 go back to Percy at once, she demanded. Too late, said Percy, who had just caught them up. Well, I wasn't going to stay on that branch all on my own, was I? Besides, there were dead pigeon feathers everywhere. Very well, said Novita, but please look after my babies, Percy. I shall make it my #1 priority, old girl, said Percy. What size skull do you take, sir? Okay, said Novita. I am about as high as I can go. I'm going to fly over the compound. Let me know if any of you see anything. Novita flew over the palace, and no drones joined them. I'll drop lower, she shouted. Keep looking for threats. As she got lower, they could see the guards patrolling the rooftop. Surely it wouldn't be long now before the drone scrambled. No one spoke as the tension built. "I'm at the height where I can get the most speed into my stoop, so I'm going next time around," she yelled. "I'm going to drop Arthur into the 4th vent along." Percy looked down and saw a channel in the roof with 4 vents. She was going for the last one. As she came around, she lined herself up and spoke. "Brace yourself, little Arthur," she said, "and close your eyes tight. I'll tell you just before I release you." "I'm in your hands now, Novita," he shouted as the air rushed into his mouth. "Don't matter, essa." She banked slightly left to correct her flight path and stooped. Faster and faster she went. Arthur could hear the increase of speed as well as feel it, and he knew Novita was tucking in every feather to get as streamlined as possible. He also knew she wasn't thinking about it. It was just happening. Then suddenly the whoosh of rushing air was drowned out by electronic humming. Novita must have reached the altitude that set off the drones. He tried to open his eyes, but couldn't. The skin on his face was stretched so tight, it felt like someone had removed his skull and replaced it with a slightly larger one. He also wasn't sure he wanted to see what was coming his way. "Here they come," said Novita through a clenched beak. "Trust me." He did completely. Apart from the fact that she was dropping off a cargo, rather than her normal task of picking one up, he knew he was in safe talons. Then the bullets came. Hundreds of them. Rat-a-tat-a-tatting. Whizzing so close he could feel them. And then, as suddenly as they had begun, they stopped. He wondered what had happened, but it was obvious, really. The drones were used to coming up to meet a threat. They weren't designed to handle the situation where the threat zoomed past them at 200 miles per hour. Nature 1. Man-made killing machines. Nil. As Novita had flown past the drones, they had slowed to alter course to a downward trajectory. Percy and the chicks knew instinctively that this was their time to strike. They quickly realized that it took a simple touch to confuse the sophisticated, man-made gyroscope inside the machines, so they darted in and out of the formation, nudging and tilting them. The added bonus to this was that the drones, unable to target anything with their laser, ceased firing. Percy looked down to see that Novita was entering the channel with the air vents. He also saw that there was one rogue drone on her tail. She was swaying from side to side to dodge the bullets, but Percy knew it would only take one bullet, and she would be dead. He also saw the roof guards begin to change their gaze from the dogfight above between bird and machine to the rat who was balancing a falcon on its back. "Keep it up, guys," shouted Percy. "I'm going to help your mum." The force is strong with this one. Novita swayed left and then right as she approached the vent. "Are you ready?" she yelled. "Yes, please," came Arthur's desperate reply as he whispered to himself. "Use the force, Novita." "Yahoo!" hollered Percy as he triangulated the path of the pursuing drone perfectly and headed straight for it. "You're all clear, Novita. Now let's drop this rat and go home." Percy smashed into the drone, and the 2 flying machines crashed over the edge of the rooftop and tumbled down to the floor, sparks flying from the mechanical one, feathers from the other. "Rat away!" bellowed Novita as she released her payload and swept down to find Percy. "What was that?" said one of the roof guards. "I think it was a falcon," said another. "Is that a new weapon from Drextech Industries?" asked a third. "No," said the first. "It's a bird." "Huh," said the second guard, as drone after drone fell onto the roof. "Those drones aren't very good, are they?" "You did it again." Novita dove down to where Percy lay, entangled in the wreckage of the broken drone. "Percy," she sobbed, as she pulled at the twisted arms and propellers of the Black Diamond 3. "Please be okay, Percy. Gunther, Dharma, and Zizi flew down and helped free the little pigeon. Ziz picked up Percy gently in his talons, and they set off to the tree at the back of the palace compound. As they rounded the rear of the building, they heard a loud whirring noise and saw 2 red lights appear ahead of them. It was a drone. "Oh no," said Novita. "We must have missed one." As it dipped at the front and accelerated towards them, they heard a beep grow faster and faster until it became a constant tone. It had locked onto the largest target, a baby falcon carrying a pigeon. The killing machine began to pump out its powerful ordnance, but none of it reached its intended target as the flock of green spectacled pigeons engulfed it. They forced it towards the compound wall, taking casualties along the way, and swept up as one, just in time to see the black monster smash into the wall and crash down to the floor in a ball of flames. Ziz raced back to the tree and placed Percy under the branch. "Percy. Oh, Percy," said Novita. Zizi nudged him with his beak. "You did it again, you brave little soul. You saved my life. Please don't die. I couldn't take it if you died." "You like me, don't you?" said Percy, with his eyes still shut. "All of you, even Ziz." Percy opened one eye and saw Ziz looking very angrily back at him. Stammered Percy. "It was only a joke." Ziz moved his beak to Percy's cheek, and then nuzzled in lovingly. "Why, you little..." Novita paused. "You little pigeon. Steady on, old girl. You said pigeon like it was an insult," said Percy with a little smirk on his beak. "You are a very odd and very brave bird," she said. "And did you see how brave your pigeon friends were?" "No," said Percy. "What did I miss?" "They saved us all from one of those awful machines," said Novita. "It opened fire, and the whole flock flew at it. They gave us enough time to escape." "I say, good show, you lot," said Percy, assuming they were nearby. "Are they all okay?" "I'm afraid not," said Novita. "I think a few got shot." "Oh, no," said Percy sadly. "Well, there's only one thing I can do." "What's that?" asked Novita. "Green spectacled pigeons. Show yourselves," ordered Percy in his best military voice, and the branches came alive with pigeons who all seemed a little braver and a little more confident. "In honor of your fallen comrades, and in light of your bravery against insurmountable odds, I hereby deputize the flock into the X-Unit Airborne Division. Congratulations." The branches rustled loudly and proudly as the pigeons all stood a little bit taller. "That was very nice, Percy," whispered Novita, and she pecked his cheek lightly. "Now I wonder what happened to the rat." Arthur McLean. Arthur landed face first against the domed top of the ventilation cover. As he slid down, he heard what sounded like nails on a chalkboard and realized it was his claws scraping against the rough plastic of the dome. He landed at the base of the shaft cover and squoze through one of the vertical slats around the circumference. He looked down and saw a ventilation fan spinning millimeters from his tail, so he quickly flicked it up with an Indiana Jones-esque whipping sound and wrapped it around one of the plastic struts that strengthened the inner dome. He dangled there for a moment with his face just above the steel blades. "This is a die-hard moment," he whispered to himself, and he swung to the side of the vent and unhooked his backpack. He plunged his hand inside, took out a small screwdriver, and wedged it into the blades. They came to a grinding halt, and he dropped down into the ledge of the long shaft below. Just as he retrieved the screwdriver, and the fan resumed its never-ending revolutions, one of the roof guards lifted the cover and peered in. "I was sure I saw something move," he said, and Arthur froze. The guard shrugged and replaced the cover. "Life really is just like an action movie," he whispered to himself excitedly. "Time for a little Mission Impossible now." He took out a length of twine with a small weight on the end and dropped it down the shaft. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. He counted under his breath. Clunk, said the weight as it landed at the bottom of the shaft. Oak, he mumbled. 3 Mississippis at a gravitational acceleration of 32.174 feet per second is 332's equals. He tapped him.
Ladies and gentlemen!
30.174 seconds equals just under 100 feet. Easy. He took out a small folding pole device and snapped it so it opened like a large plus sign. He extended each arm until it was wide enough to rest on the top of the shaft and clipped a small motorized reel onto the center. He hooked the other end of the military-grade nylon thread onto the back of his tiny belt and nodded approvingly. His trust in Sergei's equipment was total, so he fell off the edge of the shaft and dropped 30 millimeters before the auto-lock kicked in. Secreted into his harness, on the strap opposite the torch, were 2 buttons marked up and down. Not too complicated, he muttered. Sergei knows me well. He pushed the down button and the reel lowered him slowly down the shaft. He stopped and wondered if he could resist going up and down for a while, just for a laugh. And then he wondered what anyone else in this situation would wonder. Don't be ridiculous. Simpkins, that scenario would never happen. Arthur? Arthur, are you there, old chap? Percy had reconnected to the comm system and was wondering why all he could hear was a whirring noise. Perhaps I haven't connected it together properly after it got all tangled up, he mumbled to himself. Arthur! Oh, stammered Arthur, like a naughty boy who had been caught trying to steal the batteries from the family TV remote control so he could power his gamepad. I was just testing the electronic ascending/descending device to see if it was safe. Does that mean what I think that means? Asked Percy. Yes, whispered the little rat. I was going up and down to see how fast it goes. And? Inquired Percy. It's really fast, giggled Arthur. And it stops immediately, even at full speed. Is that really the best use of your time, Arthur? Said Percy in his most reprimanding voice. No, said Arthur, the final O rising in a tone begging for forgiveness. But it's so much fun. How are things out there? Is everyone safe, Perk? Most of us, said Percy. A few of the brave little pigeons sacrificed themselves to save us. Oh, no, said Arthur. How many did we lose? I'm not sure, but I've initiated them into the airborne division of the X Unit to acknowledge their bravery, said Percy proudly. We didn't lose as many as the drones, though. I know, said Arthur. That's quite a design flaw, eh? I don't suppose they foresaw an attack quite like that, old boy. No, I'd like to have been at the meeting where they said, Arthur adopted a geeky voice, but what would we do in the eventuality that, for argument's sake, 4 peregrine falcons, a dead pigeon, and a flock of green spectacle-wearing pigeons go on the attack? Ha, guffawed Percy. That would be hilarious. So what's your plan? Well, I thought I'd just take a look around, really, said Arthur, and see what I can find out. Yippee-ki-yay, Mum. Arthur looked at the blueprints and saw that the president's office was on the ground floor. He pushed the down button and zipped to the bottom of the shaft in 5 fun-filled seconds. It was all he could do to stop himself from bellowing a huge whee as he went. He flicked on his torch. Come out the coast, he whispered to himself as he paused at the entrance to an air vent tunnel. We'll get together, have a few laughs. The president's office. At the end of the short tunnel was a grill. Arthur peered through it and saw a long white office. So long, in fact, that he could barely see the door at the other end, some 20 meters away. A large square desk sat on a raised platform at his end of the room. It was completely bare apart from one laptop and a bank of different colored telephones to the left. Behind it on the wall was the presidential crest, either side of which the flag of Artamus hung lifelessly from a golden pole. Two unusually low chairs were situated just far enough away from the desk to make anyone sitting on them feel awkward and very inferior. The president's chair was a large, modern leather affair with thick, padded armrests and a curved headrest that looked so plush that it would surely wrap around and engulf any head placed against it. Along the wall opposite were hundreds of photographs of the president posing with and shaking hands with various people, none of whom Arthur recognized. As he squoze through the grill of the air vent, landing softly into the thick plush carpet, he looked to his right and saw two large bird cages hanging from the ceiling with what looked like one dead bird in each. He leaped onto the desk and sat for a moment, staring at the cages. "Why would anyone stuff a bird to look dead?" he mumbled as he tapped his earpiece. "Hey, Perk, I'm in." "Hey, Perk, I'm in," he said. "Why did you say it twice?" asked Percy. I didn't, said Arthur. "Yes, you did," said Percy. "You just did it again." "No, I didn't." "No, I didn't," demanded Arthur. "There must be something wrong with your headset. There must be something wrong with your headset." Arthur paused and wondered why he was hearing it too. "It must be a feedback loop." "It must be a feedback loop." He said, "Hang on. Hang on." He took off his headset. "If it's a feedback loop, I won't hear it with my headset off. If it's a feedback loop, I won't hear it with my headset off. And yet, I can, still, here, it. He put his headset back on. "You there, Perk? You there, Perk?" he whispered. "Yes, I can still hear the echo." I know. We'll just have to manage until I can take a proper look at it." "We'll just have to manage until I can take a proper look at it." "Right," he continued. "I need to bug the phone." "Right. I need to bug the phone." Suddenly, a phone rang. "Bell! Bell!" It tinkled in an old-fashioned way. Then it stopped. Then another phone rang. "Ring! Ring!" It rang. Then it stopped. Arthur looked around the room but couldn't pinpoint where the sound was coming from. "Trim! Trim!" went yet another ringtone. "How many phones has this man got?" mumbled Arthur to himself. He waited a moment and noticed that the echo had stopped. No echo. "Oh, sorry," said an odd voice. "I forgot I was still doing that. How many phones has this man got?" No echo," said the old Nokia tune. "Grande Valse." "I think we stopped doing the phones now," said a second odd voice. "Let's do car horns instead." "Who is that?" said Arthur, no longer whispering. "Should we tell him?" asked one voice. "Okay," said the other. "Do you see those two dead birds in the cages?" "Yes," said Arthur. "It's us," they both said in unison, as they flung apart their wings and opened their beaks wide. "It's us! Ah!" yelled Arthur. "I thought you two were dead." "Yeah," said the one on the left. "We get that a lot," completed the one on the right. "Arthur," gasped Percy through his earpiece, "what on earth is going on? You're shouting. The guards will hear you." "Oops. Sorry, Percy," whispered Arthur. "I had a bit of a shock." "Oh, you don't have to whisper," said the bird on the left. "The guards are used to hearing silly noises coming from in here. They think the room is possessed by the buggy man, Babet." "Watch this," said the bird on the right, gesturing to the bird on the left. "Do that thing you do." "No, I don't want to," said the bird on the left, to the bird on the right. "He does a great impression of President Niddup." "Go on." "Okay," tutted the bird on the left as he cleared his throat. Ahem. Watch the speed they come in, said the bird on the right. Oh, you might want to hide. Guards, yelled the bird on the left. Get in here, now! The two birds immediately slumped to the bottom of their cage and played dead again, as two heavily armed security men burst into the room. Arthur dove behind the laptop. It is Bobby, I tell you, said one of the guards. The bogeyman. I hate this room, said the other guard. It gives me the pimples. The door closed. That was brilliant, said Arthur. What kind of birds are you? I don't recognize you. Liar, said the bird on the left. No, really, said Arthur. I've never seen or heard anything like you before. No, silly, said the bird on the right. We are lyre birds. I'm Doris, and this is Richie. Why are you here? Asked Arthur. Nitup saw a YouTube video clip of lyre birds mimicking noises and wanted to impress his friends. So what does he do? Bring people in and get you to make telephone sound, said Arthur. He tries, said Richie, but we don't play along. Yeah, said Doris. Why would we want to make him look good? We just sit here and look dead, said Richie. We're the fourth pair he's tried. None of us have done a thing for him yet. Where are the others? Asked Arthur. Oh, he had them killed, said Richie. But that means if you don't do what he wants, he'll kill us, completed Doris. We know. That's what we're waiting for. We'd rather be dead than sit in a cage and entertain that lunatic and his weird friends. I'll tell you what, though, said Richie. The things we've heard, eh, Doris? Oh, yes, Richie, said Doris. The stories we could tell. And might I add, added Richie with a giggle, in the correct voices, too. Anyway, said Doris. What are you doing here, little ratman? Me, said Arthur. I'm looking for evidence that will bring down the president. INERESTING, said Richie in a slow and ponderous voice. We may be able to help you with that, said Doris, completing Richie's sentence. What do you mean? Asked Arthur inquisitively. Well, what would you like to know? Said Richie. Some personal information, perhaps? Like what? Said Arthur. What about his driving license number? Continued Richie. Oh, that would be useful, said Arthur. Or his social security number, said Doris. That would be handy, too. Or the details of his many bank accounts, said Richie. With all the login details, completed Doris. Oh, and the password to open the folder on his laptop where he keeps the bank details of all of his friends, family, cabinet ministers, and associates. What? Said Arthur in shock. Why does he have those, and how? He blackmailed the head of the Bank of Artamus, said Richie. He likes to know exactly how much money everyone has and what payments they're receiving. He sacked his finance minister last year because he took a payment from a large palm oil company without giving Nitup a cut, continued Doris. When the minister asked how he knew about the payment, Nitup made it his goal to absolutely ruin him and his family. He and his two sons are now in prison, serving life sentences for treason, and his wife works in a palm oil refinery just to make ends meet. What is wrong with this man? Asked Arthur, to no one in particular. Oh, and we know all of his codes, said Richie. Codes? Quizzed Arthur. Yeah, said Doris. Safe codes, secret passage codes, launch codes. Launch codes? Said Arthur with surprise. Oh, yeah, said Richie. He has quite the arsenal of weapons, you know. No, said Arthur. I didn't know that. Could we change them? Well, they can only be changed if you know the passcodes of Nitup, his chief of security, Vedevdem, and the vice president is Alexander Kavan, continued Richie. And do we have those? Asked Arthur eagerly. Of course, said Richie. You see, Nitup is such a paranoid control freak that he tells Vedevdem and Kavan what codes to choose, and then writes them down and puts them into his secret safe. The secret safe that you know the location of, said Arthur. Precisely, said Doris, and which, of course, you've memorized. Oh, heavens, no, said Doris. That's a randomized code which changes automatically every 24 hours. Oh, that is clever, said Arthur. It is, isn't it? Said Richie. What isn't clever is that the new code automatically sends itself to a secret email account that NITUP is certain no one knows about. But guess what? You know about it, guessed Arthur. Yep, said Doris. Mermaid S- are dash real at palacemail.com. The password is IH8 Ursula. What? Said Arthur dumbfoundedly. His favorite film is, said Doris. The Little Mermaid, completed Richie. He watches it in here, on his own, all the time. We know it word for word, said Doris. Voice for voice, too, added Richie. Poor unfortunate souls, sang Doris. In pain, in need, completed Richie. Well, I never, said Arthur. The great Rimidalv NITUP watches The Little Mermaid. You couldn't make it up, could you? You know, if you wrote it in a book, no one would believe it. The barn. Mrs. and Mr. Brown are moving in. Just go, said Ella. We'll be fine. Mom and Dad are coming over to help. Mom's even thinking of relocating the free riders here because it's so safe. So you definitely know how to work everything, little chica? Said Harriet. Yes, we'll be fine. Go! Ella watched the giant tortoise direct the old lady out of the barn and turned to her new babies. I'm so sorry I haven't told your daddy about you yet, she said. But he really has to concentrate on what he's doing. And if he knew about you three, he'd be on the first flight home. We'll manage until it's the right time to tell him, won't we? Artamus International Airport. Is that your seeing eye testudinity? There is no commotion quite like the commotion caused by an old blind lady demanding that her guide giant tortoise be allowed to fly with her in first class. Unless it is the commotion caused when a small taxi driver has to lift the same guide giant tortoise into the passenger seat of a small taxi. I cannot get the safety belt around the turtle, panted the taxi driver. She is a tortoise, not a turtle, said Edith, who immediately put a finger to her ear as though listening intently. My apologies, she corrected after a short pause. My friend has informed me that although she is a giant tortoise, AL tortoises are turtles, as they belong to the order Testudines. The taxi driver stared in dismay at Edith. Don't look at me like that, said Edith, who had been told of the taxi driver's stunned demeanor by Harriet. Besides, she doesn't require a safety belt. The law of Artamus states clearly that all occupants of a vehicle must be wearing a safety belt, said the taxi driver proudly, having only last week taken his taxi license refresher course. Not again, grumbled Edith. We just had this issue on the airplane. Harriet has assured me that in the event of an accident she will retract her appendages, rendering her impervious to damage. Who is Harriet? Asked the taxi driver. And what are appendages? Harriet is my friend and guide tortoise, said Edith. And if you look down at her now, you will see what she looks like with her appendages retracted. Huh, gasped the taxi driver as he looked at Harriet just in time to see her head retract into her shell and her legs tuck in. It looks like a helmet. Precisely, said Edith. And what are helmets used for? To protect the head from trauma, said the taxi driver, even more proudly than before. So that's settled then, said Edith. Shall we go? Of course, said the taxi driver, now perfectly at ease with the large item of headwear resting on his front seat. Where to? Edith handed him a piece of paper on which was an address. The Presidential Palace. We're going to need a bigger brain. Arthur settled down in front of President NITUP's laptop and began to search. Without too much trouble, he found plans to sell off the remaining rainforest to the highest bidders. It didn't seem to matter what the land would be used for, whether logging, palm oil farming, or cattle grazing. There were tens of folders, each holding hundreds of complex spreadsheets full of names and numbers. A quick look confirmed that the president took a personal cut from every business transaction on the island, large or small. Clearly he was a cruel man who ruled with absolute power and had no obvious threats. Well, no obvious human threats. There were two little birds whose existence meant nothing to him, who had the potential and, more importantly, the information to bring him down. Arthur was thrilled that Harriet had thought to have Sergei create a secure cloud drive. There was just too much information for his little rat brain to digest. He began the task of uploading everything and was about to tap his comms to tell Harriet when a spreadsheet file way down on the bottom left of the screen caught his eye. "I wonder," he whispered, "what exotic livestock means." He clicked it and gawped, open-mouthed, at the screen. "What is it?" asked Doris, but Arthur said nothing. "What's wrong, little rat?" pressed Richie. It's, he stuttered. "I can't believe what I'm seeing." Richie and Doris pushed open the doors to their cages and fluttered to Arthur's side. They looked at the screen. "Your cages are open?" said Arthur with surprise. "Always have been," said Doris. "What are we looking at?" asked Richie. "It's a shipping manifest," said Arthur. "Nope," said Doris. "Sorry, but that doesn't help." "There is a huge warehouse on the outskirts of town," said Arthur, "and this is a list of the stock it currently holds." "But," said Richie, squinting to see the screen, "it's a list of animals." "Animals aren't stock," said Doris. "Animals are, well, animals." "Not to knit up, they're not. Look how many there are," said Arthur as he scrolled down the screen. "Oh, my," said Doris as the geese rolled vertically past their eyes. "What do the numbers at the end of each row mean, do you think?" "That must be the price the animal sells for," said Arthur. "This is disgusting," said Richie. "What gives humans the right to do that?" "I do not know," said Arthur, shaking his head in despair. "Well, we've got to stop it," said Doris. Arthur moved his hand slowly to his earpiece and tapped the comms button. "Harriet," he said, and waited. "Harriet! Are you there, Harriet?" He waited a moment and then tapped his earpiece again. "Yosuke?" "Hi, Arthur-san. I'm here." "I'm trying to patch through to Harriet," said Arthur, "but I'm getting no response. Can you try, please?" "No, Arthur-san, I cannot," said Yosuke. Why?" said Arthur, slightly taken aback. "Is everything okay?" "Everything is fine, Arthur-san," calmed Yosuke. "I would have told you, but you were on radio silence." "Told me what?" asked Arthur, with a touch of impatience. "Hey, is Harriet okay?" "Ask her yourself," said Yosuke. "She is just being lifted out of the front seat of a taxi." "A taxi?" gasped Arthur. "What taxi? What is going on, Yosuke?" "Here she comes now," said Yosuke. The line crackled a little. There was a slight hum. Hello?" said Arthur. "She's going as fast as she can," said Yosuke. "Ah," said Arthur. "I thought you'd hung up." "No rush," said Arthur sarcastically. The line continued to hum. I should do something about that hum," said Arthur. "Perhaps a noise gate?" "Tum-tee-tum," sung Arthur. "Hello, Arthur," panted Harriet. "I came as quickly as I could." "No need to rush on my account," giggled Arthur. "Can I ask why you didn't just use your headset?" Pant. We had to pant, remove it so I could do an impression. Pant. Of a helmet for the pant airplane people and the taxi driver," gasped Harriet. "I pant. Forgot to pant. Replace it." Okay," said Arthur, with a dismayed shake of his head. "So why are you here in Artamus?" "Edith insisted we come," said Harriet, "and I agree with her. We can do so much more if we are here with you." "So who is running things back at the barn?" "Ella and the others," said Harriet, nearly giving away the fact that Ella was nursing Arthur's children, as well as running the command headquarters. "But she won't have much to do now we are all here." "What others?" said Arthur, as he tapped his comms and spoke. "Command headquarters. Command headquarters. Come in command headquarters." "Hello." said a gruff voice. Ella, said Arthur, shocked at how he hadn't remembered her voice sounded so rough. No, it's Charlie, said Charlie the enforcer. Now hang on, let me remember what I was told to say. Ahem, he cleared his throat. Hello, this is the command to quarters. Ella cannot take your call at the moment, but if you leave a message, I'll make sure she gets it as soon as I can be bothered, giving it to her. Charlie, it's me, Arthur. How are you, pal? Well, I never, said Charlie with genuine affection for his little vegan buddy. I'm okay, thanks, Arthur. Just holding down the fort for your other half. She's off feeding. Feeding? Quizzed Arthur. Oh, yeah. You don't know, do you? Sputtered Charlie. Crusher's gonna kill me. Is it me, or is this line terrible? Crusher. Charlie, said Arthur. Charlie? What happened, Arthur-san? I don't know, replied Arthur. I was chatting away, and the line went, Crah, and then Charlie was gone. Oh, it must have been a bad line, said Yosuke. He said Ella was feeding, mulled Arthur. What do you suppose he meant by that? Oh, you know, Charlie, said Harriet. It's probably rat talk for eating. Yeah, you're probably right, said Arthur dreamily. Anyway, where was I? You were about to ask Harriet Chan something, said Yosuke. Ah, yes, remembered Arthur. I'm uploading the contents of Nitup's laptop onto our cloud, so we can look through it in our own time, but I'm going to need help. I need you here with the mobile command center. Hi, said Yosuke. Oh, and I'll need some thumbs, so bring Princess Kirana. Hi, said Yosuke obediently. How are we going to get there, Arthur-san? I'll think of something and let you know, said Arthur. He paused for a moment. Are you still there, Arthur? Asked Harriet. Yes, answered Arthur. What is it? Is there something else you want to tell us? Said Harriet. Something bad? Yes, said Arthur gloomily. Would you gather everybody together and put me on a loudspeaker, please? TLM. After telling everyone about the warehouse filled with poor, desperate, exotic animals, Arthur settled behind Nitup's laptop with a new determination and set about changing all the launch codes he could find, reckoning that anything that required a launch code was probably quite a dangerous thing. He then changed every password saved on the laptop to EXT1CT10N/UN1T. Your password is strong, said the computer via a little box in the middle of the screen. Yes, it is, said Arthur, with a pride that can only come from knowing you have avoided the many pitfalls computer operating systems and internet browsers have coded into them to waste your precious time. He also contacted Harriet with the full details of Nitup's bank accounts and those of his government ministers, suggesting that it might be nice if they made some charitable donations to causes she found worthy beginning, perhaps with the animal hospital of their new friend, Dr. Sediawan. A trace on Nitup's mobile phone showed that he was back in the country after a diplomatic trip. Arthur confirmed this by way of the president's personal calendar, which stated that he was planning to stay the night at his villa on the coast with his current girlfriend, and then return to the palace by noon the next day to spend some personal time with TLM. It says in his calendar that he's coming to the palace tomorrow to spend time with TLM, quizzed Arthur. But his girlfriend is called Juliana. Movie time, said Richie with a grin. TLM, paused Doris. Huh? Said Arthur, not quite following. The Little Mermaid. Ah, smiled Arthur. Well, I think we should have a little surprise waiting for him, eh? Oh, that sounds exciting, said Doris. What kind of surprise? I'm thinking a big ginger one with opposable thumbs and a tech expert with a Japanese accent. I'm just not quite sure how to get them past the guards. Easy, said Richie. We'll get the guards to collect them and bring them in. And how is that easy? Asked Arthur. Leave that to us, Arthur, said Doris. You just tell your friends to be ready. How do you know it's 10 if they are invisible? But Arthur, we need to go and free those animals immediately, pleaded Princess Kirana. I know, Princess, said Arthur, but I really need you and Hyosuke here. I'm sure the others can manage. We'll be fine, Your Maj, said Tane. I mean, how hard can it be to sneak a tiger, a sun bear, 24 orangutans, and a herd of elephants into a heavily guarded warehouse? Tane felt the barely visible toe of an ungulate tap him on the back. Oh, sorry, mate, he continued. And 10 invisible rhinos. I'm sure you'll think of something, said Arthur impatiently. After all, hang on. 10 what? Invisible rhinoceroses, repeated Tane. Oh, yeah. We forgot to tell you about the chameleon rhinos, didn't we? Chameleon rhinos, questioned Arthur. Let me guess. They are rhinoceros that blend into their surroundings? Exactly, Arthur, said Tane. 10 of them. How do you know there are 10 of them if they're invisible? Wondered Arthur out loud. Because they told us, said Tane matter-of-factly. Best stealth trackers I've ever seen, or not seen, if you know what I mean. 10 invisible rhinos may come in handy, said Arthur. I'll send you the coordinates for the warehouse. It's not too far from where you are, and it's pretty isolated, so you should be able to get there without too much trouble. Coolio, mate, said Tane. We'll set off right away, but I'll send the owl police ahead to check for roads and human activity, so we can plan the best route. Don't worry, mate. We'll get 'em out. I know, said Arthur. Let me know when you arrive. Now, Princess, I need you and Hyosuke to be ready for pickup as soon as possible. Someone will be coming for all 3 crates very soon. Very well, said Princess Kirana compliantly. Hi, said Hyosuke. I shall make sure everything is packed safely, Arthur-san. What's your impression of the President's girlfriend? Okay, said Arthur. My lot are ready to be picked up. 3 crates from the address I pinpointed on the GPS to be delivered into this office before the President arrives at noon. No worries, said Richie. Flip the white phone off the hook and watch this. Arthur knocked the receiver from the cradle and heard the dial tone. Doris fluttered to the desk and tapped a number into the keypad with her beak. This is Chief of Security Videvdim, said a voice on the other end of the line. Who is this? This is Juliana, said Doris in. What Arthur hoped was a perfect recreation of the President's girlfriend's voice. Oh, yes. What do you want? I have purchased a surprise for my Remy's return, and I need you to collect it and take it to his office at the palace by 11 o'clock in the morning. Do you understand? Miss... Videvdim paused, not even certain of the President's latest girlfriend's last name. We are the President's security team, not your personal courier. Wouldn't you be better off asking a delivery service to do this? Knowing your incompetence, I probably would. However, Mr. Videvdim, I want you to do it. The address is 356 Holu Road, 15067, Artamus. The crates will be waiting for you. I suggest you use one of the presidential helicopters to ensure it arrives safely and on time. Please do not make me tell the President why a present from his future wife did not arrive. Are my instructions clear? Yes, miss, said the head of security in a tone of resignation. I will use my best men. Good, said Doris. And bye-bye. Richie mimed to Arthur that he should hang up the phone. Juliana always ends her call like that, said Doris, with a proud little hop. I know, said Richie. Very nice touch. You two are, Arthur paused, absolutely fantastic. The compound. The Q&A session. Okay, said Tiny. If we set off now, we should be there before morning light. The owl police have gone ahead to plot our safest route in, so we just have to follow our eyes in the skies. The jungle goes to within 50 meters of the warehouse. Any questions? An assortment of hairy arms, trunks, and imperceptible hooves shot into the air, along with one striped tail, and a very long tongue. Mulled Tang, as he looked at the questioners. Who should I choose? The tongue wiggled furiously and stretched further to the sky. Okay, said Tang. Who does the tongue belong to? Me, said Surya. How far is 5T meters? Okay. It's about 170 of those tongues, said Tang. And Surya, happy with the personalized image, lowered his long, honey-licking appendage. Tang noticed that all the other appendages were still raised and assumed they were all asking the same question. That's equivalent to 8 elephants, he continued, and the trunks dropped. Or 20 invisible rhinos, the barely visible hooves fell. Or 23 arm-to-arm orangutans, the hairy arms descended. Or 80 tiger cub tails, it flicked and sank. Anyone else? Inquired Tang, and he heard a loud buzzing noise behind him. Oh, come on. Bees? We are just as important as the others, said Lloyd. Oh, okay, grumbled Tang, as he mumbled and tried to work it out. What are you? About 2 centimeters each. That would be, forgive the pun, about 2,000 of you. But there are only about 493 of us, said Lloyd disappointedly. Have you not understood the question, Lloyd? Asked Tang. It's how many bees is equal to 50 meters, not do we have enough bees to stretch 50 meters. Oh, said Lloyd. I see. Now, anyone else? Said Tang impatiently as he looked at Morris. Morris shook his head in nervous silence. Good, said Tang. Shall we go? The presidential office. Your package has been delivered safely. The door to the presidential office flung open, and Nidup stormed in, followed by a tall, blond man. Get me my finance minister, bellowed the president, as he stamped the 20 meters to his desk and sat down. Now! Yes, Mr. President, at once, said the man, who turned and walked hurriedly all the way back to the door and left. Nidup tapped the power button on his laptop and leaned back on his large leather chair. He looked at the 2 seemingly lifeless birds and shook his head. Useless birds, he mumbled. Stupid fake news YouTube video. He noticed 3 crates and furrowed his brow. He pushed the intercom button on the phone. VOKSEP, he barked. What are these crates doing in my office? They are a gift from your, Miss, Juliana, Mr. President, said Voksup nervously, to welcome your glorious return. Have them removed, said Nidup, and get me 2 more lyrebirds. These 2 are useless. Yes, sir, said the president's secretary. The finance minister is here, sir. Should I send him in? Yes. The door opened and a large man with gray hair entered the room. Ah, Kavan, sit, snarled Nidup. The man awkwardly walked the length of the room and sat on one of the low chairs. Why have my accounts been emptied? Seethed Nidup, as he stood looking down at his minister. I do not know, Mr. President, said Finance Minister Kavan timidly. I am looking into it. Speak up, man, said Nidup. I can't hear you. I do not know, Mr. President, he exclaimed nervously. I am looking into it. The whole of the cabinet has the same issue, as does the Treasury. Have we been hacked? I have spoken with the head of the Bank of Artamus, Mr. President, said Kavan. He assures me that there has been no security breach and that the funds have been legitimately transferred out by each account holder. That cannot be, Nidup scoffed. Fix this immediately. Yes, sir, Mr. President, cowered Kavan as he stood and backed out of the room. At once. Nidup waited for Kavan to leave the room and then walked over to the crates. What have we here? He mumbled to himself as he investigated the first one. He saw the click here sign and couldn't resist. The panel dropped to reveal the red button. Nidup looked around naughtily and pushed it. He stood back and marveled as the crate opened to reveal the mobile command center. Whoa, he hissed, as the lid of the crate raised up and flipped over to expose a solar panel and satellite dish. The four sides then fell hydraulically to the floor to reveal the contents. It's a fully portable communications hub built into a custom-made desk, housing a state-of-the-art computer with 2 high-definition displays, multi-track recording facilities, and its own satellite link. Arthur, who had been watching everything from behind a small bin in the corner of the room, nodded approvingly. He may be a ruthless dictator, he thought to himself, but he knows his tech. I wonder if it has Bluetooth, gasped Nidhup out loud. Of course it has Bluetooth, splurged Arthur uncontrollably. Nidhup froze for a moment and stared at the corner of the room. Arthur was certain he'd been heard. A rat, said Nidhup. I know a rat when I hear one. I'll have to get the exterminators in. Ooh, what's this? I love a good aluminium case. Now, how does this thing open? Arthur heard a hiss, followed by a thud. Don't push the button hard, isn't it? But how did you know he would open the mobile command center crate first, Arthur-san? Asked Yosuke. Because, my Japanese friend, no one can resist a click here button, said Arthur as he sniffed the air. What can I smell? I fear it may be my new little friend, Jenna-kun, said Yosuke, who had allowed the pangolin to stow away in his crate. He has a tendency to fart when he is surprised. They can be quite, Princess Kirana thought hard for a word to sum up just how simply devastating Jean's farts could be, but without insulting him too much. Intoxicating. Sorry, said Jean, but it's not me this time. And I can smell it, too. It's kind of bitter. I wonder what it is. So now we have incapacitated the president. What are we going to do with him? Asked Princess Kirana. Well, said Arthur, I thought I might ask him to stop being such a horrible man. And you think that might work, Arthur-san? No, Yosuke, I don't, said Arthur. But it's worth a shot, isn't it? And what, may I ask, is your plan if he says no? Inquired Princess Kirana. Ah, that's when these two come into their own, he said as he turned to the bird cages. Princess, Yosuke and Jean, allow me to introduce you to the finest double act I have ever seen, Doris and Richie. Hello, said the two lyrebirds, who leapt up and waved their wings furiously. Hello. What are they going to do? Asked Jean. Peck him to death? Suddenly rain started to fall. Then there was thunder. A train whizzed by. A door creaked open and then slammed. Princess Kirana spoke, but it wasn't Princess Kirana speaking. Then Yosuke spoke, but again it wasn't Yosuke. There was a fart sound so convincing that not only Jean, but Yosuke, Arthur, and Princess Kirana all apologized. A shot rang out. An ambulance went by. Lee Marvin sang the opening verse of I Was Born Under a Wandering Star, until halfway through, Lee Marvin suddenly sounded like he was singing with a mouthful of helium. Then the phone rang. Arthur waited for another ringtone to appear, but it didn't come. That's not us, said Doris. Oh, said Arthur, who ran over to the phone. Flip it over and I'll answer, said Richie as he flapped to the desk. Hello, he said in Nidhup's voice. Hello, Mr. President, said the secretary over the speaker. The men are here to remove the crates. Remove the crates? They are a present from Juliana. Why would I want them removing? Oh, sorry, sir, stuttered the secretary. I thought you said, never mind, sorry. I do not want to be disturbed for any reason, impersonated Richie. When I do contact you, it is essential that you ask me for my password. If the next word from my mouth is not the password, you are not to respond. You must hang up immediately. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Of course, stammered Voxip. What is the password? The password is a secret. Then, how will I know it when you say it, sir? Asked Voxip. Because, you fool, the password is a secret. Oh, I see, realized Voxup. Yes, sir. When you say a secret, yes, sir. Do not call me. Do not enter the room. Do not answer any contact from me unless I say the password. Do you understand? Yes, Mr. President, sir. Richie pecked the hook switch to hang up. Okay, said Jean. Now I see how these two birds could come in handy. What is that smell? It's getting worse. The warehouse. Everything but a zebra crossing. The journey to the warehouse had been without incident, apart from one strange moment, when a long, red, leathery finger pushed a button on a zebra crossing, causing human beings and vehicles to wait agog as a large herd of elephants, 21 and 3/2 orangutans, 10 shimmering apparitions, a tiger cub, a sun bear with a lazy small blue bird riding on its back, and a black blob of bees meandered slowly across the road. The walkers and hoverers arrived at the warehouse where they found the flyers had settled on a tree branch next to Percy, Novita, the chicks, and the newly deputized green-spectacled pigeons. "Hello, all," said Percy. "Arthur asked us to come over and recon the warehouse before you arrived. We've flown around it quite a few times, looking for weaknesses and entrance points, and have discovered a few things." "Such as?" asked Tane. "Well, firstly," continued Percy, "it is huge." "Secondly," interjected Surya. "It is very heavily guarded," said Novita. "Each window has at least 2 guards. "There are also armed guards at the front and the back of the building," said Percy. "So," said Tane, "what are we going to do?" "We're going to walk in through the front door, my dear Tane," said Percy. "Okay," said Tane. "Ask a silly question. Get a silly answer, eh?" "I think what Tane is trying to say," boomed Zulfikar, "is, how." Said Percy cheekily. "Has anyone seen Dr. Sediawan?" The Presidential Palace. Medication, medication, medication. That's what you need. "Disease!" yelled Jean, waking himself from a deep sleep. So surprised was he by his dreamy outburst that he curled up tightly and rolled off the desk. "Jean!" called out Arthur as he ran to the edge and looked over. "Are you okay?" Engulfed by the plushness of the thick shag of the luscious carpet, Jean had fallen immediately back to sleep. "Jean!" shouted Arthur once more, and the little pangolin blinked his eyes open. "What?" he said impatiently. "I was having a lovely dream." "You rolled off the desk," said Arthur, "just after you shouted the word disease." "Disease?" quizzed the little scaly-skinned mammal. He rolled onto his back and exposed his underbelly, a true sign that he was comfortable with his surroundings. "Oh, the smell." "Your dream smell?" asked Princess Kirana. "It is no wonder," called out Yosuke, "considering what I have witnessed emanating from his little body." "No," said Jean, "I mean the smell I've smelled ever since Nitup arrived. It's the smell of disease, bitter and gooey and smudgy." "Those words do not describe smells," said Yosuke. "They do to me," said Jean. "No, wait," said Arthur. "I know what he means. I got them too, but mine were rancid, clammy, and sloppy." "I am beginning to think that being dead has its advantages," said Yosuke. "I've read about it," said Arthur. "How some animals can sense illness. They can just smell it." "And you smell it on the president?" asked Princess Kirana. Arthur and Jean ran over to Nitup, still unconscious where he had fallen, and sniffed hard. "Yep," said Arthur. "He's definitely ill." "I can almost smell it getting worse," sniffed Jean. "Can you tell how ill he is?" asked Yosuke. "I smell bad stuff," said Jean. "It reminds me of something." "One of your farts?" quizzed Yosuke. "No." "Oh, hang on," said Jean suddenly. "I've got it. It reminds me of my Uncle Smitty." "Oh, such a shame," said Princess Kirana. "Was he very ill?" "Not when we found him," continued Jean. "Oh, how wonderful," said Princess Kirana. "Was it a miraculous cure?" Not really, said Jean. He'd been dead for a week. Ah, nodded Princess Kirana, unsurprised by Jean's flippancy. And you know what? Said Jean. Even with all the flies and maggots and puss, he still smelled better than this guy. Even though I don't have a similarly vomit-inducing story as my little pangolin chum, said Arthur, I have to say that it smells really bad. Terminal that, concluded Jean. Definitely terminal. How long do you think he has left? Asked Yosuke. I'm a pangolin, not a doctor, said Jean. Ah, of course, said Yosuke. But, continued the little mammal, if you wanted me to take a guess, I'd have to say that I have no idea. Mused Yosuke. That seemed like a slight waste of time. You asked, said Jean. He's dying, said Richie. What? Said Arthur. His doctor has been prescribing him medication, which would help, but he hasn't been taking it, said Doris. Why would he not take his medication? Asked Yosuke. He doesn't trust anybody, said Doris. He thinks he will be poisoned, continued Richie. Oh, the poor man, said Princess Kirana. It must be awful to be so hated that you cannot trust the people around you. I cannot conceive. Well, there have been 15 attempts on his life while we've been here, said Doris. Who knows how many before that? So we can kind of see his point, said Richie. 5 car bombs, said Doris, and 4 airstrikes, continued Richie. 3 attempted poisoning, said Doris, as they took it in turns like a well-rehearsed skit. 2 sniper shots, touted Richie. And a partridge in a pear tree, joked Arthur darkly. Not quite, concluded Doris. A knife attack. Wow, said Jean. He's a well-loved leader, eh? Well, he came to power after the last president was assassinated, said Richie. And the rumors are that Nitup was behind the assassination, said Doris. Well, we have to help him, said Princess Kirana. Do we? Said Jean. Why? Let him die, said Richie. Yeah, he's a monster, said Doris. Why would we want to help him? We would help an animal, would we not? Asked Princess Kirana. Is he not an animal too? If he dies, said Richie, all of this will end. We don't know that, said Arthur. Someone just as bad could take his place. Or worse, said Yosuke. Human beings are animals too, said Princess Kirana calmly. Said Arthur. There may be a way. Get up, Nitup. Rimadalv Nitup opened his eyes and then immediately closed them. It's the illness, he said to himself. Google said there would be hallucinations. There is not an orangutan staring down at you. Grumph! Snorted Princess Kirana, covering the president in little specks of spittle. However, that felt real, said the president, as he drew open one eye. Hello, breathed Princess Kirana, unaware that the breath of a long-dead orangutan is exponentially worse than that of a current one. And theirs is pretty bad. The president turned his head away and buried it deep into the plush pile of the carpet. Are you real? Asked Nitup. She's real, said Richie. Who said that? Said Nitup. Voxep, is that you? No, said Doris. Voxep sounds like this. Yes, sir, Mr. President. Anything else, Mr. President? Ha, said Richie. That sounded just like him. President Nitup looked into Princess Kirana's eyes and spoke. If indeed you do exist, would you mind letting me get up, please? Grumph, said Princess Kirana softly, as she moved to allow Nitup to sit up. He sat somewhat discombobulated, and saw the 2 lyrebirds perched on the desk above him. So, he said, you 2 aren't dead? Nope, said Richie. So why do you lie in your cages acting dead? Because we'd rather be dead than entertain you, said Doris. That can be arranged, said Nitup, regaining some of his strength. You wouldn't be the first. He struggled up and reached for the telephone on the desk. Voxep, he yelled. Get in here now with the guards. The line was silent. Voxep, where are you, man? Why don't you answer? You have to say the special password, said Richie in his best Ursula impression. And the password is a secret, said Doris in the most innocent aerial voice imaginable. Oh, this is ridiculous, said Netup as he slammed down the phone and turned. I'll get the guards myself. He suddenly found himself face to face with a large orangutan who was gently holding his arm. Her touch was so soft, and yet it completely incapacitated his ability to move. Let go of me, he snarled. But Princess Kirana simply grinned and tightened her gentle grip. Isn't it wonderful how such a devastatingly strong creature can be so gentle? Said a voice from the office chair, which was turned with its back to the desk. Nitup watched as the chair began to swivel slowly towards him. Beside it was the largest helmet he had ever seen. The warehouse. The owl, with a bear under his foot. Helping someone save a bear from a gunshot wound was not an everyday occurrence for Dr. Setiowan, but he had done it before. Never over the phone, but he had done it. However, getting a call from the same Japanese gentleman, asking him to wait, with his doctor's bag near the stop for the number 28 bus on the road that runs alongside the forest at the back of a large warehouse, ticked a number of boxes on his things I haven't yet done list. Psst, said one of the bushes, and the doctor tentatively moved to where the voice had emanated. Whoosh! Went the doctor, as a shimmering apparition lifted him up and transported him at great speed to deep within the forest. He landed on soft, lush leaves and lay panting. Hey, Doc, said a voice from behind him. Sorry about that, but we can't be too sure you weren't followed. Who would follow me? Said Dr. Setiowan as he turned and saw a bear with an owl on its head. You never can be too sure, said Tane. Just the other day I was followed by invisible, odd-toed ungulates. Ungulate? Said the doctor quizzically. Yeah, mate, said Tane. Ungulates are mammals with hooves. I'm a vet, said Dr. Setiowan. I know what ungulates are. Oh, okay, said Tane. You seem confused. I appear to be conversing with an owl, said the doctor. Of course I'm confused. That's a fair point, mate, said Tane. Follow the bear, please. Surya set off, and Dr. Setiowan followed tentatively a few paces back. Surya gave a little roar. He says thank you for helping him with his bottom, said Tane. So he's the bear who got shot, is he? Asked the doctor. Got shot? Questioned Tane. More like shot himself. What was a bear doing with a gun? Asked Dr. Setiowan. A good question, said Tane, and one that deserves a good answer. Well? Queried the doctor. Well, what? Said Tane. What's the good answer? Oh, there isn't one, mate, said Tane. Okay, said the doctor with resignation. They walked for a while. Please tell the bear that it was my pleasure to help, said the doctor. You just did, said Tane. Not far now. I can't believe I'm talking to an owl, muttered Dr. Setiowan under his breath. I must be working too hard. They walked a little further. Perhaps I'm not talking to an owl at all, continued the doctor to himself. Perhaps it only appears like I'm talking to an owl. Perhaps in reality I'm talking to a human who has placed a microphone and a speaker onto the owl, so it looks like I'm talking to an owl. Whatever works for you, Doc, said Tane. Said the doctor. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you could hear me. I'm an owl, Doc, groaned Tane. Owls have really good hearing. Geesh. I thought you'd know that, being a vet and everything. Yes, I am to-do, stammered the doctor. Wow, that must be a really sensitive microphone. Are you the reason my animal sanctuary has just received numerous very generous donations? Continued Dr. Setiowan. Oh, I don't know anything about that, mate, said Tane. Arthur's the money man. I know it can't be, stammered the doctor. but it really does appear like an owl is talking to me. Sorry to burst your bubble, Doc, said Tane as they continued through the forest. But I am talking to you. We're not entirely sure how it happened either. See, we were at this museum and we were stuffed. Oh, did I tell you that most of us were extinct? There was me, I'm a laughing owl, extinct, and Percy the passenger pigeon, extinct, and Harriet the Pinta Island tortoise, extinct, and Yosuke the Japanese sea lion, extinct, and Princess Kirana the orangutan, not extinct but endangered. And there was a fancy rat, too, and his girlfriend. They found the spell, right? I think it was an ancient Ecuadorian regeneration spell. And they said it out loud, for a laugh. And we all came alive. Good job, too, because we were going to be burned in the incinerator. That's a big machine that burns things. But you probably know that. So Arthur, that's the rat, saved us and took us to a farm where Edith, Mrs. Stone, lives. She can understand us, too, just like you can. We're not entirely sure why some humans can hear us, and some can't. We think it might be that only good humans can hear us, but who knows? If that is true, then that's a lot of humans who won't be able to hear us. Because most of you are drongos. Don't be offended, Doc. You're one of the good ones. Anyway, we're here now. Everybody, this is the Doc. The doctor stood open-mouthed and stared at the odd assortment of animals before him. "Hello, Doctor," said Percy as he fluttered down and settled on Buellen's head. He turned to Taney. "You can hear us, right?" "Yeah, perk, mate," said Tane, who continued in a whisper. "I mean, he doesn't want to. He thinks there's a human somewhere talking through a speaker." "Ah, okay. We'd like your help, please, Doctor," yelled Percy. "What are you yelling for, you melon?" chuckled Taney. "He's not deaf. He's just questioning his sanity." "Oh, yes," said Percy awkwardly. "So sorry, Doctor." "That's fine," said Dr. Sidiowan even more awkwardly. "What do you need from me?" "Well," said Percy, "this is our problem. We know you won't say no, "So," said Dr. Sidiowan after Percy had described their dilemma, "let me see if I have understood you correctly. You want me to walk up to the main gates all alone, while you all hide in the tree and tell the heavily armed guards that I have President Nitup's private collection of exotic animals with me, and they are to be housed here until further instructions." "Bonza, mate," said Tane happily. "I told you he was listening, Perk. And," continued the doctor, "while I am distracting the guards, 10 invisible rhinoceroses will sneak by and begin incapacitating the armed guards in and around the building." "He's getting it, Perk," nodded Tane. "Then when the guards are no longer a threat, you want me to inspect the condition of the other animals and administer any medical attention they may need until the UN peacekeeping force arrives with their animal welfare division?" "Perfect," said Percy. "I couldn't have put it better myself." "And if I say no?" said Dr. Sidiowan. "Are you going to say no?" asked Percy. "No," said Dr. Sidiowan. "Okay," chirped Tane. "What are we waiting for? Let's get on with it." The Presidential Palace. My name is Bond, Edith Bond. During one of the Nitup's blackouts, the lyrebirds, using Nitup's voice and the correct password, of course, had asked Mr. Voxep if he would allow a silver Nissan Primera access to the palace, the occupants of which were to be brought to his office immediately. Voxep, being the diligent personal assistant he was, did this without question. Edith had been sitting in Nitup's large chair for so long, waiting for him to regain consciousness, that she had nodded off 3 times. Harriet had stayed awake, waiting for the right moment to swivel into action. The dramatic effect of Edith swiveling into action to confront President Nitup was ruined slightly by her overshooting the 180-degree turn by an extra 45. "Go back a little," whispered Harriet. "A little more. No, too much. Go back the other way and stop. Perfect. Hello, said Edith. So you're the monster everyone has been telling me about, are you? I am the legal leader of the country of Artamus, proclaimed the president. And you are in my chair. I demand you set me free now. Princess Kirana immediately released her grip on the president's arm, and he fell to the floor. I am afraid you are rather weak, Mr. Niddup, said Edith. Princess Kirana was not restraining you. She was holding you up. If you would like her to help you up from the floor, may I suggest that you speak more politely? Yes, of course, calmed Niddup. Please tell me why you are holding me here against my will. You are not being held here against your will, young man, said Edith. You may leave at any time. Yosuke, would you please move away from the main door so that the president may leave? Niddup struggled to his feet and began to stumble towards the exit. I know there are a great many people who are very eager to have an audience with him, continued Edith. I am sure that, as the legal leader of the country of Artamus, you will be very keen to answer all questions. Meet everyone. Politicians, military leaders, business people, some of whom are legitimate, and some who are, how shall I put it, not very legitimate at all. I believe there is rather a lot of news at the moment. Something about empty bank accounts, huge charitable donations. Niddup slowed as he approached the door. You? He accused. You did this. How? Me? Said Edith innocently. I'm just a blind old lady. What do you want? Yelled Niddup as he stormed back to the desk. Calm down, Mr. President, said Edith. Don't forget you are very ill. Ill? Questioned Niddup weakly. What do you mean, ill? I'm as strong as an ox. Ah, that is what you want everyone to believe, isn't it? Said Edith. But we know better, don't we? How can you know, said Niddup, as he flopped down onto one of the low chairs. No one knows. How have you done all of this? He has sat down, Edith, whispered Harriet. Turn, stop. Carry on. All those nights alone in this office, said Edith. Moving money around, spying on your colleagues and business associates, watching movies. Niddup raised his head to look up at Edith, finally realizing just how demeaning these low chairs were for their occupant. Movies? He said innocently. Well, continued Edith, one movie in particular. The only way to get what you want is to become a human yourself, said Richie in the voice of Ursula from The Little Mermaid. Can you do that? Said Doris as Ariel. My dear sweet child. That's what I do. It's what I live for, continued Richie. To help unfortunate presidents like yourself, poor souls with no one else to turn to. I admit that in the past I've been a nasty, sang Richie. They weren't kidding when they called me, well, a witch, he continued. Please stop, begged President Niddup. But you'll find that nowadays I've mended all my ways, repented, seen the light, and made a switch. I don't understand, gasped Niddup. How can you know all of this? Richie and Doris flew to the front of the desk and stared down at Niddup. You too? He growled. True, sang Doris. Yes, crooned Richie. And we fortunately know a little magic. It's a talent that we always have possessed, serenaded Doris. And dear Niddup, please don't laugh. We use it on behalf of the miserable, the lonely, and depressed, warbled Richie. Pathetic, they harmonized. Pathetic. Come on, Rimadal, said Doris. Join in. You'll never have a better opportunity than this. It'll be like singing with the cast, said Richie. Pathetic, they harmonized again. Pathetic. Poor unfortunate souls in pain and need, Richie. Poor unfortunate souls in pain and need, Niddup. Poor unfortunate souls in pain and need, Doris. This one longing to be thinner, that one wants to get the girl, and do I help them? Yes, indeed, Richie. This one longing to be thinner, that one wants to get the girl, And do I help them? Yes, indeed. Knit up. This one longing to be thinner, that one wants to get the girl. And do I help them? Yes, indeed. Doris. Those poor unfortunate souls. So sad, so true. Richie. Those poor unfortunate souls. So sad, so true. Knit up. Those poor unfortunate souls. So sad, so true. Doris. They come flocking to my cauldron, crying, "Spells, Ursula, please!" And I help them. Yes, I do. Richie. They come flocking to my cauldron, crying, "Spells, Ursula, please!" And I help them. Yes, I do. Knit up. They come flocking to my cauldron, crying, "Spells, Ursula, please!" And I help them. Yes, I do. Doris. Well, said Jean, in all my years as a pangolin, that's just about the oddest thing I've ever seen. The warehouse. All the president's animals. "Halt! Identify yourself," yelled the guard at the gate to the warehouse. "My name is Dr. Sediawan," he said, standing well back from the barrier. "I am President Nitup's official veterinarian." There was a pause as Dr. Sediawan saw the first guard lean into the guardhouse and whispered to the second guard. He could just make out parts of the conversation. "I don't know," said Guard 1. "Perhaps he blah, blah, blah." "Well, he may blah, 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 but that doesn't explain why he needs one," said Guard 2. "I've seen blah, 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 blah on the TV tucking into a steak dinner with his blah, blah, blah," said Guard 1. "So we've established that the president eats meat," said Guard 2. "Perhaps he needs an official one, like a blah, 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 as an advisor or something." "That seems blying silly to me," said Guard 1. "Well, I don't blying know. Why don't you blying well ask him?" said Guard 2, getting a little frustrated. "I blying well will," resolved Guard 1, who stepped out of the guardhouse and marched up to the barrier. "Come here." Dr. Sediawan paused for a moment. "It's okay," said Guard number 1. "I just want to ask you something." Dr. Sediawan glanced into the trees that lined the road to the warehouse gate and caught Taine's eye. Taine nodded in encouragement, and the doctor approached the guard. "Closer," said the guard, and Dr. Sediawan leaned in. "I don't want the CCTV microphones to pick this up, in case it's a stupid question," he whispered. "Okay," said Dr. Sediawan, trembling ever so slightly. "Why does President Nidup need an official vegetarian?" "Oh, my," giggled Dr. Sediawan, nervously trying to ignore the snorting owl hidden in the trees. "I'm not his vegetarian. I'm his veterinarian." "Oh," said the guard, slowly raising his eyes skyward. "Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. I'm glad I whispered now." "I'll bet you are," laughed Dr. Sediawan. "It wasn't that funny," snapped the guard, not used to being laughed at. "Now what do you want?" Yes, of course," stammered the doctor. "I am here to organize the temporary housing of President Nidup's personal collection of exotic animals at this facility." "Huh?" said the guard. "I take it," asserted Dr. Sediawan, with increasing confidence, "that you have had the call from the office of the president to alert you of my arrival." "I'll, check," said the guard. Dr. Sediawan waited until the guard turned to go back to the guardhouse and looked at Taine. "Now," he said under his breath. Taine tapped his earpiece. "Now," he repeated. Taine heard Arthur say, "Now," over the comms, and the guardhouse phone rang. They all watched as guard number 2 lifted the receiver and immediately stood to attention. After a series of vehement nods, guard number 2 hung up, saluted the phone, and then said something to guard number 1, who dashed out and ran to Dr. Sediawan. "All clear, sir," he said. "My colleague is organizing a secure holding pen for you as we speak. How many animals should we expect?" Paused the doctor. "Let me think. There's a tiger cub." "One tiger cub, over. said Guard 1, who had taken out a walkie-talkie and was relaying the information to the person on the other end. A sun bear. One bear of the sun variety, over. A Schneider's Pitta. One she'd Schneided. The guard looked up for help. Just say, rare little blue bird. One rare blue bird, over. One adult falcon with 3 chicks. One adult falcon with 3 chicks, over. One rare laughing owl. One rare laughing owl, over. One passenger pigeon. Hang on. Pigeon? What's so special about a pigeon? It's extinct, said the doctor. Oh, so quite rare then? Quite, yes. One rare pigeon, over. The guard put the walkie-talkie to his chest and spoke. All these rare birds are making me quite hungry, huh? Ha! I'm a vegetarian, as well as a veterinarian. So, no, the thought of eating a rare bird does not make me feel hungry. Oh, sorry, said the guard. Any more? Yes, let me think, paused Dr. Sediowan as 10 shimmering rhinoceroses took the opportunity to glide behind the guard into the compound. Oh, yes. 21 3/2 orangutans, a flock of green-spectacled pigeons, and a herd of elephants, said the doctor as 2 guards suddenly disappeared from the main door to the warehouse. The guard put the walkie-talkie to his mouth and stopped. What? He said. Questioned the doctor nonchalantly. That last thing you said? Yes. Where was it? 21 3/2 orangutans? No, said the guard, as in a staircase window where once there stood a guard, there was now none. After that, a flock of green-spectacled pigeons. No, we can probably handle that, said the guard. The thing you said after that? Oh, the herd of elephants. Yeah, that was it, said the guard. How many elephants make a herd? Is this a riddle? Asked Dr. Sediowan. A riddle? No, said the guard. Really, how many elephants are there in a herd? Oh, he paused. Anywhere up to 100. 100? We can't house 100. There aren't 100, said Dr. Sediowan. But you asked how large an elephant herd could be, and I said up to 100. I didn't say there were 100 in the president's collection. Okay, let's start again, said the guard patiently. How many elephants? 7, said Dr. Sediowan with a nod. The guard raised the walkie-talkie and opened his mouth to speak. 17, completed the doctor. 17 elephants. Have we got room for 17 elephants? Said the guard into the walkie-talkie, all the time eyeing Dr. Sediowan suspiciously. Yes, 17. Blah, 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 crackled the walkie-talkie. Well, we have to put them somewhere. Blah, 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 crackled the walkie-talkie again. Because, whispered the guard into the receiver, they are part of the president's collection of exotic animals. Blah, 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 blah. Yes, our president. Blah, 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 blah. There's no need for language like that, mumbled the guard. My colleague wonders if there is anything else. Yes, said Dr. Sediowan. There are 493 bees. 493? Give or take a few, said Dr. Sediowan. As you can imagine, they are quite hard to count. Is there a system for counting bees? Asked the guard, genuinely interested. We usually count the legs and divide the number by 6. Is that true? Said the guard through half-closed eyes, as the line of guards on the roof of the warehouse suddenly disappeared one by one. No, it's just a little veterinarian humor to lighten the mood. Ah, I see, said the guard, not quite used to being teased. So when shall we expect delivery? Delivery? Questioned the doctor. Of the president's exotic collection? Oh, they're not being delivered. They're here now, said the doctor. Come on out, everybody. This nice gentleman is going to take you to your new home. Slowly, out from the trees, appeared the strangest collection of friends imaginable. They burst through the barrier just as the guard in the guardhouse was whipped away. Said the one remaining guard, as a herd of 17 elephants trampled through the car park, knocking over his brand-new moped. What do I do now? I suppose you go and join your friends who are locked up, suggested the doctor. Or, inquired the guard, who was trying to hold on to the 3 baby orangutans he had been handed. Or you could put the kettle on and make me a cup of tea, while I check the health of your animal inmates. How many sugars? Said the guard. The Presidential Palace. Never trade your voice for legs, 'cause being human isn't that great. So, Rimadow, shall we summarize your current position? Said Edith. Niddup dropped his head in resignation. You are a very sick and now penniless man whose only real enjoyment in life is watching the film The Little Mermaid. Throughout your time in office, you have oppressed, blackmailed, stolen from, and spied upon everyone from your opponents to your colleagues. You have lined your own pockets on the backs of your hard-working populace, while taking a huge cut from organized crime syndicates and legitimate businesses alike. You should know that we are now in possession of the meticulous records you have kept documenting your flagrant abuse of power. We are also in control of the bank accounts to which you had details, every one of which is now all but empty, having donated generously to charitable causes around the globe. I'm sure if we were to ask your secretary, we would find that the phone lines are lighting up with people desperate to speak with you. What would you like to do next? Edith tilted her head to the right, questioningly. It would appear my options are limited, said Niddup. Very, said Edith. I suppose you could have launched a couple of missiles to cause a distraction, but I'm afraid we have changed all the launch codes. We've also canceled all of your streaming internet and TV subscriptions, so no more Little Mermaid for you. You really are quite cruel, said Niddup. Compared to you, I am Bambi, said Edith. So what do you expect me to do? Asked Niddup. Well, I'm guessing that if you step outside this room, you will be assassinated within the hour, said Edith, with no sarcasm whatsoever. So that's an option. If you stay here with us and follow our plan, you will be tried and put in jail. But you'll be alive. And what is your plan? Asked the former dictator. Our plan is already underway, said Edith. I have called in some favors at the United Nations, and there is a peacekeeping force landing at Artamus International Airport as we speak. The situation has already been discussed by the UN Security Council and General Assembly, and a series of mandates has been agreed. You seem to have thought of everything, said Niddup. What do I have to do? Officially hand over power to an interim government, until one can be democratically elected, said Edith. And then go quietly. Any questions? Just one, said Niddup. Go on, said Edith. What was the password? A secret, she answered. I know, but you might as well tell me now. No, smiled Edith. The password was the words, a secret. Ha! Smirked Rimadow Niddup, resigned to his fate. Outwitted by an old blind woman, and 2 of the best Little Mermaid impersonators I could ever wish to meet. Princess Kirana looked at Arthur and grumped the loudest grump she could. Yes, said Arthur. Our Edith is very impressive. The end. Part 4, Epilogue. The Presidential Palace. Never burn your bridges. So, let me get this straight, said Arthur. You and your husband used to play bridge with the current head of the United Nations Security Council and her husband? Yes, replied Edith. And she is very happy to leave the job of choosing an interim government for the island of Artamus to us, quizzed Arthur, seeming unconvinced. Correct, answered Edith matter-of-factly. Okay, said Arthur. That all seems plausible. Where do we start? Well, the lovely Mr. Voxep has made a list of candidates and has them all waiting on the telephone. We get each one on the line and let you ask them a question. Oh, I get it. If they can understand me, then they are good enough to be in charge for a while. Exactly, said Edith. Oh, what question should I ask them? Well, you need to hurry up and decide, because Mr. Voxip is putting through the first candidate, said Edith. A Minister Kavan. Mrs. Stone, I have Minister Kavan on the line for you, said Mr. Voxip. Thank you so much, Mr. Voxip. Put him through. The speakerphone crackled and a voice spoke. Hello, said Minister Kavan. Ah, hello. Please answer this simple question, said Edith. Arthur, that is your cue. Oh, yes, I've got one, stammered Arthur. What is your favorite color? I'm sorry, said Kavan. There must be something wrong with the line. I only heard squeaks. Thank you, Minister, said Edith. Next, please, Mr. Voxip. After half an hour of calls to various presidential candidates, no one had answered the question. Hello, Mr. Voxip, said Edith. Could you please put on the next candidate? I am terribly sorry, Mrs. Stone, but we are out of candidates, said Mr. Voxip. Oh, dear, said Edith. Well, thank you for your help. By the way, continued Voxip, if you are interested, my favorite color is fuchsia. Is it now? Said Edith, shooting a smile at the location of Arthur's uproarious laughter. I'm so glad. It is a beautiful color, after all. Would you mind stepping into the office for a moment? I'd like to discuss something with you. Part 5, Epi-Epilogue. The compound. When? How? Oh. So you're telling me he still doesn't know, said Jean, as he helped Hyosuke upload the contents of Nidup's laptop into the secure cloud of the United Nations Office of Legal Affairs. The poor little soul has no idea, said Princess Kirana. But how can he not know, said Percy, from a low branch where he sat with Novita and the chicks. 'Cause he's a drongo, mate, said Tane. That's not very nice, is it? Said Barney, shooting him a glance of disappointment. No, said Tane, hanging his head. Sorry, dear. Dear, said Harriet. Is it possible that the wonderful Barney has tamed Artan? She will be a wonderful influence on him, said Princess Kirana, as she turned to see Tane holding up a wing behind Barney's head and wiggling it. Barney, guffawed Rufus. Tane's wiggling his wing behind your head. What? Said Barney with a smile. I'll teach him. Tane shot up into the air and swooped back down. Rufus, he yelled. You snitch. I'll be in big trouble from Barney now, if she can catch me. Come on, boys, said Barney. I've got a laughing owl in the re-extinct, and I need my owl police. The 4 owls took off and sped after Tane, who giggled into the distance. So who's going to tell him? Said Hyosuke. There is only one person who can tell him, said Edith. You are right, of course, said Princess Kirana. Hyosuke, please get Ella on the screen, and I will find our little Arthur. Now, where is that rodent? They all looked at the aluminium case. Princess Kirana moved forward to open it. Watch out, shouted Jean. Don't forget the knockout gas. You are forgetting 2 things, little pangolin, said Princess Kirana. Firstly, I am already dead. What's the other thing? Asked Jean. I have survived one of your farts, said Princess Kirana. Everyone laughed at the fact that their princess had said the word fart as she tore the lid off the case. They all looked down and saw Arthur swinging on his hammock, covered in seed husks and surrounded by empty nutritional supplement packets. What? He spluttered, with a mouthful of crumbs. Mangri. Mangri, repeated Princess Kirana. Arthur put up his hand in a please wait while I finish eating kind of a way, and then swallowed. I was hungry, he said, spitting a bit of nut onto one of his screens. Princess Kirana held out her giant hand and gestured he should climb on. Come with me, she said. She took him and placed him before the screen of the mobile command center. Ella, he yelled, as he saw her smiling back at him. Percy and Ovida swept quietly down from the branch. "I've missed you so much," said Arthur. "We missed you too," said Ella. "I've ordered you a bigger-sized harness," said Arthur. "I don't need a bigger one now," said Ella. "The old one fits again." "That's brilliant. Have you been on a diet?" Gene rolled his eyes and looked at Percy. "A kind of a diet, yeah," said Ella. "I really wish you'd come with us," continued Arthur. "It's been so much fun." "I really couldn't, Arthur. I had something very important I needed to do." "More important than being with me?" said Arthur, with a protruding bottom lip. "Yes, Arthur, even more important than you." Arthur leant into the screen and spoke quietly. "I think you should know that there are 3 little rats behind you eavesdropping," he whispered. "Who are they? Have the colony moved in?" "Not the full colony, Arthur," said Ella, now beginning to toy with the oblivious father of 3. "This is a smaller colony whose father isn't here. To be honest, he's a bit of an idiot." "Well, that's not good, is it? You tell them that they are very welcome to stay, and stupidity isn't always hereditary." "I'll tell them," said Ella. "He's not the sharpest tooth in the mouth, but he is very good-looking. He has an innocent charm. Not too good-looking, I hope." "Very handsome, in fact," teased Ella. "I'll show you a picture, if you like." She touched the screen with her nose, and the view switched so Arthur was the main screen. "Oh, Ella," tutted Arthur as he looked up at Yosuke and shook his head. "I think you've done something wrong. You've just swapped screens." "She was never very good at tech," he continued with a whisper. "No, I haven't, Arthur," she said. "That is exactly what I meant to do." "But you were going to show me a picture of their father." Princess Kirana sighed and waited. Harriet bowed her long neck and giggled. Percy looked at Yosuke and shook his head. Tan flew down and settled on Harriet's shell. "Mate," he said in his Kiwi drawl, "dig deep and think." Arthur squinted and looked up and to the left, a sure sign with him that there was brain activity. "She couldn't come with her," said Percy. "The ill-fitting harness," said Yosuke. "The 3 beautiful babies behind Ella," urged Princess Kirana. "Okay," said Arthur, this time looking up and to the right, a sure sign that his brain was readying itself for a conclusion. "So let me go through the facts. You didn't come with us. Your harness didn't fit, and now it does fit. And there are 3 white with brown bits, baby rats, behind you. Hang on. I'm the only white with brown bits rat I know. That means I'm there, but how? When?" "Think, Arthur," said Ella. "Think hard." "Oh, now I remember when," smirked Arthur. "And I obviously know how." A huge smile beamed across his face. "Arthur," said Ella, "meet your children." "Whoa!" yelled Arthur. "I'm so happy. I wish you were here so I could give you all a huge hug." "Finally," said Gene. And he let out a long, toxic fart. "Oh, Gene," chorused everybody. "Phew, Gene," spluttered Arthur. "I'm now very glad the rest of my family are not here." The end of the end. But the beginning of the adventures. The Extinction Unit. Island of Domination. By J Rowbotham.